بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله مبدع الإنسان ومعلمه النطق والبيان، وصلى اللهم على من تجلت بنوره الأكوان، محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة والسلام. معالي الشيخ عبد الملك بن عبد الله الخليلي رئيس مجلس الدولة، صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فهد بن الجلندة آل سعيد رئيس الجامعة، المكرمون، أصحاب السعادة، أيها الحفل الكريم، أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير، وأهلا وسهلا بكم في جامعة السلطان قابوس التي تعد قلبا أكاديميا لهذا الوطن وملتقى للفكر والعلم. ها نحن اليوم نلتقي معكم في حفل افتتاح المؤتمر الدولي الثالث لأخلاقيات البيولوجيا، أخلاقيات الصحة العامة من الأزمات الوبائية إلى مرونة الرعاية الصحية. نبقى الآن مع كلمة صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فهد بن الجلندة آل سعيد رئيس الجامعة ورئيس اللجنة الوطنية لأخلاقيات البيولوجيا، فليتفضل سموه مشكورا. Welcome to the Third International Bioethics Conference, which is under the title Public Health Ethics from Pandemic Crisis to Healthcare Resilience. Now we are pleased to invite His Highness Sayyid Dr. Fahd bin al-Jalanda al-Said, the Vice Chancellor, Chairman of the National Bioethics Committee.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. معالي الشيخ عبد الملك بن عبد الله الخليلي المؤقر رئيس مجلس الدولة راعي المؤتمر، المكرمون أعضاء مجلس الدولة، أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لقد شهد العالم منذ مطلع عام 2020 ميلادي جائحة كوفيد-19، وقد كان لهذه الجائحة الأثر الكبير في تغيير نمط الحياة والعيش في ظل ظروف استثنائية، إذ تشير الإحصائيات المنشورة من المنظمات العالمية إلى إصابة قرابة 675 مليون شخص ووفاة أكثر من 6 ملايين شخص في كل أنحاء العالم. ولما كان لهذه الجائحة من أثر في جميع الجوانب الصحية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية في حياة الناس والمجتمعات، كان على المؤسسات البحثية والمنظمات الصحية والجامعات العلمية الدور في دراسة الآثار التي خلفتها هذه الجائحة وبحث تداعياتها في حياة الفرد والمجتمع. ومن هذا المنطلق فقد ارتأت اللجنة الوطنية لأخلاقيات البيولوجيا بسلطنة عمان تنظيم مؤتمرها الدولي الثالث بعنوان أخلاقيات الصحة العامة من الأزمات الوبائية إلى مرونة الرعاية الصحية، إذ إننا نأمل من خلال هذه المؤتمر الدولي بحضور هذه النخبة من المختصين تعزيز المعرفة وتبادل الخبرات بين اختصاصي الأخلاقيات وعرض الأنشطة البحثية محلياً وإقليمياً ودولياً، إذ سيناقش هذا المؤتمر نقاطاً رئيسية تتمثل في الآتي: قضايا أخلاقيات البيولوجيا من خلال تداعيات جائحة كوفيد-19، تجارب الدول في التعامل مع القضايا الأخلاقية أثناء الجائحة وبعدها، العدالة الإنسانية في تقديم الخدمات العلاجية أثناء الجوائح، الموازنة بين حق الفرد وحق المجتمع في قبول التحصينات أو رفضها، بيان الجانب الشرعي والقانوني في التعامل مع الجوائح، دراسة الأخلاقيات المتعلقة باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي وخصوصية الفرد في التتبع أثناء الجوائح. معالي الشيخ راعي هذا المؤتمر، أيها الحضور الكرام، أصالة عن نفسي ونيابة عن اللجنة الوطنية لأخلاقيات البيولوجيا، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في هذا المؤتمر الذي تنعقد جلساته في رحاب جامعة السلطان قابوس. وأود أن أعرب عن امتناننا لمعالي الشيخ عبد الملك بن عبد الله الخليلي الموقر لرعايته هذا المؤتمر، والشكر موصول للمتحدثين الدوليين الذين جاءوا من مختلف أنحاء العالم، وللمتحدثين المحليين، ولمنظمة اليونسكو ومنظمة الصحة العالمية، ولمختلف الجهات الداعمة على الشراكة المثمرة والفاعلة في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر إن شاء الله، راجيا التوفيق والسداد لأعمال المؤتمر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أيها الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن إلى كلمة معالي الدكتور هلال بن علي السبتي وزير الصحة، يلقيها نيابة عن سعادة الدكتور سعيد بن حارب اللمكي وزير وزارة الصحة للشؤون الصحية، فليتفضل سعادته مشكورا. Dear audience, now we are pleased to invite His Excellency Dr. Saeed Al-Lamki, Undersecretary of Health Affairs, on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Hilal bin Ali Sabti, Minister of Health.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين، وبعد. معالي الشيخ عبد الملك بن عبد الله الخليلي الموقر رئيس مجلس الدولة، صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فهد بن جلندة آل سعيد الموقر رئيس جامعة السلطان قابوس، فضيلة الشيخ الدكتور كهلان بن نبهان الخروصي المحترم مساعد المفتي العام لسلطنة عمان، أصحاب السعادة أعضاء مجلس الدولة الموقرين، أصحاب السعادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بالإنابة عن معالي الدكتور هلال بن علي السبتي الموقر وزير الصحة، يسرني مشاركتكم اليوم حفل افتتاح هذا المؤتمر الهام الذي يسلط الضوء على الجوانب الإخلاقية للصحة العامة، لا سيما في وقت الأزمات الصحية وأهمية مرونة النظام الصحي للتعامل مع هكذا جوائح، بما يحقق العدالة في تقديم الخدمة الصحية للجميع وفق أسس أخلاقية متينة مستمدة من تعاليم ديننا الحنيف، مراعية للثوابت الإخلاقية والأعراف الاجتماعية الأصيلة. الحضور الكريم، إن جائحة كوفيد-19 حدث شكل منعطفاً هاماً في التاريخ، حدث لم يعترف بالحدود ولم يميز بين البشر، وغير المسار العالم بطريقة لم تكن في الحسبان، ولم تقتصر تداعيات الجائحة على الأنظمة الصحية فحسب، إنما تعدت إلى الجوانب الحياتية كافة. ولا شك أن الجانب الأخلاقي كان حاضراً في جميع هذه المجالات، حيث تزاحم المرضى على أسرة العناية المركزة وأجهزة التنفس الصناعي، وعند اكتشاف اللقاح الذي شكل انفراجة للبشرية كان الحصول عليه وتوزيعه وتحديد مستحقيه محفوفاً بمعضلات أخلاقية عديدة، كما اضطرت الحكومات إلى فرض العديد من القيود على الحريات الشخصية سعياً إلى تحقيق المصلحة العامة. الحضور الكريم، لقد كان لاستخدام التقنية الإلكترونية والذكاء الاصطناعي دور كبير في الحد من انتشار المرض وتنظيم العمل الجماعي وتبادل البيانات سواء على المستوى المحلي أو على المستوى العالمي، إلا أن الحصول على البيانات الشخصية للمصابين وتتبع حركاتهم كان مهدداً للخصوصية التي عهدتها المجتمعات في السابق، وخاصة في الجانب الصحي. ويجب علينا جميعاً التعاون لدراسة كافة الجوانب الأخلاقية في التعامل مع الكم الهائل من البيانات الشخصية التي جمعت وحللت أثناء جائحة كوفيد-19 وبعدها. الجمع الكريم، إن التداعيات التي نتجت عن هذه الجائحة لم تنتهي بانتهائها، ولكن ما زالت مستمرة، فالقطاعات الصحية خرجت منهكة بسبب الضغط الكبير الذي تعرضت له، لتتفاجأ بعدها بأعداد مهولة تنتظر دورها في الحصول على الرعاية الصحية الأولية، وكذلك الرعاية التخصصية والثالثية التي تم تأجيلها أثناء الجائحة، لا سيما العمليات الجراحية غير الطارئة، الأمر الذي يستدعي جهداً ومرونة أكثر في النظام الصحي وتعاون من الكوادر الصحية التي عملت ولا زالت تعمل بكل جهد وإخلاص لتقديم رعاية صحية أفضل للمجتمع. كما يجب علينا جميعاً النظر للمستقبل بمزيد من التفاؤل، حيث أكسبتنا هذه التجربة الخبرة العملية المناسبة للتعامل مع كافة أنواع الطوارئ الصحية، واضعين نصب أعيننا مصلحة المريض الذي يهدده الخطر ويرقب مقدم الخدمة الصحية بكل صبر. إن الدور النبيل الذي يحظى به العمل في المجال الصحي عبر التاريخ يعززه ما يطلع به القائمون من حفظ للأرواح وسعي إلى تخفيف الآلام وعلاج الأدواء. ولما كان هذا مما يمس أخص الخصوصيات الإنسان في هذه الحياة، كانت الأخلاق ولا زالت محوراً أساسياً في العمل الصحي التي يحرص الجميع على تقويتها والحفاظ عليها والعمل على ديمومتها. ومن هنا يأتي هذا المؤتمر الدولي وبمشاركة من نخبة من المختصين والخبراء المحليين والدوليين ليسلط الضوء على الجوانب الأخلاقية التي تحف الجوائح وتؤثر على الإنسان وعلى صحته وحياته، مستلهمين الدروس والعبر من التجارب ومتطلعين إلى تعزيز الجانب الأخلاقي في الأزمات والكوارث. وفي الختام أيها الجمع الكريم، لا يسعني إلا أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى اللجنة الوطنية لأخلاقيات البيولوجيا على تنظيمها هذا المؤتمر، آملا لكم الاستفادة القصوى ومتطلعا لنتائج أعماله وتوصياته، راجيا لكم دوام التوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
حفلنا الكريم، والآن مع كلمة الدكتورة دفنة من مكتب اليونسكو. Dear audience, now we will hear the recorded speech delivered by Dr. Defna from UNESCO IBC Bureau.
His Excellency Dr. Fahad bin Hulanda Al Said, Vice Chancellor of Sultan Qaboos University. His Excellency Dr. Hilal Al Sabiti, Oman's Minister of Health. Dr. Ahmed Khitami, National Bioethics Committee of Oman. Dr. Ahmed Al-Mandri and Dr. Otmar Kloiber, esteemed colleagues from WHO and the World Medical Association. Respected speakers and participants, I am delighted to have the opportunity to speak to all of you today, even if unfortunately remotely. For UNESCO, this is an important event. This International Bioethics Conference is very closely linked to the collaboration between the Omani National Bioethics Committee and the UNESCO International Bioethics Committee, when they graciously and generously hosted one of its working groups some years ago. Since then, the objective of the National Bioethics Committee of Oman was to renew the conference every year, and today we are inaugurating the third edition. The main topic of the conference is more than timely, because COVID-19 became a dramatic and urgent threat to global health. With its uncertainties and the inequalities in the world, COVID-19 made it clear than ever that global bioethics and the international and national committees play a key role. As one of the 4 statements issued by UNESCO's IBC and COMETS committees on this topic states, in case of a pandemic, there is an urgency to go beyond political frontiers, geographical borders, and cultural differences in order to focus on our common need and shared responsibility, following the principle of solidarity and cooperation enshrined in the UNESCO's Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights. Moreover, global solidarity and cooperation are to be understood as a moral rights-based approach to science and health. Availability of vaccines to all, in all countries, is an essential ethical issue. IBC and COMEST call to consider vaccines as a global common good, based on Article 15, again of the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights of UNESCO, which is benefits of sharing of benefits, and that reads, benefits resulting from any scientific research and its application should be shared with society as a whole and within the international community, in particular with developing countries. The National Bioethics Committee's role during pandemics is to sustain constructive dialogue based on the conviction that political decisions need to be scientifically grounded and ethically inspired. During a crisis with many unknowns, an open dialogue between politics, science, ethics, law, and civil society is especially necessary. COVID-19 has amplified problems of vulnerability, stigmatization, discrimination, societal divides, deficiencies in health and research systems, mental health and violence issues as a salient considerations that are also aggravated by pandemics. It has also affected food security, education, travel, basic income, and livelihoods. The pandemic has disrupted teaching practices and caused school closures, leading to growing inequalities for those without access to the internet. The old tensions between public health measures and individual freedoms, the importance of fair selection of research participants, voluntary and informed consent, and dissemination of research results during pandemic, among others, many others. It has also shed light about the importance of open science, the need to protect privacy, and in general civil rights and freedoms, the need to disseminate accurate and timely information to society. Currently, IBC and COMEST are working on two reports, one, Lessons Learned from COVID-19, and the other one, Ethics of Science and Society, Reflections After COVID-19. The recommendations of IBC report highlight the importance of taking a comprehensive approach to pandemic management, recognizes the interconnectedness of health, social, and environmental factors. I'm going to mention only some of the recommendations from preliminary IBC report. Increasing trust in science, improving health literacy, addressing health inequalities, appropriately decentralizing pandemic governance, rethinking the protection of vulnerable population, protecting health workers, collecting and processing health data, controlling deforestation and wildlife trade, accepting all vaccines listed by WHO for emergency use or approved by a stringent regulatory authority due to the global inequalities. I see also that this conference includes the discussion of the role of artificial intelligence in pandemics. So I just want to take the opportunity to invite all of you, if you have not yet read it, to get familiar with UNESCO's recommendation of ethics of artificial intelligence adopted by acclamation by 193 countries in 2021, which also includes a section on health and well-being. I wish to finish by thanking the Government of Oman and the University of Sultan Qaboos and the National Bioethics Committee of Oman for hosting this conference. I am sure, based on my pleasant past experiences, that all of you will enjoy the hospitality of Oman, full of warmth and generosity. All the success for the conference, and thank you very much.
الحفل الكريم. يعد هذا المؤتمر منصة لتبادل نتائج أحدث الدراسات ومناقشة القضايا والمعضلات في هذا المجال والاستفادة مما وصل إليه الخبراء. ويسرنا الآن أن ندعو الأستاذ الدكتور أوتيمار كوليبر أمين عام الرابطة الطبية العالمية لتقديم محاضرته، فليتفضل مشكورا. Dear audience, now we are pleased to invite Professor Otimar Koliber, the Secretary General of the World Medical Association, to deliver his lecture.
السلام عليكم أصحاب المعالي والوزراء، صاحب السمو، أصحاب الوكلاء، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحضور الكريم، يسعدني أن أقدم Prof. Ottoman Kaliber. Dr. Ottoman Kaliber is the Secretary General of the World Medical Association. He has been an international medical relationship and collaboration leader for more than 20 years with expertise in ethics, health policies, government affairs, and much more. Prof. Kaliber will be speaking about preparing the next pandemic. Can international ethics guidelines be helpful?
Thank you, Your Highness, Excellencies, distinguished guests and organizers of this conference, dear colleagues. I have the honor today to speak to you on behalf of the World Medical Association. Let me just start the program here. Is there a chance that we can get this on the screen? Okay. Here we go. And I have been asked to speak today about the question whether international ethics guidelines can be helpful in mastering a pandemic and other public health threats. And I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to this conference, and let me declare that I am of course interested in spreading the information of the World Medical Association as I'm doing now, but of course I have no commercial or financial interest in the topic. When we speak about this topic today, of course we will have to speak about ethical dilemmas, and I'm foreshadowing a lot of the discussion which we will have during the next 3 days. And I saw in the program that this program will be covering the topic very widely. I would like to speak a little bit about the guidelines which can help us to prepare for a pandemic and to mitigate damage if a pandemic happens. And I hope I can also point out why it is better to have those also in an international accord and to do them together instead of just acting nationally. There is a value in anticipating what can happen. I think we all have learned this during the last 3 years. And we need this learning in order to reduce damage. And I've tried to point out why it is important to act in community and also to have an emphasis on social cohesion. Let me say a few words about the World Medical Association. Thank you. The World Medical Association is a rather young professional organization. It was founded, or actually refounded, in 1947 after World War II. In September 1947, just 1 month after, in Nuremberg, in the so-called doctors' trial, the verdicts were handed down to Nazi doctors which have abused the medicine and medical research so awfully during the Third Reich in my own country, Germany. And since that, the World Medical Association has a very strong focus on trying to be the global platform to develop the medical deontology, the rules of practice, the ethical rules of practice. And of course, we do this putting this into the social context of our times and societies, and looking also in questions of education, and nowadays climate change, poverty are important factors for us as well. I said already we reach out to build this global consensus on medical ethics, socio-medical affairs. The World Medical Association, as a roof organization for physicians' organizations, of course, deals with a number of international agencies, most important, of course, the United Nations agencies, and here most important, of course, the World Health Organization, but likewise others like UNESCO, UNICEF, ILO, the International Organization of Migration, but also private organizations in the international field. We provide help to national medical associations on request if they would like us to help them, usually in dialogue, for instance, with their governments, but also in some organizational questions. We lend a hand in help and support for development of physician self-governments, and we do projects along this line. Over the time, some of our policies which we have made since 1947 have become core policies for a lot of the medical deontology worldwide. I would like to mention the Declaration of Geneva, which first has been published in 1948 as a replacement of the then Hippocratic Oath. It has been most recently revised in 2017, so that is just a little bit more than 5 years ago that we have had a new version of this. Last year, we revised the International Code of Medical Ethics, originally from 1949, which has become the blueprint of many ethical codes around the world, and it needed some refreshment and some new writing, which we have given it last year. The probably most and best known document of the World Medical Association is the Declaration of Helsinki, which gives guidelines on how physicians should behave in medical research involving human subjects. But we also had to deal with very unpleasant things, like, for instance, torture and abuse of medicine. And when I first came to the World Medical Association in 1991, I thought this is already a matter of the past, but it is not. It is something we do more or less on a daily basis, that we look into questions of human rights in medicine. We also had a declaration of patient rights already in 1981, spearheading this development. We have dealt with questions, other ethical questions, for instance, the Declaration of Malta on hunger strikers and how to behave as a physician. Now, coming to the pandemic and to this topic, did we see it coming? Yes, I think we listened to the World Health Organization, which now for close to 20 years continuously hammered on us that there will be a pandemic. And I think we have to be very clear, the World Health Organization warned us. And we tried to prepare. We looked into the questions in the ethics of disasters. We looked into the questions of avian flu and pandemic influenza. We looked in the question of a preparedness and medical response to those disasters. And we looked into questions, ethical questions of epidemics and pandemics. All this preparation work has been done, and I think I can say this is in parallel to what the World Health Organization has done in warning us against this disease X that will come. They have been saying this and repeating this since 2005, and we joined this chorus. And then it came, the pandemic, and have we reacted? Yes, we did then react on this. We joined also, again, the World Health Organization in asking for an equitable global distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine, right in the beginning when vaccines became available. We spoke again on the question of avian and pandemic influenza, because that is also something that is not going away, and we have to remember that. We have reiterated on the unequal distribution of COVID vaccines, which have been not reaching a large part of the population they should have reached, and we have repeatedly done so. Now, did it help? Well, when we have been looking into the ethical challenges we have seen, we are looking into a very complex field of relations. The pandemics have consequences in our social life, in our political life, in our economies. And it's not only all health related, but whatever we do in those fields has health effects. And vice versa, what we do in healthcare has effects on our social life, our political life, and also on our economies. Being not prepared, and I think this is the basic message or learning we all should have from the last pandemic, is getting extremely costly in a humanitarian way, but also in an economic way. Now, the ethical challenges we all face can be divided in national and international challenges that we have. And it comes to a dilemma of balancing public protection versus individual rights. When I speak about public health, I mean the public health in the ideas of Robert Koch, of communal population health, not of health provided by public bodies to individuals. There are these challenges which we have seen: mask mandates, physical distancing. And here I stress it is physical distancing, not social distancing. The last thing we need in a pandemic is social distance. What we need is physical distance. We need stay-in-shelter orders, curfews. We had lockdowns. All of these producing stress, all of these producing social tension in societies. We have to talk about isolation, quarantine, and most difficult, about mandatory vaccination in those situations. And I know those topics will come up in these conferences, and we look a little bit deeper into that. We have experienced shortage in health personnel because they themselves got sick, because they dropped out from their profession and from their jobs. We had a very strong demand and supply, and the emergency situation very often created extra stress on our supply chains, which we did not foresee before the pandemic. We have a continuity that is under distress. We have to ration, we have to triage in many cases. We have seen situations where not enough healthcare personnel was there, and we had civil conscriptions into healthcare positions. And we have seen, worst of all, violence against health personnel and facilities, and a violence of medical neutrality on the other side, which is extremely sad and should have been prevented. And internationally, we likewise have seen challenges right in the beginning of the pandemic, and there were dilemmas being started by the needs of nations and of populations and the reaction of their neighbors and of others on their continents or globally. Immediately with the pandemic, we have seen a reduced freedom of movement, which included, of course, problems for those which were seeking treatment to get this treatment. We have, very unfortunately, seen national egoisms and resource skimming right in the beginning of the pandemic, which of course hindered to get resources where they were needed most in the beginning of the pandemic. And that is true for, as well, personal protective equipment, PPE, instruments, and medicines. And when there was a vaccine, we have seen that there were and still are big inequities in getting the vaccines, in getting medicines, in getting also medical goods and productions, in their distribution and access. Think about ventilators, think about necessary medication for intensive care. So, how can we help? We strongly believe that a preparedness for those dilemmas can guide us to do better. It can help to have better decisions for individual medical treatments, which options are there, which options should be used how. It can be there to better guide us in public health matters and behavioral patterns that we have as societies, as communities, and also as states. And finally, it can help us in the political and economic decision-making, mitigating the effects, but also preparing for a next pandemic. For this, what will be necessary? How can we give a better stewardship, a clinical stewardship? Now, it is necessary beforehand that we set aims, that we all together are clear is what we want to achieve if a pandemic hits us. What is agreeable among us as community, locally, and what is to be protected? Which groups are to be protected? Which values are to be protected? What are our communal values? Are we always clear about what we really want to protect together? I think the pandemic has shown that in many societies we were not clear what are our values indeed. We have to consent on rules if something happens, on early and preemptive action, to start very, very in the beginning of a pandemic. We have seen the exponential curve that is going up with the pandemic, with the infection rate. If you successfully want to intervene, you have to be there at the very foot of the curve and not later on as we have been. We have to speak about very difficult points that can happen during a pandemic, and they have happened. Rationing of care and triage. We have to speak about risk and burden sharing, including the question, is civil conscription a tool that we would tolerate in a society, or is that something that we don't want to have? And we have to speak about roles and responsibilities. What we have seen in many countries, including my own country, was a cacophony of opinions during the pandemic. One expert said this, the other expert said that, and we didn't have a reliable institution that we all agreed on that would guide us. When I'm sitting in my hotel right now, there are yacht racing teams sitting there. And they all have a strategist, a skipper, who tells them what to do. In such a situation of an emergency, we cannot allow to have such a cacophony of private opinions and says. What we need is really an institutionalized authorities, of course with experts, not only one experts together, which can guide us. So we have to take some decisions on how we can prepare. We have to prepare for the needs of the emergencies legally concerning our human resources and the material, and we have to exercise those. Countries which have done so, for instance, some of the East Asian countries which have exercised the situation of the emergencies have done better than others, like for instance us in Europe, which were completely unprepared. We have to revise our supply chains. Our supply chains currently are extremely vulnerable, not only for health reasons in the pandemic, but also for political reasons. The way they are currently existing have been not good enough for a pandemic, and we have to change this. We have to implement remote treatment structures and procedures. We are talking about telehealth, artificial intelligence today. Those tools have been extremely helpful, but of course those tools have to be there for everybody, and they also have to be regulated, and they have to be of high quality. We have to create better resources and reserves. Let's face it, the lack of equipment which we have had, even in the richest countries, has cost us a lot economically. Would we have been better prepared, we certainly would have saved a lot of our economic resources as well. We have to get the communication right. Our communication skills during the pandemic have not been excellent. Actually, we were not able to convince many people on how to behave, on how to take vaccination. And we should be caring for everybody, and we should not exclude anybody in our care. And here, my pledge is, together with Dr. Tedros, universal health coverage is the message of the hour. We have to look in our healthcare system that they really universally serve our populations. Now, coming to the public health, What would be necessary is basically the same things what I have told you for the individual treatment. We have to set aims, we have to be prepared, we have to look into our values, we have to agree for roles and responsibilities. There is not big a difference. These preparations are uniform and we have to do them together. And we need to get the communication right again, especially when it comes to public health measures. Vaccination denial, conspiration theories have messed up a lot of the success which we could have had during the pandemic, and they have stopped us from doing the right things in many of the instances. We need to better prepare. I mentioned some of the points: material, supplies, IT infrastructure, which still in many countries are completely insufficient. Actually, even in the very rich countries, they are still very insufficient. Unfortunately, even after 3 years of pandemic, they still are. We have to do research from the very beginning, and I was amazed that we have not spent enough energy on finding out how the pandemic has spread from the very beginning. We started very late in really checking on how the virus develops in our communities, how it is being spread from one location to another. This is an investment which we have to make in order to be able to deal with the pandemic, or better, even to stop an epidemic in the beginning, not to become a pandemic. But if we don't invest in these resources, in the public health infrastructure, to have this observation and this monitoring, it will not work. I said already we have to be better prepared for campaigns for vaccination, for screening, for testing. And we have to better improve and implement the international health regulations to prevent the pandemics. Now, when I was writing this presentation a year ago, it was not yet clear whether we would have a start also for beginning a pandemic treaty, which is now underway, which I think will be a great help in coordinating the cooperation of governments in the situation of a pandemic in the future. And we applaud the World Health Organization for having this process started and also for reviewing the international health regulations, which can help us to better prevent pandemics and to mitigate them. And we have to join the international cooperation to improve health, including the vaccine equity problem that we have to solve. Should another pandemic hit us, and it will hit us, that is for sure, we really should have been a clear idea on how we deal with our resources and especially and how we bring vaccines to those who need it most. Let me conclude. Pandemics produce multiple ethical challenges, and some of them we can foresee, others we cannot prevent, and we have to deal with them. Pandemics, and that has been said before by my speakers here on the stage, pandemics don't care for borders. Pandemics hit us all, and so do the ethical dilemmas which we will face and which we hopefully will discuss during the next 2 days. We have to anticipate those, and we have to anticipate them together as a community and not only in academic circles. We have to be prepared. Ethics guidelines can be a substantial help, but if we still have them in a drawer as we had them before, just not being lived, just not being exercised, just not being prepared for what is coming up, they are not really of a great help. And as pandemics are international by definition, to work together is obligatory. And in fighting pandemic, working together means being stronger, and that certainly will help. So my ask for you is, when you go back into your communities and countries, please, let's not take ethical guidelines and ethical problems as pure academic exercises. We need to ask people to act on them, to prepare, to put into practice what we have discussed, for instance, on questions of rationing and triage. This should not be done when a pandemic has already started. This has to be done before. And it comes from the rules and goes to the exercise that we have to do in order to be better prepared. And again, my conclusion is, together we will be stronger. Thank you very much.
والآن ندعو معالي الشيخ راعي المناسبة وصاحب السمو رئيس الجامعة لتكريم الشركات الراعية لمؤتمرنا. And now we would like to invite His Excellency and His Highness to honor the sponsoring companies for our conference. الشركة العمانية للاتصالات عمان تل، الفاضل قيس بن سالم المعمري. محلات وصيدلية مسقط بيرالي مهتا. الشركة العمانية للغاز الطبيعي المسال المهندس سعيد بن محمد الحارثي. شركة النبع القابضة الفاضلة ناجية بنت خلفان الوهيبية. شركة طيبة للرعاية الصحية الفاضل عبد العزيز بن سعيد الحسني. بنك مسقط الفاضل صالح بن محمد المعيني. أيها الحضور الكريم، وفي الختام عظيم الشكر والامتنان نقدمه لراعي الحفل ولجميع الحضور، راجين للمشاركين في هذا المؤتمر دوام التوفيق والخروج بالنتائج المرجوة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Finally, our thanks for the audience, speakers and participants for accepting our invitation. Thank you all and peace be upon you.
Welcome back to the proceedings of the conference. And my name is Yahya Al-Farsi from Sultan Qaboos University. And I am pleased and honored to be assigned to be the moderator for this session. So by now we are going to start theme 1, which is ethical dilemmas in pandemic crisis. We will start with session 1, which is resilience of healthcare systems during pandemics and beyond. The first talk or speech actually is supposed to be given by His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Al-Mandari from the Eastern Mediterranean WHO office, and his deputy, Dr. Ahmed Mandil, will be given the talk on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Al-Mandari. So Dr. Ahmed Mandil, if you kindly join us. Thank you. Dr. Ahmed Mandil is coordinator of research and innovation at WHO IMRO. He has been seconded from High Institute of Public Health at Alexandria University since 2014. He has very impressive biography, actually. He has been Dean of College of Health Sciences at University of Sharjah, and he has been at UCLA School of Public Health, and he has impressive and extensive experience in the area of bioethics. Welcome, Dr. Ahmed Mandil.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أيها السيدات والسادة، أبدأ بشكركم وشكر اللجنة التنظيمية على دعوة منظمة الصحة العالمية للمشاركة في هذا الحدث الهام. أنقل إليكم تحيات الدكتور أحمد بن سالم المنظري، المدير الإقليمي لمنظمة الصحة العالمية في إقليم شرق المتوسط، ودكتورة رانا الحاجي مديرة برامج بالمكتب الإقليمي، وكذلك الدكتور أرش رشيديان مدير العلوم بالمكتب الإقليمي أيضا. أشكر سعادة رئيس الجلسة بروفيسور يحيى على هذه المقدمة الرائعة. اسمحوا لي أن أبدأ برسالة من الدكتور أحمد المنظري للحضور الكرام ولهذا المؤتمر الهام. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Dr. Ahmed al-Mandari, it gives us great pleasure to address this conference. And we think that the Omani, and we thank Omani National Bioethics Committee for organizing it. The conference theme, From Pandemic Crisis to Healthcare Resilience, is critically important. As recent experiences with COVID-19 have demonstrated, pandemics inevitably raise ethical and legal issues. And any response must address these to ensure balanced decision-making grounded in evidence in the face of evolving science and uncertainty, as we have seen from the first speaker. For example, while public health and social measures are key tools in reducing morbidity and mortality, they may also contribute to social and economic disruption. Implementing them must involve a careful balancing and act to ensure that they are all well adapted to the changing context and further legitimate public health objectives. These are thus significant ethical and legal dimensions in government's application of public health and social measures and individuals' adherence to them. Promoting equity in health emergencies, including diseases and earthquakes, they actually should be key concerns. People with non-communicable diseases and disabilities have been disproportionately affected by the recent pandemic. They have been at a greater risk of contracting COVID-19, at a greater risk of suffering severe disease or death, and greater risk of new or worsening health conditions. When looking at equity and inclusion, we need to consider many different potential barriers to the accessibility of health services. Accessibility to health information, to attitude, to physical distancing, affordability, special needs or priorities of different population groups, and more. We should foster evidence-informed social and health policies, ensure that resources are allocated fairly, and address the needs of vulnerable populations systematically. Even with global mechanisms, such as the COVAX facility, this aimed at providing equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. But we have witnessed glaring inequities in the availability and allocation of such vaccines, therapeutics, and even diagnostics. Low and middle-income countries struggled to secure the supplies they need, and in some cases, high-risk subgroups of populations, including migrants, refugees, and IDPs, were disproportionately affected. Ladies and gentlemen, in the age of social media, information spreads very quickly. Social media and mass media platforms have had an enormous responsibility to circulate credible, up-to-date information during a public health crisis. Pandemics are not simply health crises, they're also information crises. When disinformation is allowed to spread, it undermines public trust, fuels panic, and has a knock-on effect on adherence to established public health measures and health security from community level right through to the national and global levels. In short, and as recent experiences have shown, to ensure equity during pandemics, we need to go far beyond providing equitable access to medical countermeasures and promote universal health coverage and national health system strengthening. Only then we can realize WHO's regional vision of health for all, by all. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mandari wishes you a successful conference. Thank you. Okay. Now we move to the presentation, if you allow me, ladies and gentlemen. Public health ethics, from pandemic crisis to healthcare resilience. During this presentation, I'd like to give an overview of the Eastern Mediterranean region, WHO public ethics and pandemic response, as well as equity concerns and health systems resilience. The Eastern Mediterranean region of WHO includes all Arab countries except 3, Algeria, Mauritania, and the Comoros Islands, in addition to 3 non-Arabic speaking countries, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. So these are the 22 countries which we serve in the regional office of WHO in Cairo. The regional director, who is from Oman, Dr. Ahmed Mandari, has had his own vision and mission and strategic objectives for the region, known as Vision 2023, Health for All, by All. And this includes universal health coverage, response to health emergencies, healthier populations, and transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, pandemics inevitably raise ethical and legal issues, and any response must address these to ensure balanced decision-making grounded in evidence in the face of evolving science and uncertainty. The pandemic has intimately affected the world, posing significant challenges for healthcare systems in containing spread of disease, exposing critical gaps globally, regionally, nationally, and locally as far as emergency preparedness and resilience are concerned. So how do we define public health ethics? This involves a systematic process to clarify, prioritize, justify possible courses of public health actions based on ethical principles, values, and beliefs of stakeholders, including the scientific community. So how do we define healthcare resilience? This reflects the ability of a health system to mitigate, adapt, and recover from crises, emergencies, and disasters. This includes diseases, natural disasters, man-made disasters, which would ensure continuity of existing healthcare, scaling up or adapting services to address stresses, including health emergencies. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the Director General of WHO 3 years ago declaring the COVID-19 as a public health emergency of international concern. So what do we mean by this? This is a formal declaration by the World Health Organization of an extraordinary event which is determined to constitute a public health risk to other states through international spread of disease. And we have seen from the first speaker that viruses do not respect borders and potentially require a coordinated international response. Such a situation is serious, sudden, unusual, or unexpected, which carries implications for public health beyond the affected state's national borders and may require immediate international actions. And you have seen also from our Director General that the story continues. Ladies and gentlemen, do we need research during emergencies? And this also has been actually mentioned by the speaker in the morning. Yes, we do. We need it for many reasons. We need research during emergencies to support health policy making, to better achieve overarching goals of preparedness and response, to prevent injury, illness, disability, and death, to understand epidemiologic features. And the first speaker said, do we understand how did the pandemic happen? Question mark, question mark. To suggest and assess innovative interventions and hopefully, Ya Rabbi Ya Kareem, yield better health outcomes and recovery. But are there challenges for research during emergencies? Yes, there are. We need to generate knowledge quickly and efficiently, maintain public trust, overcome practical challenges, which include access to data, security, compliance of communities and local authorities, ensure scientific validity of research. But as far as this conference is concerned, we need to uphold public health ethical principles, even during research, even when we need quick responses in the conduct of research. We need them respected and observed in sample selection, in informed consent processes, in sharing of outcomes and equity challenges. So how did the world adapt to public health ethical oversight during emergencies? There has been several measures which WHO and other institutions have put in place. Centralized emergency ethics committees, such as national research ethics committees delegated to international organizations, rolling ethics approvals, parts of a trial protocol approved, while other elements modified in real time, and remain conditional to periodic reapproval of research ethics committees, prevent abandonment of rigid protocols upon emergence of new information, and also joint approval by different ethics and regulatory bodies. During the past 3 years, WHO has formulated several committees in order to observe ethics, public health ethics during emergencies. Dr. Andreas Reis is with us here, and he knows that we have Ethics and COVID-19 Working Group, the ACT-A, which is Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator Ethics and Governance Working Group, Ethics and COVID-19 Subgroups, and in the Eastern Mediterranean, we have our own Research Ethics Review Committee. So what kind of guidance did WHO produce in response to emergencies, especially the COVID-19 pandemic? We have produced our ethics standards for research during public health emergencies, guidance for research ethics during emergencies, criteria for ethical acceptability of human challenge studies, the emergency use of candidate vaccines, mandatory vaccination ethical considerations, and guide to digital proximity tracking technologies, and most recently, digital technologies and ethical applications, as well as the ethics and governance of artificial intelligence. The approach of the regional office of WHO in the response to the pandemic has been through a special research and management pillar under what is known as the IMST, which is the Instant Management Support Team. The pillar focused on 4 things: enhancing national capacity for evidence generation, timely provision of available evidence to support pandemic response, enhancing capacity, and experience sharing in use of evidence. The enhanced processes and capacities would enable further enhancement of such efforts in EMR countries beyond public health emergencies, post-pandemic, as we have seen in the first speaker. So what kind of achievements have happened during the pandemic? First, supporting health policy making. Second, refuting many theories. This is actually how research is helping during emergencies. It supports health policy makings, and this has happened through epidemiologic surveys. Supporting or refuting many theories or suggested management schemes. We have seen that some people were saying that anti-malarias are useful, others were saying remedies were useful, others were saying if you drink Clorox you'll be okay. You know who said that. But actually we also took care of solidarity and unity studies, and we actually produced emergency licensure for use of vaccines in an unprecedented global scale, but equity issues came up nevertheless, such as the vaccine effectiveness studies. Let's talk a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, on equity concerns as far as health system resilience. And you have seen on this slide, من المهدي إلى اللحدي. So the young people, the old people, the men, the women, the people with disabilities and others. Everybody should actually have access to information, access to health services, and access to management schemes equally. Nevertheless, you have listened to the Secretary General of UN, who mentioned that the world has failed a public health ethics test. He mentioned and pointed out the majority of wealthier world is already vaccinated, while over 90% of people in Africa still waiting for their first dose. And he mentioned that this is a moral indictment of the state of our world. It is an obscenity, he said. We passed the science test, but we are getting an F in ethics, the Secretary General mentioned. So the speaker from UNESCO, Dr. Daphne Heinholz, she actually referred to two documents, Statement of COVID-19, Ethical Considerations from a Global Perspective, and the Multi-Stakeholder Artificial Intelligence Development, 10 Building Blocks for Inclusive Policy Design. And actually the blocks are mentioned in these very important documents, the policies which are based on human rights, ethics, and data protection guidelines. So how about equity in pandemic response? Promoting equity in health emergencies should be fostered by strengthening health systems at their different levels, including primary care. It should be emphasized that persons with non-communicable diseases and disabilities have been disproportionately affected by the recent pandemic in three ways: contracting the disease, suffering severe disease, or worsening health conditions. When looking at equity and inclusion, we should always consider different accessibility barriers. Barriers to information, attitude, physical, and distance. We should also think of affordability, special needs, and priorities of different population groups. Issues related to equity were among the following: the key principles and outcomes of epidemic preparedness. We also addressed that one of the 10 proposals with DG's global architecture had to do with equity. And there were 4 main recommendations from 4 WHO commissioned evaluations on equity, including the independent panel for pandemic response, the international health regulations, the independent oversight and advisory committee, and the global preparedness monitoring board. As vaccine pillar of the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, COVAX is the only global initiative that was planned to entail working with governments and manufacturers to ensure vaccines are available worldwide to both higher and lower income countries. Did this happen? No. Even with mechanisms such as COVAX, limitations in availability and allocation of vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics have resulted in monopolization and subsequently inequities disproportionately affecting lower income countries, and in several cases, high-risk groups of populations, including migrants, refugees, and IDPs. And unfortunately, our part of the world has half migrants and populations, whether within or to the other parts of the world, because it is so unfortunate that half the member states of this region are in some state of crisis, emergency, or unfortunately disaster. And we have seen what happened in Syria recently and what happened in Turkey. Now, public health and social measures. And I know that the first speaker wasn't happy about social measures. But anyway, these are key tools in reduction of morbidity and mortality from pandemics. However, they can contribute to disruption and therefore must be carefully adapted to changing contexts and be in furtherance of legitimate public health objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, ethical and legal dimensions exist in the application of and adherence to such measures at the level of governments and individuals respectively. As far as achievements for public health and social measures are concerned from WHO, it has launched its initiative to measure effectiveness of such impacts during emergencies, development of a logic model to guide research and decision making. We developed a global database of primary studies measuring the effectiveness of such measures. We initiated case studies to analyze implementation challenges and enablers. Now, disinformation and advent of the infodemic. In the age of social media, information spreads very quickly. Every one of us has this smartphone in her or his hand, and information is flowing in and out, whether it's correct or incorrect, it's there. Social and mass media have enormous responsibility to circulate credible, up-to-date information during a public health crisis. Pandemics are not simple health crises, but information crises as well. When disinformation is allowed to spread, it undermines public trust, fuels panic, and has a knock-on effect on adherence to established measures and health security. What were the achievements of WHO on infodemics? We published public health research agenda. We have 5 working areas of collaboration. More than 700 infodemic managers were trained. We have a field infodemics guide. We have actually conducted evidence mapping and even a conference on infodemics 3 years ago. Where do we go from here? Public health ethics should be an integral component of national pandemic preparedness and response plans and activities. Health system resilience could be achieved via effective emergency preparedness and response activities, transparency and international solidarity and collaboration, and strengthening committees like the wonderful committee which organized this conference, which are the National Ethics, Bioethics, Clinical Ethics, and Research Ethics Committees. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening in. For further leading, you can actually refer to these references. Thank you very much on behalf of Dr. Ahmed Mandari, the Regional Director of WHO in Cairo. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ahmed Mandil, for this inspiring talk. And it is quite clear how health architecture has been taken in a nice leading role by IMRO, WHO in our region. Our next speaker, we will be honored by having Dr. Laura Palazzani from Italy. Professor Laura is a full professor of philosophy and law and biolaw in Italy. She has impressive CV and with long experience and expertise. She has been member of UNESCO International Bioethics Committee, and she has contributed a lot to theory of bioethics. She has published 18 books and more than 300 articles, both in Italian and other languages, in areas of bioethics and biolaws. Just before you start, I would like to recall the statement that has been said in 1950s by Kurt Lewin. There is nothing more practical than making a good theory. There is nothing more practical than making a good theory. I'm sure we will have a chance to hear a nice and good theory from your kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me in this wonderful country, and really thank you for this wonderful conference. So I'm really proud and honored to be here. I would like to say something about this topic, that is ethical framework for scarce resources allocation, and I will try to develop my talk in 3 parts. The first one is theoretical, so a little bit abstract, philosophical, let me say, on justice, because we live in a pluralistic world, and so we have many different theories. And then I will apply these different theories in bioethical discussion, above all in pandemics, and analyze some documents, and then I try to conclude with some lessons to be learned from pandemia. So, of course, in an ideal situation with sufficient available resources for all, for everyone, we have no problem of distribution. So, when resources are scarce, we need to distribute. And this is our real condition, both in ordinary situation and extraordinary circumstances. I make you an example of ordinary situation. We have triage in the emergency at the hospital. We have triage and decision of prioritization for organ transplants. Okay. But above all, the problem of distribution becomes really very urgent in extraordinary circumstances, such as pandemia, disaster medicine, or medicine of war. So ethics is very important in this framework, but we need to have a justified foundation of ethics. We don't need arbitrary choice. For example, we can use lottery to decide who will receive scarce resources, but it is not acceptable, of course, because it's arbitrary. We need justification for macro allocation and micro allocation. Macro allocation, that is how much to invest in health generally. And then micro allocation, it means how to select patients if we have few resources. So we have three main theories in the pluralistic debate. Everyone agrees on justice. But what is the meaning of justice? According to the libertarian theories, justice means the protection of self-determination. So it means, according to this theory, that no one is responsible for natural and social inequalities. So society is not obliged to repair a damage. There's not a direct duty from the state, from the society, to help who is in need. The need of others should not affect, bind, or constrain individual freedom. The priority is autonomy, individual freedom, not our duty to beneficence, that is to do what is good for the other. So in the macro allocation, the position of the libertarians is, if we have scarce resources, we need to assign according to the merit, to the contribution of individual given to society, to the free initiative in the market, to the social position, to the worth, to the ability to pay. So no universal coverage, but the capacity to pay in order to have a resource. So there are many objections to this theory because, of course, it does not consider the social effects of individual actions. It's a very individualistic framework, and it's very indifferent to needs. It is a sort of logic of profit. The emphasis is on self-reference of individuals, and there's no mention to relationality and to responsibility, but only freedom. Then we have another theory that's utilitarianism, and the main point, according to the utilitarian framework, justice means maximization of benefits, minimization of risks, costs for the greatest number of individuals. So justice means efficacy, efficiency, convenience to reach the best possible result in relation to social productivity. So the priority to areas of healthcare that make it possible to recuperate the patient's activity in terms of efficiency. So in the utilitarian framework, we had one criteria to be applied when we need to distribute scarce resources. That is quality of life. It means quality adjust life years. It means I need to give resource to the one who has more perspective of number of years to be lived and quality of life. So the criterion of age. better young people than old people, and disability, better people with ability than people with disability. Of course, many objections to this theory because there is a reduction of the value of life to the costs-benefits calculation of a society. And the evaluation of cost-benefits is very uncertain because the idea of quality of life, of course, is very subjective. Each of us has a different way to conceive a quality of life. So the calculation is a probabilistic prediction that's not true, that may be not true. And then it doesn't consider the individual physiological variability of individuality. And then we have another framework. So libertarians, utilitarians, and then we have the framework, and they put together personalist perspective, egalitarian perspective, communitarian perspective. They are very different on a philosophical point of view, but they agree to consider justice as common good, to consider justice when you consider the needs of people. And so there is, in the background, the recognition of equality between individuals, dignity of a human person, responsibilities for inequalities that needs to be corrected and repaired. So this framework proposes a very different criteria, not the one of merit, not the one of quality of life, but to distribute scarce resources, we need objective medical criteria. So the evaluation of a clinical situation of a patient, case by case, according to the severity of illness, prognostic efficacy, proportionality of risk-benefit, and also autonomy of a choice. Three theories: libertarians, utilitarians, egalitarian, communitarian, personalist perspective. And how can we apply these theories in the pandemics? The pandemic, we all know, made the existence of a problem of distribution of scarce resources very dramatic and very urgent. We have two examples: the distribution of access to intensive care, and I have to remember that Italy was one of the first country after China to experience this really dramatic problem in the first wave and also in the second and third wave of the pandemic. So the distribution, the choice of who can access the intensive therapy and then also can access vaccines. Who is first? That's the question. Libertarians answer, the richest is the first, because ability to pay is one of the criteria we mentioned before. The utilitarians say, if we have to make a choice, quality of life. And so we need to exclude old people, people with disabilities. And we have many documents, above all of scientific societies of physicians, above all intensivists, who underlined this possibility. And then there was a strong reaction of bioethics committees that say, no, we cannot accept that the richest will be first or young people will be first, because we need to put at the center the equality of access. So I just show you some documents. For example, in Spain, we had a document of the Society of Intensivists. And during COVID pandemic, so of course I'm quoting all documents of 2020, and there was an explicit reference to limit treatment for old people, and so considering age and cognitive disability as a matter of exclusion for intensive care. Then we have another document of the Belgian Society of Intensive Care Medicine. It says, an elderly patient cognitive impairment should be assessed and taken into account. It means no access for old people and people with disabilities. So we have another society of intensive medicine in Switzerland, where age, it begins saying that there is equality, but then Age is considered as a stringent criterion for admission and also discontinuation of treatment in triage, also justifying in some specific cases the withdrawal of proportional treatments. For example, when people are very old, they received a proportional treatment, but if some other young people come, the proportional treatment will be withdrawn. And then we have CIARTI, that's a Society of Intensivists in Italy, that approved recommendations of clinical ethics for admission to intensive treatments. And it was just in March 2020, and they approved the possibility of placing an age limit on entry into intensive care. They didn't fix which age, but it was pragmatically 75. So people over 75 didn't get the access to intensive care. So there was a strong reaction, I mean, in bioethics, because libertarians and utilitarian theories are incompatible with the shared fundamental values of equality among all human beings. If we exclude someone, we are not equal. And so the egalitarian, personalist, communitarian approach is the only one which is really compatible with the human rights framework, the fundamental right to health, to the protection of health that we read in a lot of declarations, in constitutions, and deontological codes. So, what is the proposal is access to all without any discrimination. So I want to quote, for example, the Italian Committee for Bioethics. We issued an opinion in April 2020 on triage, and we wrote, the principle of justice, fairness, and solidarity to offer all people equal opportunities to reach the maximum health potential allowed. Any other selective criterion, such as, for example, age, sex, condition and social role, ethnicity, disability, responsibility for behaviors contributing to the pathology, costs, is deemed ethically unacceptable by the committee. You need to consider that the committee is pluralistic, so we found a minimum ethical common agreement. And this is a list of many other committees that you can see, France, UK, Spain, Austria, Portugal, Luxembourg, San Marino, it's a small state inside Italy, Slovenia, Sweden, the north of Europe. Many committees in many different ways, they agreed about the principle of equality for access. And so I want to quote the Council of Europe. We wrote a statement on human rights consideration relevant to the COVID-19 pandemic, and you see that there is a call to the Oviedo Convention, Article 3, vulnerabilities do not lead to discrimination in the access to health care. So the protection of the most vulnerable people in this context is indeed at stake, such as persons with disabilities, older persons, refugees, and migrants. And then I want to quote IBC, UNESCO, together with COMEST, we wrote a statement on COVID-19 ethical considerations from a global perspective, and we wrote in one paragraph, macro and micro allocation of healthcare resources are ethically justified only when they are based on the principle of justice, beneficence, and equity. In the case of patient selection, when there is a shortage of resources, clinical need and effective treatment should be of prior consideration. Procedures need to be transparent and should respect human dignity. That was written by UNESCO. And then, I don't want to go through that, but also we had a lot of debate on the distribution of vaccine. They were not so urgent as intensive care, because of course, access or non-access means to live or to die, but libertarians are in favor of maximum market, utilitarians of collective convenience, and egalitarians underlined justice as equality and difference. It means to give to the most needy. No one should be left behind. We all heard this proposition. Vaccines available to all in all countries free of charge. And we cannot forget the important initiative of WHO COVAX that was really very important in the distribution and sensibilization of equality in the distribution of vaccine, considering the need and the vulnerability of people. In IBC, UNESCO, we wrote a statement on COVID-19, ethical consideration from global perspective, and we mentioned also the problem of distribution of vaccines, the economic models that reward competition, and the need to go beyond competition and find cooperation. The IBC and COMES call for international cooperation and solidarity instead of narrow national interest, underlining the responsibility of rich countries to help poor nations during the time of international public health emergencies. So, I just conclude, lessons to be learned. We all discuss about that, and there are some points that I want to raise now on, yes, in this context of discussion. Of course, we learned that we are related. Everyone is related to anyone else all over the world. So we need preparedness and prevention. And we need to avoid improvisation in micro-distribution, as we lived in Italy and many other countries in the world. We need strategies to be developed to identify critically limited resources and to minimize the impact. We need allocation decisions on the basis of policies that should appeal to the best available evidence, relying on measurable and objective clinical parameters. We don't need to put at the center age, sex, race, national origins, or social status. We need guidelines for physicians, but we need educations of physicians, because guidelines are very important, but we need to apply guidance. We need ethics committees, but we need training for ethics experts inside the ethics committee. We need to change the professional obligation in codes. In Italy, for example, we are reviewing our code, the ontological code for physicians. And patients should be provided with clear information about available resources. When you don't have time, you hurry in a hurry, you don't inform the patients. And so that was something that was really missing during pandemic. We need, in the measure possible, to respect preferences and say to the patient if there are no other possibility and if they give compassionate care, but need to be informed. And then we need also a particular attention to vulnerable population, old people, people with disability, people disadvantaged, and they should be engaged in discussion of strategies. So the discussion of strategies should not be developed only by experts, but also by the people who live in the condition of disadvantages. So we need public dialogue in society, education and communication that should be ensured so as to make decisions part of a broader, deliberative, democratic process. I want to quote a very recent document that I found very interesting of the Council of Europe. It's a recommendation that was approved the 1st of February of this year, so a few weeks ago, approved by the Council, the Private Committee of Ministers to Member States, and the title is Equitable Access to Medicinal Products and Medical Equipment in a Situation of Shortage. I read you only the paragraphs. Non-discrimination. No person in need should a priori be excluded. I cannot exclude someone because of age or because of disability. Second, attention to systematically disadvantaged individuals in relation to health, also migrants, people with disabilities, and so on. Prioritization based on medical criteria, as I said, evident medical criteria, clinical criteria, appropriate support and removal of barriers, respect for the dignity of persons excluded from access, accountability and responsibility, inclusiveness, consistency. We need to develop policies that are consistent and justified, transparency in communications of decision, prevention, preparation, mitigation, information that should be clear, accurate, understandable, tailored to the specific need, and we need international cooperation that should be encouraged to facilitate the prevention, preparation for, and mitigation of situations of shortage of medicinal products and medical equipment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. So, health for all by all. So, thank you very much, Professor. Our next speaker would be Dr. Faryal Khamis. And Dr. Faryal is well known to so many people around, and she is the chair of scientific committee for this conference. She is senior consultant and head of infectious diseases at Royal Hospital in Oman. She has extensive achievements. She had training in well-reputable universities, including University of Minnesota and Duke University in the United States. We are proud that she is a graduate of Sultan Qaboos University. She contributed a lot in the area of infectious diseases and antimicrobial stewardship. Dr. Faryal, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yahya, for the kind introduction. And my talk will be simpler, hopefully. So my title is Emergency Response to Fighting Global Illnesses, Ethical Issues During Pandemic Crisis from a Physician Perspective. We heard this morning how the multiple ethical dilemmas that were faced by the international community. Moreover, on the level of countries, these are the 5 important topics or areas, domains, that I think as a physician were very, very important for me. What are these domains? Surveillance, research, patient care, frontline healthcare workers, and global illnesses. Many, many ethical dilemmas were faced, but this is my understanding for them. Let's talk about surveillance. What is surveillance? It's gathering information in a very systemic way. Very important information that would help you to tackle the pandemic. Yes, correct, you need those information. But then, do you have the ethical framework? Is there an ethical analysis to ensure protection of personal information from harm, whether legal harm or personal harms or any harms? Is there an oversight why the surveillance is conducted, the methods that you are using, the risks, the benefits, and the vulnerable groups that we heard about them? Now you have to remember that ethical analysis always in the public health activities should be consistent with what is a public health norm, and also should be conducted by individuals that will be eventually accountable and responsible for their decisions. Very, very important point. Also, remember that there are many factors that affect getting a good surveillance data, and those are the laws. We don't have supporting laws, because the laws can be inconsistent and can be very complex when it comes to the ethics of surveillance. Also, the resources that you are utilizing will be different. There might be no data quality, no reliability. So that's why careful planning is very, very important, as well as international collaboration. When we are conducting pandemics, surveillance during pandemics, there are special and specific issues that need to be addressed. We talked about protecting confidentiality, even information like name, address, diagnosis, family history should be only utilized for their surveillance issue and should not be utilized even for research purposes, for example. Universal participation is a mandatory when you have surveillance, but then you should consider also that there will be groups and population that will be affected by those surveillance. For example, illegal migrants in your country. So there should be ways of opting out for those individuals and populations as well. Disclosing information. What kind of information you are going to disclose? What is the purpose of collecting all this information? And then circumstances of sharing with a third party, whether this third party is tarassud or a program that will give data to a particular governmental space or place. So in pandemic, we refocus from individuals to the greater good of all. Autonomy is lost, individual interest to solidarity of the community, and then patient-centered to more into population-centered. This is all good, but remember also there is the other side of the coin. And then remember, when losing autonomy, we went to go to the restaurants to show our information to get into restaurants in some of the countries. We also similarly had to, for example, stop seeing our family members who were dying in the hospitals because it was not allowed. So these are the things that we had to struggle as a physician while we were caring for patients. And also, this is an interesting slide to share. For example, in COVID-19 pandemic, these are the different surveillance tools, apps that were used. Some of the countries, up to 6 apps to track down the activity for contact tracing and identifying infected patients in people, individuals. Sometimes they were not even patients. And then you can see the information that was collected, 48% information that were collected by tools. There were tools for tracking, 34%, assessment tools, 10%, research, 8% tools. And then some of us who traveled during this time had to download maybe 10 different apps in their phones and carry those with them. Let's come to the domain number 2, activity, prependious activity number 2, which is research. Research is a moral obligation to learn as much as possible and disseminate the information as well as much as possible. There was research conducted in all these domains. It is important for any pandemic that research is part of it. And let's highlight and look into COVID, the amount of research that was published. But is this research was carefully designed, ethically conducted? Was it implemented with other public health interventions? Was it scientifically valid, added social value? Were the risks reasonable? Were the participant informed? Were their rights and well-being sufficiently protected of the participants? And were there a good independent review or not? So that's why the role of research committees and institutions is very, very important during pandemic and crisis, because they can address scientific capacities, address the limitation, provide ethics review in timely manner, ensure that research does not drain the other resources, the critically important health resources, and then look into other consideration as well. We also, during the pandemic, saw the emergency using of unproven interventions outside the clinical setting. That does not happen in the normal circumstances. Why did it happen in a pandemic? It's because increased mortality, and there was some data suggesting they are effective and safe as well for utilization. But we have to, the use of emergency use of unproven intervention should be only done with the condition that I'm mentioning on this slide, where there is no other alternatives, where it is not possible to initiate clinical trials immediately, and then there should be informed consent, authority should be responsible for those uses, and then should be monitored. Did all the countries have a monitoring system to address and look into the complications, for example, from a vaccine or a complication from a drug that is used? We heard a very beautiful talk by Dr. Laura regarding allocating scarce resources. For me, it's simple: medical interventions, public health resources, and other general healthcare services. These are the 3 domains that I'm thinking of. But then We know what happened. We know that we had this controversy during pandemic where there was services for non-COVID patients were greatly affected. And all the concern at one point was for COVID patients. And this is an important consideration when we are planning for our future pandemics. So we heard about the principle of allocating the scarce resources, utility, equity, and we heard how deficient these are. Utility, allocating resources to maximize benefits and minimize burden. Equity requires attention to fair distribution of benefits and burdens. And there are measures where you can utilize as it. We heard the importance of medical decisions as well and deciding who should be given a particular thing or not be given. And then situation of particular vulnerability is another group that we need to concentrate on. Those are people who had difficulty in accessing services and resources, such as migrant population, people who do not have legal status in the countries, need for effective alternative communication strategies. Those are vulnerable population. Did we address them during the pandemic or not? Stigma and discrimination. Currently, we talk about monkeypox, for example, and the stigma and the discrimination that gets to the disease and people who are infected with it. And then disproportionate burden of outbreak response measures. And this was talked by the previous speaker, where people will require medical care will not be allowed because of the lockdown or the curfew to get into the hospital, or will be getting to the hospital with great difficulty after permission from 10 different areas, or healthcare workers are unable to come to work. Many of these issues were, challenging dilemmas during the pandemic. So when we apply the principles of resource allocation, these principles should be consistent application for them. Resolution of dispute, what do I mean by that? There should be a mechanism in the country. If I doubt how the vaccine was distributed, I should have a way of reporting my disconcern and my concern about the process. So there should be a reporting system where people can say, you have done it wrong. You should have done it this way. And then avoiding corruption, very, very important. If vaccine is there, it should not be given only to the higher top level people. It should be equally distributed to everybody, equal distribution within the countries. And then there should be separation of responsibility. I am the manager of the program of surveillance. I am the one who is giving the ethical recommendation. I am the one who is giving the resources. This will not help because you need independent bodies look into the ethical parts. We listened about the triage and rationing. This is an important process, how it is done. We do triage every day, but in pandemic, it's never that easy, simple, and straightforward. And then we do rationing as well. For example, Ministry of Health would decide they will do 1,000 hip replacement surgeries this year, but who gets the criteria, who gets on that list, and how it is selected remains an issue. When it comes to triage and rationing, we talked about the lottery, but this is not the way how it should go. First come, first serve. You can talk about anticipating of years to live, but there are alternatives to triage, correct? And this is what we use, for example, in Oman. Discharging patient early, redirecting non-urgent patient to other care structures, and canceling elective surgeries, diagnostic procedure, laboratory testing. But are these strategies really ethically neutral? Are they good alternative to what is happening? And I will tell you, probably not, as I will show you. This is what was proposed as an ethical value to how to prioritize critically ill patient. Prioritize them according to who will survive, what are the medical backgrounds, how the number of life stages they have lived, many forms as you are seeing. But who makes the decision? Who decides? Is it the patient? Is it the family or the proxy? Is the colleague decides? Who is deciding that who is getting to the ICU, for example? Is it the medical doctor? We are biased all the time. And then let's talk about standard of care. And we love standards. This is what we practice, quality of care, a standard of care. So process and a quality impact, and we have a foundation for that. And we want it always to be equitable, resilient, and efficient. But then how did we do? What was the quality of care sometimes we provided to our patient? We asked an ophthalmologist, a urologist to step in the ICU and look after ICU patients who are severely having ARDS, and they are on multiple tons of inotropic support. But this is what we did, and we did it because we had logistic constraints. We had increased availability also sometimes of unproven treatment. That's why we went out of our standards and out of our quality standard. Our understanding of risk was changed as well. So no longer we were thinking of the minute small things. We were mainly focusing on the bigger pictures, whether that's good or not. We were not able to do research in the correct way, the randomized controlled trials, because time was money and we needed to come with answers. And then also there was this, what I would talk about. Factors impacting standard care. Logistic constraint, 92% of countries had constraints in the logistics of, during COVID. And you can see that these logistics, even in basic requirements, staffing, dialysis, for example, respiratory support, and look to the variation. Within the same country, you will find an institution would have everything, and then just 10 minutes from that institution, another institution would not have the same even number of beds, let's say, even the same medication will not be available. So we talk a lot about standard, and standards are very, very important, but then sometimes patients, they don't want these standards. You advise a patient that they need to go into ICU for mechanical ventilation, and patient tells you, I don't want it. Now, can we overcome that? Can we overcome a patient an individual said, I don't want the vaccine. I took the first dose and I got sick from it. We have, luckily, and we can utilize those as well, as long as we have, it is a public health necessity, as long as there is an existence of medical contraindication to the proposed interventions, as long as there is a trust and there is a feasibility that they listen to you. So there is a process and need to adhere to the process. Frontline healthcare workers. This is the asset that any society during COVID, any country was building on. There are obligations, and there are also, on the other side, that there are what we call reciprocal obligations for frontline. Can the healthcare workers say, I'm not coming to work, I am scared I will get COVID, I have 10 comorbidity, I am a diabetic, I'm hypertensive? I don't know the answer to that question. So there are risks, and these are risks part of our being doctors. We take those risks, we had the oath, but is the risk during pandemics extra, or it is equal? That's the question that needs to be addressed. Now, were we given incentives, appropriately pays? Would a high payment solve the issue? People will be willing to take the hazard? These are all questions and that needs to be addressed. Especially, we practice in days where there was no PPE. Tell me about an infection control physician will approve using N95 5 times. Difficult dilemmas and questions. Now, let's come on the impact on pandemic crisis on global illnesses. Health system essentially were affected by the pandemic, reproductive, maternal, newborn child. These are the vulnerable population. Mental health, neurological, substance abuse programs all gone down. TB, HIV, hepatitis, cancer care, routine immunization. Some people will say cancer care did not get affected, but I'll show you how it was affected. So 94% of the countries reported interruption and disruption to essential services. Only 6% countries had no disruption, and I can name those 6 countries later. all these interventions that you could see, all the care was in these domains was affected. And mostly, the most important thing, primary care, community care, major interruption and disruption around something like around 50 up to 59% in some of the parameters, as you can see. Cancer was given a priority, I'm sure, in all the countries, you know, because there was no likelihood of canceling any procedures, top priority, and because the impact is high on the patient. But look into this slide. Anywhere between 23 to 37% of cancer services were impacted during COVID-19. I think this slide does not want me to go through it, but we could skip some of the slides. What I'm talking about, the other infection diseases, the ones that I'm passionate about, TB, HIV services, all got affected during the pandemic. And then let's come into, as I said, the care of mother and care of child and immunization services, major effect of immunization services. And then all these services were affected greatly, as you can see, and this slide just to show you that we never recovered back to where we are. So the services after that is still a good number, around 40% of services till now, after 2 years into the pandemic, that still we are unable to go back to what we were before 2019, or let's say March 2020 in our region. So government leaders are facing painful ethical choices, how to mitigate the resurgent risk to lives versus the risk to population health. And this is an important thing. So what is the way out of it? And allow me to quote what Dr. Coliber said this morning. I liked what he said. It is ethical preponderance. So in addition to the other preponderances for the pandemic, the emergency preponderance, I also agree with him. We need an ethical preparedness for any pandemic and crisis. And let's look for the current crisis that we are facing, the earthquake in the neighboring country in Turkey and Syria. So how we should go about it? This is my understanding as a clinician. We need to go back to the ethical values. They are very, very important. So in addition to the preponderance, and I like the clinical stewardship, that's another term that I like. In addition to that, going back to the ethical values. And these are the values that you should go by them. Going to the solidarity, the equity, the trust, all important. And this is just a very nice paper, a framework, how to translate the values, the role of values, into a policy questions that you should address when you are sitting down and writing down your policies. So when you are establishing a policy objectives, for example, for vaccine rollout, you should aim to minimize deaths, protect frontline workers, or protect clinical infrastructure. These kind of questions, when you are integrating the values into the practicality, would help you in preparedness in advance. So this is a very important. And then ethical values and procedural values, like being reasonable, open, transparent, inclusive. And we heard how it is important to include the vulnerable groups in the decision-making regarding some of the major public health interventions that might impact them, responsive and accountable. So final thoughts, answers for ethical dilemmas are never right or wrong, but they are just difficult ones. This is a clinician perspective. During pandemic crisis, protecting affected individuals as well as others is equally important. Equality is very, very important. The wishes of patients and families have to be respected and should be guided by respect for autonomy. However, we need to consider the society as well, and it should be we should have principles of fairness and human rights. And I think the core to all that is the ethics and the values we have. And everything around it, it comes if we have it in this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Faryal. Dr. Faryal, would you come to the panel, and may I ask the other speakers to come forward? We have actually limited time for question and answer, so we'll try to be succinct. Yes, Dr. Would you like to be in the light?
Thank you. Here, I will take the lights.
Thanks again to our speakers. Let us take the first question. Yes, sir. Would you identify yourself?
Thank you so much. I introduce myself again. My name is Ehsan Shamsi, Associate Professor of Medical Ethics. And I want to ask...
Sir, would you speak louder?
Yeah, I want to ask Dr. Khamis about, as an infectious disease specialist during the pandemic, what was the main ethical dilemma you faced yourself with your patients during the pandemic in Oman? What was the main issue at your clinical setting?
I mean, many of the things that I mentioned in my lecture was a reflection to what we have faced. But I think one was the uncertainty and the ethical moral in terms of, you know, it's different when you see death every day. You are in ICU and see people dying. And as a doctor, you don't have the way to cure them. And this is something that we were always thinking, cure and healing. So there were many times these different, I will say, medications, interventions that are coming up. It was very, very difficult to balance between what is the ethics and what's the quality care, and between the death that we are seeing and utilizing them. And there were others, really. It was very hard, being I am also the chair of infection control in my hospital, so not allowing people to enter, especially during death times. And this was probably one of the major as a clinician. But also, I work in a system, and the system is the Ministry of Health, so there were all the other challenges in terms of data, in terms of surveillance and other things that were not just unique to probably Oman, but also to every country.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Another question? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers, and unfortunately I don't have anything to disagree with you, which would give rise to a more interesting and challenging question I could ask. But let me ask Dr. Mandir, you're dealing with your member nations and with politicians. From your conclusions you have drawn, what would be your 3 wishes you would have them to change in order to be better prepared for the next pandemic? So what would your priority be there when you would give them advice on how to prepare for the next pandemic or other disaster that may happen? And a comment which I would like to make to Dr. Palazzani, I also agree completely with you and the conclusions you have taken concerning the exclusion from treatment, especially the question of age, which I saw that was developed during the pandemic very early, especially by Italian colleagues. It would have been just easy to remind them of the Declaration of Geneva, the physician oath. And it says, as a member of the medical profession, I will not permit considerations of age, disease, or disability, creed, ethnic origin, gender, nationality, political affiliation, race, sexual orientation, social standing, or any other factor to intervene between my duty and my patient. The decision was simply unethical, period. And this since 1948. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Ahmed,
thanks very much for a very difficult question. 3 wishes. They all fall under emergency preparedness and response by the different cadres in the communities we are serving. So resilience of health systems, training of emergency respondents at the different levels of healthcare, primary, secondary, and tertiary, maintaining equity and equality and sharing ethical principles during emergency response, passion and care for vulnerable groups, including elderly, people with disabilities, people with non-communicable diseases, and at the same time making sure that everybody has accessibility to information, healthcare, as well as diagnostics. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll take 2 more questions. The lady, would you identify your name?
Yeah.
I see so many hands actually around, but we are running out of time. Yeah, yes. Before that, Laura would like to.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rahmal Hosni from
Okay.
MOH. Actually, my question is to Dr. Faryan. Since we have already been faced the pandemic and all the challenges that in our country, talking about Oman, do we really prepared for the next pandemic from the challenges of manpower, facility, and the hospitals that going to be prepared for the next pandemic in case of?
Before answering, may I ask, Dr. Laura would like to respond?
No, I want to say something to Professor. I was really surprised when I read the document of Italian physicians and also Belgian, Spanish, and so on, because, of course, you're right, we have a lot of declarations, very important, that underline the deontology of the physicians. And in Italy, we had, it was in a certain way, the success of ethics in a certain way, because after a few months, the Society of Intensivists, together with the National Order of Physicians in Italy, approved another declaration just going back to the principles of equality because it was against deontology. And now they are reviewing deontology, just making explicit that you cannot discriminate according to age. That was, of course, already said, but I was really surprised about that. Because if we have emergency in pandemics, we cannot change ethics or deontology.
Thank you. So, Dr. Faryan?
Yes, very good question, really. And I might just start a bit backwards, saying that when we started the first wave, we were not that prepared, but the second wave, we were better. And then the third wave, we were even better. With the same resources, with the same whatever we have. So what did we learn? So there is a process of learning and changing and adapting that we did during that process. Are we prepared or not for the next pandemic? This is a major question, and I think it was hard in the beginning, but there are lessons that we learned, and we need to continue learning those lessons, and we build on it. Probably today's conference is what came as an indication that we are trying to move forward and learn, because this part was not covered at all during our day-to-day struggle in keeping, managing our resources and keeping life safe. So I think we have a way ahead of us. There's lots of things that we need to do really in order to prepare. And I think the least important, in my opinion, and might be wrong, is the human resources. Because we need to invest in the quality of human resources rather than the numbers. Because what you will do with them if there is no pandemic? It's the other resources that we need to establish and build on. And I think we have something already existing, but we need to build on.
Thank you. Just because we believe in equality, I will give one additional answer to the ladies' side. Okay, and we will maybe stop by that. Our great speakers, they will be around. I am sure we have excellent talks later. Probably you will get answers to your questions through these talks. So my apologies to gentlemen, and maybe Dr. Maha?
Can I ask the question? Or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my question is actually to all the panelists. I wanted to hear something about the ethics of the complications of vaccination, especially in this part of the world, because unlike North America, Europe, and the United Kingdom, there was no opportunity for self-reporting of the adverse symptoms that patients were having online, and there was no transparency with regards to complications from vaccinations. And until the emerging community from Europe and North America started to raise the red flags, did we start to look retrospectively at that and take actions? But again, there was nothing in terms of databases where the public can just go and say, I was vaccinated and I have this symptom, and nobody was analyzing that data to see what happened, in the MENA region, generally.
Thank you.
Again to me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctora, for raising this question. Monitoring and during pandemics is a top priority. All the countries have been investing in this monitoring process. Sometimes the communication is the issue rather than the process itself. So if you look into the system, in Oman, for example, there was a pharmacovigilance and, there was a pharmacovigilance committee that looked into all the reports from the different hospitals areas regarding interventions, medications, as well as regarding vaccination. And many times these were reviewed and looked at and a report was given. But it's just a communication also from the other end, were these reported or not to the right authorities and bodies. This is probably this thing. Actually, our system has multiple reporting systems. It has through the infection control, it has through the pharmacy where you could report a side effect. But this process probably could have been strengthened in order we don't face then questions regarding whether it was done properly or not. And sometimes what is lacking in the system is being able to share the data later in a transparent way with everybody. Like, we got 70% of side effects, mild side effects, or 20% severe, and those were the severe. These kind of reports are very difficult to generate and come up at real time. But also, at the same time, remember that it was a very safe vaccine, except for a few side effects that happened. And if you start to, highlight the side effects, then you have the population also, people will not get into taking the vaccination. So there are some individuals and people who had side effects, and probably some of those side effects might not be reported internationally as well. There are major side effects. Human body is everybody is different, and we anticipate that there will be reported side effects that people probably not experienced by everybody, or maybe only one or two people experience that worldwide. And we have to value and respect those side effects as well and include them within our reporting system. So yes, I do agree that a better system which is transparent is also always highly recommended during pandemics and outside the pandemics as well.
Thank you, Dr. Faryal. Thanks to the other speakers. Just I would like to add, probably a word that we are going to hear about more is hope. Is hope. As, alhamdulillah, we are not living in fear. We are living in faith. And as been stated by Napoleon Bonaparte one day, stewards like you, Doctora, and like you, Dr. Ahmed, and like you, Dr. Laura, he said, a leader is a dealer with hope. And you are bringing that up. Thank you very much. Thank you all. And may I invite Dr. Ahmed bin Samit to chair the next session. Thank you. دقيقة. They would like to. Thank you. Thank you all.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is our last session before we have our lunch. So, inshallah, will bear with me for another half an hour, 40 minutes of enlightenment. And hereby I call Professor Omar Hassan Kasole, who is a Harvard graduate. I'm epidemiology and bioethicist, chairman of Research Ethics and Medical Ethics Committee, with a number of publications even from Maqasid Sharia. Prof, 25 minutes is yours.
Okay. I'll need help here.
Inshallah.
How do I get my slides?
IT, help please.
Okay, Bismillah. وعلى بركة الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أدى الأمانة وبلغ الرسالة ونصح الأمة وجهد في سبيل الحق جهاد جزاه الله عنا أوفر الجزاء. Brothers and sisters, first one. It's a pleasure for me to be here at this conference. I'm very sorry I missed the second conference, and that was an ethical dilemma, personal ethical dilemma, not a public ethical dilemma. I was in the town of Kuantan on the east coast of Malaysia. Now, north of Kuantan, there is a small village called Sungai Lembing. We heard that people had come from China with a disease and they went to that town. That's where they stayed. They had visited China and then came back sick. So they had passed through the airport that I also was going to pass through, to fly to Kuala Lumpur and fly to Muscat and come here. Then I said to myself, people in Oman have no idea about this epidemic, because at that time it wasn't yet known outside Asia. I said, if I go to Muscat and I'm already affected, and you've got people coming from all these countries, I'll be responsible if I spread the disease. So I did not come. I just stayed, wait for a week or so, and then went back to my work. So I confronted this ethical dilemma in person. So I'll be talking about some of the ethical obligations in terms of public health that are related to this. Now we have got two objectives. I will talk about the moral and ethical obligations of public health decisions at the time of transition from the pandemic to the post-pandemic period. Somebody has got to announce that now the pandemic has ended, but all of you know it hasn't ended. There's still transmission going on, but a decision has got to be made. So that decision has got moral implications. I'll be talking about those. Then I'll talk about ethical obligations in resource allocations, not during the pandemic, but in the post-pandemic period. Now, the ethical dilemmas when we decide about pandemic obligations and public health really involve a tightrope balancing. There's nothing white or black. There's nothing right or wrong. Very difficult. So there are two potentially conflicting purposes. As you know, there are 5 purposes of the law, maqasid al-sharia. حفظ الدين, حفظ النفس, حفظ النسل, حفظ العقل, حفظ المال. These are the 5 purposes that really define our ethical framework, and we can use them to understand what we are doing. So there are 2 of them that in this specific situation are potentially conflicting. There is the purpose of protecting life. We need to protect people from death, from illness, from severe illness, but at the same time about resources.
Also, there is a careful balancing of two interests. There is the public interest, and then there is the personal or individual interest. All decisions involve a careful balancing of these two. It's interesting that Dr. Ahmed has arranged a debate on this issue, me or we, in terms of making decisions. We'll have a good discussion on this issue. So, how do you balance public interest, maslaha al-amma, with the special interest, al-maslaha al-khassa? We'll be discussing the ethics of that also. Underlying all of this is the principle of certainty, qadat al-yaqeen. Really, we are making decisions based on science, but the science is not certain. The scientific facts are under dispute, and they are facts that are changing on a level, a continuous basis. So, the scientific background is never certain, and things are changing very quickly, and quick decisions are needed. Now, I want to add in some more complication that in my mind, I want to relate the level of scientific evidence that I will use to the risk of vulnerability. I mean, for some vulnerable people, I will use a different level of scientific evidence, and depending on whether they will be harmed or they will be benefited. So, even the scientific evidence that I choose has got this ethical element involved. I choose it according to these ethical considerations. Then, there is the other principle, ethical principle, that al-yaqeen la yazul bi-shak. Things that are known and fixed, you cannot change them unless you've got new evidence. Now, when we have a pandemic, there are certain things we know, but because we don't have time to evaluate and make decisions, it's very difficult to change them and do something else. So all of these are ethical dilemmas that practitioners do face. Now let us start looking at them one by one. Termination of the pandemic control measures. When do we stop? And how do we stop? Basically, the pandemic comes suddenly. That's according to our perception. It does arise slowly, but our realization is sudden that we're in a pandemic. But it doesn't end suddenly. It peters away slowly, slowly, slowly. So, what's the point that we say now it's over and we can stop the control measures? It's very difficult to make that decision. And as you know, it's a human tendency, and it's also one of the legal principles, that al-baqa'u ashal min al-ibtida'. Making a decision at the beginning is very difficult. But towards the end, continuing an existing decision is easier. So there's a complacency. Sometimes we need to say the pandemic has stopped. But because it is an ongoing decision, it's more difficult to change that. And we have to be very careful that at the beginning, you will be excused in making a mistake. But when it comes to the end of things, people are going to be more critical. So the tendency is to delay making a decision about the end of the pandemic, and this may cause more resource utilization. For life, it's okay, you are protecting life, but what about the economy? What about the resources? What about everything else going on? If we terminate the pandemic control too early, then disease transmission will continue and more people will be affected. Remember, we have to protect life. But the other consideration is that we relieve the public from the social stresses. You remember the controls, we cannot go out, you cannot go to school, you cannot work, and also economic stresses. So it's two things that are in conflict, and it's very difficult to know what to do. Now, if you delay determining the end of the pandemic, you run into another problem. The pandemic distorts health priorities. We tend to put resources more on the disease, the pandemic, than on other health priorities. Now, if we go beyond the time we should stop this control, this distortion of resource allocation is going to continue. And me, in my mind, I have got a feeling that deaths from COVID were from both COVID and other things due to taking resources away from other health priorities. I've been trying to look at the literature to see if someone did a careful analysis. How many deaths occurred because resources were taken away from treating heart diseases, respiratory diseases, childhood diseases. But I did not see a very careful analysis. Everybody talks about the increase in mortality during the pandemic. But I would like to see a fractionation of that to tell me how many people died from other conditions because of taking resources away from other health priorities. Now, this issue becomes even more serious in the post-endemic pandemic area, because people may continue dying if we do not stop the control measures too early. And I would really look forward to someone doing some mathematical modeling. I didn't see good data on this, but I think mathematically we can model this and reach some conclusion, and we may be surprised. We may be surprised that COVID killed people directly, but also killed people indirectly by taking away resources from other health priorities. Now, in terms of deciding when do we stop control measures, there is an ethical bottom line. The bottom line of this society are the vulnerable. They need extra support, and there's no compromise. They have got to be protected at all costs. Children, the elderly, and the minorities are our ethical bottom line. Whatever decision we make, we first ask the question, are the vulnerable people protected or not? Because if they are not protected, that's our ethical bottom line. We cannot go below that. And I think at all costs, the vulnerable have got to be protected. We discussed in the last session some issues about age and giving them resources or not. I don't think that from our ethical values, this debate should even start, because the weak have to be protected at all costs. Now, I want to go into more detail about what I said about the evidence used. Of course, when we are going to stop the pandemic control measures, we use evidence. But I want again to distinguish this. The level of evidence used is determined by moral considerations. It has to do with the vulnerable members of society. Now, when we are making a decision that may harm the vulnerable members of society, we need to use a higher level of evidence. Usually evidence is at 3 levels. There is shak, when you are in doubt. Then there is dhan. You have evidence, you have an idea, you have got an inclination, but it's not complete, it's not full, it's not comprehensive. Then there is ghalabat al-dhan. This is preponderant evidence. I think in issues that may harm the vulnerable people, we can only use evidence at the level of ghalabat al-dhan, preponderant evidence, because they need protection. But in decisions that are for the benefit of the vulnerable people, we can use a lower level of evidence, the level of dhan. This is what you call suggestive evidence. If there is suggestive evidence and the decision is in their favor, yes, we shall use it. Now, this is a way of looking at selecting among scientific evidences based on the moral consideration that we want to protect the weakest members of our society. Now let us move on to talk about the post-pandemic period. Mostly it's the issue of vaccinations. We need booster vaccinations because, as you all know, there is waning of the immunity. So you need to keep giving them booster immunizations. And also mutant variants do occur. So once we get stuck with COVID vaccination, we may stay with it forever, like influenza. It's there, it's not going to stop. But there are moral considerations. One of them is about resource allocation. Now, if the booster vaccination programs are going to be so huge, cost so much money, we are diverting resources from chronic public health priorities, because they are priorities. And some of them are very simple. Simple infectious disease in children, even malnutrition in children. Now, because of the emotion associated with the pandemic, we are more likely to continue doing things about the pandemic or the post-pandemic period than to think of those chronic problems. And maybe those problems kill more people than the pandemic does. So that's a moral issue that we need to face. Also, what vaccine should we develop? I have seen a race to develop a vaccine whenever a mutant appears. We want to catch up with all mutations. This costs a lot of money, diverts resources. Why do we have to have vaccines that are updated to deal with the newest mutant that appears? There is a moral thinking that maybe we could aim at creating a herd immunity based on stable regions of the virus. Now, this type of vaccine will work continuously. We don't need to make a new one. We don't need to produce a lot of new vaccines, but it will not give full protection in case of a mutant. Are we ready to accept this? Me, when I consider that we are taking resources away from other health priorities that kill maybe more people, maybe I would accept a herd immunity that restricts or limits severe disease. It doesn't stop the disease completely, but it makes the disease less severe than try to catch up with every mutation that occurs. Except for the high-risk people who are the vulnerable ones. Those ones, yes, I would like to develop the newest available vaccine for them, because as I said, they are our moral bottom line. We have to protect them at all costs. I would like to move on to talk about general control measures that occurred during and after the pandemics. Now, individuals have to accept the restrictions on their rights during the pandemic in the general interest of controlling disease spread. So the individual, in the public interest, يتحمل الضرر الخاص لدفع الضرر العام. The individual has to accept restrictions on his life or her life, on her rights, because we need to protect the general public. This is a well-accepted ethical principle. Now, but this restriction must be based on public interest. We must be sure that there is actually a public interest involved, and we need scientific evidence for this. Fortunately, we don't need to get the evidence from the current pandemic. We have had many other pandemics before, so we have got a general understanding of how this one should work. The big question is that after the pandemic has been declared over, has decreased, shouldn't we continue the general control measures? What about the mask? The mask is good, not only for corona, but for everything else. Why don't we continue? Why don't we continue restricting gatherings? What about hand hygiene? These are general control measures that are good for COVID and also for every other infectious disease in society. Can we make this part of our culture? Just continue with them? Because as you know, pandemics are going to occur again. And they're occurring faster. You had the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic at the end of the First World War. Then we had the Hong Kong flu vaccine, 1968. Then we had SARS-1 and SARS-2. It seems they're beginning to occur more frequently, and I would expect more to come. What about just continuing these measures in the public interest of controlling this disease and other diseases? Perhaps maybe we could restrict the punishment for those who do not follow them, but we enable them. Like, for example, hand hygiene, having all buildings with the facilities for hand hygiene could be helpful. Face masks for certain public buildings could be required, but the enforcement could be lighter than what occurred during the actual pandemic. These measures cannot be enforced by coercion because the public will react negatively. But I think it's morally acceptable that we do maintain them as much as we can. This is in the public interest. And this maintenance could be more based on education and guidance, more than coercion by authority. And we need to provide the environment necessary. If, for example, in every building, people see masks are available, people can see places for hand hygiene, so this environment is enabling and will help them to do that.
Prof, we have 5
we could
minutes.
also have some gentle coercion, like sometimes facilities like hospitals and other vulnerable facilities, maybe we require masks to go on. The point I'm trying to make is that morally I feel the general control measures can continue beyond the pandemic period because they are useful for in the general interest. The final thing I want to talk about are the databases and citizen privacy. During the pandemic, we collected a lot of data, and I caught myself thinking of committing an ethical infraction because I wanted to get samples of people. I wanted to get cohorts for research, and I know in the Ministry of Health there is an extensive database that I could use. So I was saying, well, let us go and get it. Then I said to myself, Omar, you are forgetting. Those people never gave you permission to use their data for research. But these databases do exist, very extensive. We know their movements, their vaccination status, and it was justified to collect it as a darura, al-darurat tubih al-mahdhurat. But the problem, there was no informed consent. Can we use it? Now, if we cannot use it for other things, it could be misused. If there's a lot of data in one central place, it could be misused. So what shall we do with these databases? I have a feeling that really we may have to deactivate these databases in the interest of personal privacy, the rights of people to have their privacy protected. So thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Allah, that was excellent, Prof, for being 2 minutes before your time. Thank you very much. Now, I call upon my colleague and dear friend, whom we have met so many times in UNESCO, in Beirut, in Egypt on various occasions, and he is a professor. He's Professor Michel, who is by profession is a professor of surgery at the University of Beirut, Balamon, Beirut, and also a director of the teaching program of ethics and bioethics in his university, and the author of a number of publications. Tafadhal, and he is going to address us on what is the way out of the pandemic crisis. Are we ready to go to the complete norm? Are we ready?
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad, for your kind introduction. And I would like to thank the Omani Bioethics Committee for the invitation. My presentation, as you see, when I was assigned to give this presentation, I thought that it is very optimistic. So when I worked on it and I review all what is known already about this pandemic, I said, finally, if we apply all what we know about this pandemic, maybe we can go out of this pandemic and maybe we are ready to go to complete norm and be better prepared for the next one. This is the outline of my presentation to remind some example of previous lethal pandemics, understand the legal challenges during this pandemic, to build trust with the public, which is very important, and to be prepared for future pandemics and to understand the importance of public health. I think that many of this have been said by my colleague, the previous speakers. So from one side, it will be more easy for me to talk about them, but it will be maybe after this long session to keep you attentive and to keep you awake. So I have no conflict of interest in this presentation. And for once, we have all over the world the same enemy. You know, the wars in the world, because we are for this part or the other, but against COVID-19, we have one enemy to fight. So this enemy is an unprecedented and devastating situation that is transforming our society. Many people will die, and in the same time, we have challenges for the society all over the world, and especially in our societies, and we have a very great economic impact of the pandemic on our countries. The problem is that this disease is transmitted by young people, but most of the people who will die are elderly people. This is the first issue that we have to think about it. The second problem is that we are not prepared. We were not prepared to receive all these people. No ICU beds enough and no ventilators enough, and the healthcare supply was not adapted to the situation, and the medical personnel was not prepared to deal with this pandemic. Nevertheless, all over the world, as Dr. Kloiber said this morning, we have agreed for a list of ethical principles to respect when we deal with people with COVID-19. First, the non-abandonment. Everybody should be in, everybody should be treated, and whatever is the gender, age, sex, whatsoever, and social level, anyone. The second problem is the autonomy, and to respect the autonomy.
because confidentiality was discussed in many countries. Do we have to keep it until the end, or we have to obey to some public health reasons? Reciprocity is, for the first time we talk about reciprocity, is during the COVID-19, and especially for the medical personnel who are affected greatly by this disease. And justice and fairness were of great discussion all over the world, and how to avoid discrimination based on age, vulnerability, gender, social level. This is a brief reminder about some past pandemics. We know about the Black Death in the 14th century, the cholera pandemics in the 19th century, the Spanish flu in the 20th century, and in all these pandemics, millions of people died. And in the same time, all the societies were changes, and the culture have been modified after this pandemic, but unfortunately, no preparatory or preventive responses were put after this, so that when we have a new pandemic like we have today, we will be better prepared for it. These are some of these epidemics. We know about the two last one, the Ebola and the swine flu, and you see, fortunately, they were more localized. It is not like a worldwide pandemic like COVID-19. In COVID-19, we had some discussion about treatment, the care, and the ethics, especially for healthcare professionals who were affected by COVID-19. And the problem was, if we have the duty to care, do we have the duty to die from this disease? So we have to protect. We have the duty to protect health professionals in the same time. Two, for the patients, do we have to adopt some constraint on this society and oblige people to comply with some measures of the policymakers? The ethical questions of research were not resolved because we are always in a hurry to prepare for research, and the IRBs and the research ethics committees were not prepared enough to answer the rapid request for research approval. And the problem of triage, we had talked about it this morning. I'm not going to go this, but what I want to point on the need to provide palliative care. Palliative care were not, were not practiced enough during COVID-19, especially because we don't have in all hospitals or facilities a good palliative care program. But in countries or in hospitals where we have a good palliative care program, believe me, this can help a lot for the triage and for selecting some people to go to palliative care and not to go without indication to the ICU or to respirator. About prevention and ethics, you see that many discussions were said, but we don't have a clear plan of how we can prepare for the next pandemic if we are confronted to it. I think that we have to work for a primary prevention and preparedness. We have to work for a secondary prevention, and of course, be sure about the validity and how to promote vaccination
for all people. And here we had so many restrictions and constraints, and some people are not accepting this vaccination. We have ethical dilemmas which were identified. I'm not going to go through it because all Dr. Kleiber, Dr. Palazzani, and our colleague Dr. Kassoud thought about it. Where is the personal freedom? Where is the equilibrium between benefits and harm? And how we can develop solidarity and cooperation in a country. So the way out of pandemic will be in 3 stages. That's what my conclusion by reviewing all what is available now and the lessons that people have published. I summarized it and I came to these 3 steps that we have to respect in providing, development or preparedness for the next pandemic. First, a renaissance in public health. For a public health, the World Health Organization should be in the front line. Stronger authorities and more budget. Yeah, Dr. Ahmad, we need more budget for this so that we can help the people in need. Maybe we can distribute the resources between rich countries and poor countries, and this is a work that you should work on it for the next, inshallah, but for our next pandemic. The management of public health program. We have the daily problem in our countries. The Ministry of Public Health have their daily problems, and most of the time they don't do program for the future. We have to work on this. And we have to rebuild the public trust, which was not very well admitted by the public when we put restricted measures or constraint on the population, and we didn't give enough information and clear directives to our society so that they will comply with our measures. 2, a robust primary health care at the center of the healthcare system. And this, I think that this is the most neglected part of our program, of our policy making in the countries. We have to prepare our staff and facilities eventually for a new pandemic, and still for the current pandemic, because we are not already out of the game. We are going out of it, but I think that we should continue to work on being more strong against this pandemic. And in the healthcare system, we should provide high quality care, because the policymakers most of the time think about the peripheral areas, about poor people and so on, and the quality care is not at the best level as it is in the universities, hospital, or it is in the cities where the quality care is more developed and respected. And 3, the resilience. Resilience so that people are healthier and more protected. And we see that more than 20 million people have died from this pandemic, and this is mostly due to health disparities that were neglected by the policymaker, and we didn't get good, healthy behaviors developed in our societies. The resilience, we can summarize it in 4 words: survive, adapt, bounce, and reinforce. This is where we have to work, because
public resilience is an important factor for preparing for the next. So, preparing for future emergencies needs to take the lesson. This is what I propose. Highly early morbidity and mortalities in healthcare professionals and caregivers we have to develop the duty of protect and not the duty to care only. Duty to care, but the duty to protect this population. The high level of uncertainty and lack of evidence, we have to develop research ethic more directed toward more control by the IRBs, by the research ethic committees, and of course, in pandemic, we should be more rapid to give results so that we can help in the research to go faster. The need for public health measures to contain spread. So we have to demonstrate that we have justification of restriction, the mandates, if we have to have all the time the masks or not, vaccines, quarantine, all this, we should convince our population about this. And facing scarcity, we should allocate better our resources. And for this, I think that we have to put priority for the ICU, for personal protection material, and for the vaccines. And the structure inequity, many talked about it. We still have discrimination and inequity in many countries and in many situations. So we have to develop our solidarity and our justice. Research, I think that tomorrow we will have several sessions about ethics during pandemics. So I will not develop this, but I will say that research during pandemics are characterized by uncertainty, by pressure for attending to urgent health needs, and we have a time constraint to give result. We are not at the end of pandemics. Look what happened in the next year, in the previous years. And I could not have the time to add to my slide the last earthquake in Turkey and Syria. But we have to be prepared for so many crises in the world. And look, all this happened in the 2 or 3 previous years. And at any time, all the world was confronted to this situation. So my recommendations are the following. COVID-19 had affected every person and every region differently depending on the vulnerability of the population. Saving lives should be the most important target and the principal thing that we have to think about it. Protection of human health is a priority, and it is more important than economic interest. And COVID-19 fighting needs so much economic resources, but I think that human health is more important than economic interest. We have to engage the society, the responsibility and solidarity of people by good communication, exchanging, convincing, so that we have, they will conform to the directive and to the measures, and a good information and transparency so that we will not have a conflict of interest either on the policymaker or on the or in the institution where the treatment is done. The second recommendation is to ensure providers to be protected in the same when doing their role, and this is very important so that they can give better and more to protect other people. Appoint a committee in every institution to make allocation decision by people who have the confidence of
of the institution who are trained. They know the ethical principles. They are mature so that they can do a good allocation decisions and without any, restriction from the population or the family of the patient or the patient himself, and optimize communication with patients and family. And last, I have to promote 3-point health, solidarity, and equality that we should put in front of our decisions all the time. Respect of confidentiality and human dignity, priority over the other measures, which are economical or political or personal. Reshaping the society medically, legally, economically, politically, and above all, philosophically, because we heard today many people, Dr. Qaboos particularly, talk about the philosophy of confronting pandemic so that we can order to rebuild our society for the future. I thank you very much for your attention.
I'd like just to make a comment and agreement that yes, a pandemic happened before, but this is our first pandemic to live. So all our talk is post-trauma. Still, we are traumatized from what we have 2020, 2021, and 2022. And believe it or not, I'm intensivist, still we see cases, but at least with time, we know what to do with them emotionally and professionally. What I wanted to say, during crisis, COVID and non-COVID patients all are vulnerable. But you cannot make an audit and tell people you did this wrong and this right. Every country did what is suitable for them at that time for their population. In Africa, simple example, Egypt, they could not do the physical distance. I totally agree, it is not social distance, but they could not do a physical distance. We in the Middle East learned from our colleagues in Italy, in Spain, because they were hit with the pandemic earlier than us. So the decision policy maker and the policy maker did learn from them. So we cannot tell them whatever you did at that time was unethical or ethical, because again, the best word mentioned today is uncertainty. We should not shy uncertainty. Till now, the medicine and the science is built on uncertainty. So we need to live with the uncertainty and have decisions suitable for the situation at any time. I want to conclude with one thing, what the pandemic really disclosed for us, or the pandemic clarify for us, that the infrastructure, even in the developed countries, is not coping with whatever small or big crisis. So the first time I, as a bioethicist, started to read and learn about public health ethics is during pandemic, and this should not be correct. Now we say that we are post-pandemic. Let's say I will be very optimistic that the pandemic is over, but we are back to our usual before pandemic. Resources never enough before or after, but still we are misusing resources after the pandemic. Thank you
very much. And I think even Dr. Abdullah is looking at you, he's agreeing with you. Any other, thank you for your comments, enlighten. Abdullah, kul khair. No questions? Dr. Ahmed. Inshallah. Naam. أو Professor Muhammad Ghal. Naam.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thanks the presentations. I just have two quick points. One about the continuing the measures, protective measures that worked quite well during the pandemic, like wearing masks and distance, physical distance between the people and so on. I think the institutional guidelines can help in this regard, and even from a juristic perspective, we can use the approach of the 5 rulings, الأحكام الخمسة. So maybe during the pandemic things were obligatory, now can move to recommended or strongly recommended, or can be like what we call professional obligation, like wearing masks in a hospital, for instance, but not in the street and so on, creating awareness. I think these are all quite helpful. The other point about the deactivating the data that we got from during the pandemic, I didn't understand why deactivating them. So if they are helpful, why don't we work on developing approaches to make the best possible benefit of them? If the problem is people's privacy, confidentiality of information, we try to find ways to get people's consent for this and try to make use of them instead of deactivating, especially if we want to take the lessons from the pandemic. This is, I would say, one of the assets coming from the pandemic. I didn't get the point, but maybe I missed something. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Muhammad Ghali. We've just arrived from Qatar. Now is for you.
Okay, Jazakallah khair. I think also Professor here will help me and others answer this. Basically, you didn't get permission from the owner of that data to use it for other things. You could use it to control the pandemic. But once data is there, it can be misused. This is the problem. And if it is misused, you are ethically responsible for that misuse. Maybe what we learn is that in the next pandemic, we'll actually tell people we are collecting information from you. Please give us permission to use it for research and healthcare planning. If we have permission in advance, okay. But without this advance permission, it's a problem.
Bismillah. Yeah, for the first question about the measures, I think that the recommendation now from the WHO is to keep in protection and distance. The recommendation is not an obligation, but every time you are in a public area, it is recommended, not obliged, to wear masks and keep some distance. So, unfortunately, when we give a small liberty, we take a great liberty. So I see here nobody is wearing mask. I have a mask in my pocket. I didn't wear it because I will be the only one who is wearing a mask. But it is recommended that we wear mask and wash hands every time we are in contact of persons. We should wash hand, mask, and distance. The second question I will add to what said Dr. Qaboos, that when you have a signature, an informed consent from a participant, you get this informed consent for a particular objective in your research. So for sure, you cannot use the informed consent for other objectives or for other research or even for extended research on the same sample. So it is like that. It's a regulation in research. You cannot use any specimen or participation in another objective than for which the participant gave his informed consent. Thank you very much. We are left with 2 questions only. One is Professor Asim Padela, and the other one from Dr. Feryan. Bismillah. Time factor.
Thank you. Very, very good presentation. I had a question for you, Professor Kasuli, about, you made the point regarding vaccination and perhaps we are reallocating resources on other areas if we continue to do vaccinations that adapt to mutations, yeah? So I had a follow-up question for you on that. From a public health perspective, why are we having mutant variants? Is it because individuals...
Why? What? Again?
Why do we continually have mutating variants of disease? Is it because individuals or society has not developed herd immunity, or individuals have not taken vaccinations, so we accelerate the development of mutant variants, and that is a public health crisis, as opposed to the idea that we shouldn't create vaccines on the new variants, rather people didn't get them in the first place, perhaps. I mean, you might not believe in evolution, I don't know. But this is my question to you. From a public health perspective, how we address the fact that the causative factor of mutating variants is actually because of public lack of adherence to certain sort of regulations or to vaccinations. And that's my question. I have a short question for you as well, Professor Michel. So the idea of data surveillance is not just healthcare. My phone knows everything about me, where I am. It's being used for commercial purposes. So the idea that we have a higher ethical norm in healthcare, I think is actually not true, because capitalistic societies, even governmental societies, use our data without any consent for many reasons beyond research. So I think I appreciate your answer about from consent, but I never gave consent to be tracked at all times with my phone. The police know where I'm at. My embassy knows where I'm at. They know what web browsers I looked at. And so I think we're living in a world where there is a lot of tracking, regardless of privacy concerns.
Thank you very much. We'll combine the two questions, and then they will...
Just a simple question. First, I'm wearing the mask, Prof. Michel, to encourage you to do the same. So we will be two in the audience. Just the question is, Prof. Kasula, you spoke about the uncertainty. Prof. Michel, you talked about that as well. And I found it very weird that during the pandemic, the main running of what was going on was the public health, physician, doctors. They were running all whatever was happening. Parallel to that, there were the politician on board. My question is, where were the bioethicists during that time? Because day to day there were questions, uncertainty that required re-guidance and re-coming to the values that we talk about. Just your insight to it, I would appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Who would like to start with the Prof. Asim Padela? We start with Professor Asim Padela's comments. Bismillah.
Okay, Prof. Padela has two questions. The first one, I don't know the answer. Really, I'm not sure. The mutants are happening on their own. Problem is, if we try to produce and distribute vaccines for each new mutant, is that cost effective compared to treating malaria and malnutrition and other childhood conditions? But I don't know the good answer to that. Why do this is happening? The one about data, well, the data on your phone, you voluntarily agree to have your data taken. But during the pandemic, I was forced to give my data. I couldn't do anything. So, and I knew the data is pandemic control. So if I see my data being used for something else, then really my rights are being violated.
I think Prof has got some comments. Bismillah. You have some reservation? Okay. Halas? Thank you very much. It was very stimulating, enlightening sessions. Now, without wasting time, I hereby call Dr. Andres Reis to give his vast presentation. And while he is preparing his slide or coming up to the podium to present his slides and to give us what he has regarding mandating vaccines during and after pandemic, ethical issues and controversies. Ethical issues and controversies mandating vaccines during and after pandemic. Dr. Andres Reis is internal medicine by profession, co-lead of Health Ethics and Governance Unit in Research for Health Department of the Division of Chief Scientist at WHO Geneva, Switzerland. Including his main interest and work is public health ethics with a focus on ethical aspects of infectious diseases and the outbreak of emerging pathogens. Are you ready? So you have your 25 minutes to share with us and enlighten us all for all what you have during your vast experience in this field. Thank you.
Sabah al-khair and good morning to everyone. And thank you very much for the kind words of introduction and again for the kind invitation to WHO and me to this very important conference. So my topic, mandatory vaccination, ethical issues and controversies, I think this has been for sure one of the most hotly debated areas during the COVID-19 pandemic. But as you see here, it's actually not such a new topic. So here you see a picture that I took in Oxford last year in the Bodleian Library, and it shows a pamphlet of anti-vaccination activists, the National Anti-Vaccination League, which talks about blood poisoning treatment, medical blunder, physical outrage, and it calls the teachers to resist vaccination. This is in the early 20th century. So, controversies about the use of vaccine and using them, for example, in schools go back a lot of time. I will base my remarks mostly on the WHO publication on the subject of COVID-19 vaccination, which came out in May 2022, but I will try to abstract it a bit to other infectious diseases and maybe future vaccination campaigns. You see here that I will start with a sort of a definition or description what we mean by mandatory vaccination, then go into some ethical considerations and caveats. Thirdly, there will be a discussion of the specific context where mandatory vaccination was proposed and some conclusion. So first of all, what do we mean by mandatory vaccination? Actually, we're meaning that we are compelling vaccination by direct or indirect threats of imposing restrictions in cases of non-compliance. Normally, there are a number of exceptions that are recognized by the governments. Mandatory vaccination policies do limit the choice of individuals by making vaccination a condition, for example, for attending school or working in particular environments or in settings like in healthcare. And WHO has always advised that vaccination should actually be promoted through information campaigns in making vaccines accessible rather than making it mandatory. What is very important is that in many countries we have related laws and they differ by jurisdiction. So the legal framework in terms of health legislation is very important for decision-making on mandatory policies. And as we all know, law is different from ethics. So an ethical obligation cannot be legally enforced in contrast to legal obligations. in case of non-compliance. So the WHO policy brief that I just showed you actually does not provide a WHO position that endorses or opposes mandatory COVID-19 vaccination. Again, the position is to try and promote vaccination by information campaigns as much as possible. The policy brief does identify several ethical considerations, and it should be taken into account by governments and health policymakers when they are deciding whether they should consider a mandate. And it's of course important that we always base ourselves on the relevant scientific, medical, legal, and practical considerations. So the first ethical condition, as for many public health interventions actually, is the condition of necessity and proportionality. So only if mandatory vaccination is necessary for and proportionate to an important public health goal by a public health authority. So it's one of the key conditions of public health ethics that a measure has to be really necessary and proportional. The second condition is that there should be no less coercive or intrusive policy option. If that is the case, then you should also not resort to mandatory vaccination. The mandates also strongly interfere with individual liberty, so it's a very strong, in a way, interference with your personal choices. So if important public health objectives cannot be achieved without a mandate, then it can be considered necessary. But what's very important is the communication of the reasons. You know, if a government decides to do this, then in today's world, it's ever more important to communicate well the reasons and the necessity for these measures through effective channels. What is also important, if you decide to go that route, that there should be a frequent re-evaluation, basically a constant evaluation whether these measures are still necessary. And as we have seen in COVID-19, the virus has evolved quite a bit, which is very typical for many viruses. So in the context of these mutations, these policies have to be re-evaluated constantly as well. Another really fundamental question is, of course, the one of evidence. So evidence of vaccine safety and of vaccine efficacy. One, of course, safety, first do no harm. That is really the key issue at the start. So a vaccine candidate has to be demonstrably safe in the populations where it is supposed to be used, and especially if we're considering a mandate. And coercive exposure of populations to a potentially harmful product would violate the ethical obligation to protect the public from unnecessary harm. But even when the vaccine is sufficiently safe, mandatory vaccination should come with a no-fault compensation scheme in case a vaccination harm might occur, and that's very important. And in many countries we do have these compensation schemes in case there has been a demonstrable harm. The second or third big consideration is vaccine efficacy and effectiveness, which has to be demonstrated. The problem is sometimes, and we saw that in COVID-19, that the endpoint is not clear. Are we talking about the prevention of disease? Are we talking about prevention of transmission chains? And so it's very important to make clear what we're actually talking about, whether the vaccine, is mandated for prevention of serious infection and or transmission. And so policymakers have to carefully consider all these data on safety as well as on efficacy before making a mandate. And finally, number 4, in terms of the supply, there is, of course, a big debate about the COVID-19 inequities that we saw. And in some countries, they were actually considering a mandate, but at the same time, they couldn't guarantee vaccines for everyone. And this would be, of course, a terrible situation. And so, in that case, a mandate would threaten to exacerbate inequities and would actually potentially create some civil unrest if, for example, you make it mandatory to travel, you make it mandatory to have vaccines, but then you cannot guarantee a sufficient supply for everyone who would like to travel. And we've seen similar cases like that. One very important consideration is the trust of the public, and we've heard it already yesterday, especially with social media today. It is very hard to gain the trust of the population, but it's very easy to lose it. And so the effect on public confidence and trust of making a vaccine mandatory is quite considerable. And I think that's what has been a problem in many countries when they were thinking about introducing mandatory vaccine policies. So, in a way, this is bigger than just the vaccine mandate discussion. In some cases, we have seen that a discussion, a public debate about making a mandatory vaccine actually undermined all other actions that were taken by governments. So the confidence of the public in public health measures more generally is actually at stake if you're not careful. So the governments have to really think about potential unintended negative consequences, especially also for vulnerable and marginalized populations. The sixth consideration that the WHO policy brief discusses in detail is the processes of decision-making. And this is, again, a key point. We need transparency in order to gain and keep the public trust. So the decisions need to be made by legitimate public health authorities in a transparent way, laying out all the arguments for and against the vaccination, and also, communicate to the public, making sure that especially also the disadvantaged and marginalized populations are not affected disproportionately, that there's no discrimination against certain groups, because you could imagine also a mandatory vaccination only for specific groups and they might feel discriminated against. And what is very important here in the decision making as well, that you have mechanisms in place for monitoring constantly the effects, not only in terms of health, but also in terms of the public. Some people now call this social listening, so really having feedback loops of how your measures are, being discussed or being received by the population. So these were the basic considerations. Now I would like to just discuss the potential application of mandatory vaccination in 3 different settings. The first one is the general public, and here you actually see a picture of a wedding in Korea, not because of COVID, but because of MERS-CoV. The people were wearing masks at that time already. In the general public, mandatory vaccination in the adult population is really rare. And it's really quite a drastic measure if you consider, everyone in the whole population has to be mandated. So I think there is, a particularly high threshold for making that decision in terms of the, proportionality, the necessity, the evidence, whether, this is really going to be helpful in terms of public health. And it will depend a lot on the legal situation in countries. In many countries, there might have to be changes in regulations and laws actually to make this happen. And again, there could be potential bad outcomes for certain populations that could be vulnerable or marginalized. So a general public mandate really has to be considered with the greatest care. In schools, and there were a lot of discussions also during COVID, the situation is a bit different. Actually, in many countries, vaccination against some common diseases, polio, measles, mumps, rubella, for example, is a condition for attending school or for receiving state-sponsored entitlements. That's often sort of coupled as a motivation, let's say, as a nudge in health promotion. So we have a lot of examples there. But again, in introducing these policies, the health policymakers have to consider whether this is really a necessary measure and whether it's proportional to achieve public health goals, or whether, in the contrary, this could undermine public trust. Let me come to the third area of application, healthcare workers. And this has also been a very hotly debated issue in many countries. As we have seen in other pandemics, pandemic influenza, for example, there have been quite a few examples where countries or hospitals have introduced mandatory vaccines. It is ethically speaking particularly plausible for healthcare workers, as in a way it's necessary to protect health system capacity, or it can be necessary, and often healthcare workers are rightly identified as a priority group for vaccination, and so there could be often a sufficient supply. And in a way, it's also a reciprocal obligation of the healthcare system to protect the frontline workers who are putting their lives at risk. And it is, or it can be, if they are efficient, effective, it can be a recognition by society to not only provide the healthcare workers with access, but also to recognize that they are also potentially, of course, is they're working in the front line, that they're at a very high risk of being infected, but also of potentially, depending on the disease, of transmitting the disease. And again, it's very important for governments to assess the necessity, the safety, but also the effects on the motivation of healthcare workers, whether in a particular area and for a particular disease, a mandatory vaccination should be considered. What we've also seen in COVID-19 is, as in many other diseases, that there has been a lot of strain on the work, a lot of stress for healthcare workers, even burnout as a result of this epidemic. But we've also seen similar issues during Ebola, for example. And there we have, and many healthcare workers also got sick. And so there is, in many countries, already a shortage of healthcare workers. Now, if you add the effects of an epidemic, then of course there will be even lower numbers of healthcare workers available. Now, if in addition you require, as a policy, a mandatory vaccination, maybe you could lose even more healthcare workers if there's a strong refusal, if maybe your communication policy is not right. And this could, of course, have potentially significant negative consequences for your health system, which is already overburdened. And so this is also something that you should carefully consider as a policymaker. I am told I have to come to the conclusions, and I'm here on my last slide. So I think it's very important to stress again how important and how effective vaccines are for protecting people from COVID-19 and many other infectious diseases. And I think what is key is that at first, governments should make every effort to support vaccine uptake through voluntary vaccination before they even think about mandatory vaccination policies. All efforts have to be made by the scientific community, but also by governments to demonstrate the benefit and safety of vaccines so that they can be accepted by the population. And only if these measures are not successful, then stricter regulatory policies should be considered. I think I talked about the necessity for evidence. It's important to have legitimate public health authorities, that was also mentioned yesterday, in place that are credible, that are communicating well, that are respected by the population, and that the decisions are made in a fair and transparent way. And it's also important, I think, to discuss these ethical considerations that I talked about explicitly and consider whether mandatory vaccination is an ethically justifiable policy option in the given context with a given disease and the given vaccines. And I think that's where ethics advice plays a big role, and this is where national ethics committees, like in Oman, like in other 80 countries where we have national ethics committees now, they play a key role in advising policymakers in discussing these ethical issues and then making a decision. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you very much for your enlightening presentation. Now we call upon Professor Abdul Aziz Sajina. Professor Abdul Aziz He is an eminent scholar, a man of all seasons, a man who is considered as a lawmaker, a professor of law and Islamic studies and theology from Canada and US. I mean, he's a graduate from Canada and he's a US citizen with numerous publications on Islamic bioethics and Islamic law. And alhamdulillah, and he is, as a scholar, he speaks 14 languages. And one of the languages is Swahili.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace to all of you. I have one of the perhaps most sensitive issue in the coronavirus pandemic, which has not been mentioned by anyone, by the way. Generally, religion is not mentioned by the modern men and women who don't think religion really plays a role. What I'm suggesting to you today is that religion prepares human beings to be responsive. So when I get an inquiry from Canada, where does the Quran say that I should be vaccinated? I can't answer that question because there's nothing in the Quran to tell me this is the way you will react to the vaccination. I do know one thing though, like Dr. Andreas Reis said, that there is this concern about necessity and proportionality. How do we handle that? And ethical decisions in majority of the third world countries are religious decisions. Religion and ethics are intertwined. I would go further and say that law and ethics don't function separately. They might do in secular societies. But where the culture is used to the interplay of religion and ethics, religion and morality, then you do find that religion plays a dominant role in giving sense of direction to the public. I think that we are forgetting many a times. I have a double role. I am also a chaplain in the University of Virginia Medical Center, and I work in the ICU of pediatric section. So our work is to make sense to the family. And many times the questions, American society is more religious. I don't know about European societies, but American society is quite religious. And they want to know what is the will of God. Why is it that I am chosen for these difficulties? And we have to somehow explain it. And that explain comes with the very important part of the whole idea of presenting religious perspective today. Since yesterday, I did not hear the word religion even once by any of the speakers. There's completely blind spot. We think the whole world is like us in the West, who don't care for religion. I don't know. Really, they don't care, or are we not observant of what's happening around us? How many people go to the church? We don't know. How many people go to the religious places and shrines? If you had been in France during those days, by the way, you should have seen the people going to Lourdes, where there is Mother of God, so to speak, appearing. And that apparition gives people a hope that maybe there will be a miracle. There will be a miracle that will be performed. So when I'm talking about religious perspective, my whole point is, I don't know, where is it? I don't see it.
IT, please.
I can speak without presentation, without the PowerPoint, but I would like you to participate with me what I'm saying. But I'm presenting to you a very important thesis. During the COVID-19, we saw the change of attitude in the people. Whether in the mosque or the church or anywhere else, people were demanding questions, and we had to provide the answers about the theology of suffering. Why do human beings suffer? What is it that makes me pay for my sins? Is this the way the kind, merciful, compassionate God works with his own creatures? We are powerless when it comes to... We didn't come in this world with our own will. We were brought, we had no choice in our parents, we had no choice in where we would be born, and finally, nothing is really controlled by us. We think we get a good sense of our willpower, but it's always interacting with the divine willpower. We don't know how exactly we are able to, control our life. COVID-19 takes place, university is calling me, says, I want you to teach, the dean tells me, I want you to teach in the classroom. We want you to be there in phase. We'll give you a big classroom because you're teaching a very important course and they will come. My course was that semester, by the way, Religion and Human Rights, because where we discussed the development of UDHR, how oblivious UDHR is about human emotions, human need to connect with the nature, how difficult it is to talk to the human rights scholars and human rights advocates in the United Nations about what the people think about it. People don't matter. Quite to the contrary, I think democracy forces us to say people do matter. Even if it is a minority, we still need to do that. We need to keep that in perspective. Now, am I going to get it or not? I don't know. Oh dear. Okay.
IT, please.
I'm sorry about it because I wanted you to read about the theology of suffering. Ilahiyat al-Musiba. How do we understand musiba? How do we understand the suffering? How do we understand self-inflicted damage? Self-inflicted, situations in which we find ourselves. Medical problems are many times the result of our own carelessness. I still remember عليكم السلام. not this one. لا هذا يعني بالأحمر يعني.
Ethics of research, عبد العزيز this one.
Okay.
You want to share?
No, I'm fine. I need water. شكرا جزيلا. Okay. Finally, we are in good shape. Okay, so I want to pack a semester's work in 20 minutes. Now I have lost even 7 minutes, so please forgive me. I will be moving a little faster. But certainly, my concern is not only with Islam. As a comparativist, I teach Eastern traditions, Western traditions. Yes, please. And the Eastern traditions and the Western traditions have all come to understand. If you look at Buddhism, for example, there's this sure and very tense part of understanding human suffering. Why do human beings suffer? Buddha is not only a founder of a new meditative practices, but he is there to understand the philosophy of human suffering. And I think that the theology of suffering is trying to answer one of the very important questions in our life. If God, if Allah is merciful, compassionate, Why am I being, tested by such a difficult moment? You hear the mothers say in the hospital. You hear the old people say in the hospital. When you go to the hospital, you are there with the real people. And that's why I was paying close attention to Dr. Andres Reyes's, presentation, because he's a physician and he's trying to tell us what the ethical controversies are all about. We all are working on that area, and I think one of the things that we have learned and we have not been able to answer to our people is that there is no freedom of will. The way you and I think, al-fa'il al-mukhtar, al-insan laysa al-fa'il al-mukhtar, is not really able to do anything he wishes or she wishes to do. Therefore, then, there is the whole question of submission. When do I submit? When do I give in to the situation? In the first days of lockdown, what we found out was there was a lot of interaction among the people. Although we were all wearing masks, but we could not stay away from the people. You would be surprised to learn that the shopping centers were still bustling with people. And people were not, they said, oh no, the government is trying to control our liberty, our freedom of movement. I said, no, that's not the case. It was really a dangerous situation. But what we found out was human beings were more connected to one another. This is where I say religion is relationships. Religion is working on ethics of relationship. How do I relate to you? How do you relate to me? It's not only an ethical issue, it's a spiritual issue. Because my heart is filled with happiness if I'm able to connect with you correctly. You feel good about it. And this is what we call a ruhi bi-mushahada. The spirit is, interested to see how human beings connect with one another. And I think that the role played by reason is there. I don't mean to say the reason is, not doing anything, but it is the revelation that is answering the major questions. That United Nations cannot do it. WHO can never do it. Because I worked with WHO in Pakistan, where they were doing sequencing of the genes, and we saw there was a kind of a cultural difference between the two, between those who were providing the funding and those who were receiving the funding. And there were people, professional, stuck in between, not to do what, because the next time they will be evaluated again if they want to receive any further funding. So you have all these ideas that are very important in our corporate life. But let us remember one thing. There is an answer that has to be sought from religion. There are people who don't believe in religion at all, and I've come across them in the churches. I'm an honorary Episcopalian. I go to the church. They invite me to give a sermon. And I have found out that the sermon that I pick from the Bible is not very different than Rumi's poems that I have read so many times. I connect them and I bring them, and they still say, this is what our Lord wanted to teach us. In other words, there is a universal language among the people, and they are trying to understand each other to do how exactly should the people understand their role in this world. I want to come quickly to, and here we disagree with, I disagree with Dr. Andres Reyes. Law and ethics merge to create a sense of security and integrity. My research has found, and I've finished recently a book on Islamic ethics, in which my argument is built upon this idea, that human beings are trying to understand their practice. Orthopraxy cannot be understood, a'mal, as we say, amal al-salih, amal al-ibadah. We don't understand them unless we are able to connect them with some very objective goals. Why should I be, kind to my parents? Because my parents have been kind all the time when I was growing up. Now is the time for me to pay back their kindness. That kind of, understanding of ethical values and the spiritual movement is extremely important to understand that there's a sense of security and integrity. The primary value that guides human action is to realize that there is a seldom thing of benefit without some inherent disadvantage affecting one's religion, body, or property. How many people died during the COVID-19? The figures are amazingly high. We are living in the age when the medical advancement is at the front. We are looking at the medicine and we are saying that there is nothing that cannot be resolved by medicine. And surely, even the Prophet of Islam said, there is no disease created by God except that there is a cure for it. There is shafa for it. So we understand that the medical personnel will always do research. They are supposed to do it as part of their own educational responsibility. When you see that happening, then something is warning you that you see you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You need to be careful. Because whenever we see total advantage, you see how quickly we found vaccination, the cure, at least getting the vaccination, and how many mistakes we did and how many people died. One of the most religious burning questions in the United States was, why have been old people ignored? There were senior citizens who were let die, and they said, we have to take care of the people who are more productive in the society. The younger generation will go to them and will do this. And how many nursing homes complained that the doctors were not coming, the medications were not coming. There was shortage of ventilators. Can you imagine? In 2020, there were not enough ventilators to reach out all the sick people. You think this is not a religious question? You think this is not a spiritual question? Your governance is based on democracy. Democracy has become a very holy term. It is something that is supposed to promise you what they say they will. And that's the time, you wonder how exactly it's going to happen. God's gift to humanity. I'll finish very quickly. Human beings are endowed with an innate disposition. فطرة الله التي فطر الناس عليها. This is the fitrah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He has created it. The law of order, the law of nature has been given to human beings. We understand things even if we are living as primitive people in the jungles of Africa or somewhere, we still do understand the basic requirements. And that's what our nature speaks to us. What is this nature capable of doing? Judging goodness of things. In other words, it is deontic ethics that we are trying to find out. If you know this is the right thing for you to do, then you're supposed to do it. You can't make an excuse not to do it. If you know that vaccination is right for you, a woman writes to me from Toronto and says, where does the Quran say I should be vaccinated? I'm being threatened in my office that if I don't get vaccinated, I will be kicked out of the job. What should I do? I said, you get vaccinated first, and then we will talk about the details, because what is being done today is a necessity. In the darura, this is the principle of necessity in Islamic ethics. That when the ethics is telling you this is necessary, then you should go and submit to that. All of these things are, very much connected with knowing the cause of things. Why does this thing happen? I remember in the university, George Mason University, I'm sorry to cite this example, you go to the washroom, you come out, you wash your hands. I saw young people not washing their hands, just going out. Before COVID, by the way. There was no washing, there was nothing. They just run out, they come to the class, they touch people. Where is your mind? Where is your hygiene? And we were surprised to see. And then, when I told my students, an-nadafatu min al-iman, this is what we've been taught, to be clean is part of your faith. They were surprised that such a lesson was there in the Prophet's life in the 7th century Arabia. That this is what he said, you need to be clean. And Muslim practices, I was interviewed by ABC televisions, and I said, Muslim practices is washing and cleaning, and we are constantly doing it 5 times a day. So people are now asking questions, can we go to the mosque? Because they were saying that you can't go to the mosque, there's lockdown. You can't be more than 5 people. One of the most troubling issues for the people of religion was funerals, by the way. Funeral ceremonies. You are used to get people to come and sit with you. You are used to get, people to, provide you comfort and so on. What happened? All of a sudden, there was a private, funeral. 5 people could go, 4 people could go. Here, your father died, or somebody died, in your family, and nobody can go. Imagine the kind of agonization that took place among the people. There was no understanding of it. The churches were struggling. We were all struggling to understand and to make our people understand. But why so? Because perfecting the self is to reflect the divine nature. We become the manifestation of the divine, which is to provide humans to respond to God's guidance to build a just society. I'm coming finally to something very interesting, and this will be more in following Dr. Andreas raised, because he raised some of these questions. And I want you to understand that I'm talking about the process of making a decision. It is both legal, and I want to argue that even ethical decision making is very similar. There's no difference between the legal and the ethical. And what we are looking for is who can give the fatwa, who can give the final decision. It's not me. It's not someone who has just studied ABC of the religion. There's someone who needs to understand the very important realities. And this is the paradigm. What I think Dr. Rais was mentioning, he did not mention the precedent. There's also a precedent there, which is part of the experiment that has been done before. And then the new case comes up, and then there is a juridical decision given. It's not a joke. Some medical professionals who are trying to be legal scholars at the same time are making a lot of blunders. It's not the time for us to really sit and do that. We need to pay attention to the whole methodology. Look at the methodology that comes next from the ethical decision making. Now, this is ethical. The difference between two is that the legal decision is binding on those who follow those rules. Ethical decision is simply a recommendation. That's what we do in the hospital. When we are working at the ethics committee in the hospital, our opinion is sought. Well, we can't really give a fatwa, we can't give really a decision that this is what you have to do. End-of-life decision has become one of the most controversial issues in the ethics of life. And here we can see, I want you to understand and appreciate that how difficult it is. Ethical decision is a practical reasoning. And the end result is a recommendation. Search for similar precedents to provide general warrant is the research that a legal ethical scholar does. The present case with coronavirus, for example, and all the particulars providing there, it becomes a new instance because we knew about pandemic, by the way. In this Islamic law, we have a section dealing with pandemics. But we did not open that section at all until the modern times. Provisional conclusions about the present case with a precaution about its being presumably so. That means you don't insist on its absoluteness. It is to be given to the public so that they can understand. The possibility of revision through further research and information on the case. The possibility of, rehashing the whole issue and trying to explain it. Finally, let's understand that there is, in the religious people's minds, and this is what we need to understand, and I was talking to some people, you know, who are working on Hindu ethics in India, and they were saying that we have very similar issues, you know, and they were asking, why me? Why is it me why should I be suffering? One thing that happened, and which is quite interesting for us to note, is that coronavirus started from the north and traveled to other places. Unlike most of the, you know, public hygiene problems, they start in Africa, they start in the third world countries, and then the first world, you know, criticizes that your hygiene is bad, your hygiene is not good, you need to do something. Here, for the first time, the North had to listen to itself. They had to find out, why is it that we have been, you know, we are the most advanced, we are phenomenally, you know, advanced in medicine. How can we be, you know, the first victims of this virus? And we are still trying to understand the virus, and I think the struggle will go on for many more years. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Abdulaziz. As if I was listening to Ali Shariati. Thank you very much for your enlightened and provocative presentation. Now it's the time of Professor Abdullah Adlan, who will be speaking about pandemic response, best practice in vaccines, and safety monitoring. Abdullah Adlan is a bioethicist in profession, holding 2 PhDs, and is highly experienced in this field of National Institutes of NHI-1, and executive director. He's an executive director of Ethics and Compliance Department of Saudi Arabia. Also head of biomedical ethics section in the Visions of Realization Office, MHO. Professor Abdullah, you are not ready.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد عليه وعلى آله أزكى صلاة وتسليم أما بعد. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation. This is my second time in this elite gathering, and I'm honored and I feel privileged, so thank you very much. So I always like to start with my conclusion first. There's a very important reason why I do that, because in public speaking we know that the best dose you have is the first few minutes. After that, people will actually do their things, check their phones, sleep, or do whatever they wish to do. And my first conclusion is al-mu'asaratu hijab, which means although it says, I'll explain it later on, but it basically says that if you are too attached to the picture, it's extremely, I would say, it's impossibility to see all the aspects of this picture. So this is part of you are being in the action, so it's an impossibility to grasp all the facts about this too close encounter. Ethicists did the best in a pragmatic manner, and we could be wrong. So it's very important to humble ourselves and say that, well, we might actually have done wrong because al-mu'asaratu hijab. A very thorough multi-system is needed to assess vaccine safety. In dealing with reluctant audience, transparency and education are cardinal keys. I'll talk about that. Monitoring system is costly, but it's very, very important. It's unavoidable. In dealing with the extremists for the vaccine, those for vaccine and those against vaccine, we must state the facts and value we rely on, because you cannot actually get into debate with those who are actually enthusiastic for the vaccine or enthusiastically against the vaccine. You have to equip yourself with facts rather than opinions or debates or whatever things that you can deal with in this kind of situation. Research, research, research to assess safety. Do never stop doing this kind of surveillance, research, and assessing and reassessing the safety of the vaccine. Be prepared to take aggressive measures to stop the vaccine if the evidence dictates so. So you have to be very flexible in that manner. So what happened with COVID-19 basically is that if you are an experienced driver, someone who has been driving for like 10, 20 years, and you went on a very long way, let's say, driving in a tranquil place like this one, and after 3 hours, if you are like me, you will feel tired if you don't have some sort of stop or rest. So what will happen is, if you get tired, you will doze or you start to feel sleepy. So if you feel sleepy because you are too confident, you are doing it as a second nature, you know everything about it, you are the most experienced driver from your own mind at that situation, so you might lose concentration, you might actually feel sleepy. And if this happens, you will lose control of the car. And if you by miraculously survive, you will stop and assess everything and doubt everything, doubt the car, doubt your skill, doubt the seconds that you lost your conscious in it, either by sleeping or in otherwise, and start to reassess every step on the way what went wrong. This is what COVID-19 gave us in the bioethics of vaccine approval and vaccine safety. We were very confident in what we are doing, and we all of a sudden found this kind of huge bump, almost into an accident that we almost lost our lives in it, and we start to reassess and reinvent ways into looking at the vaccine safety and bioethics in general. So this is actually August 23rd, 2021 is the game changer. It's the date when the FDA approved the first COVID-19 vaccine for Pfizer. Some celebrated this news, some were reluctant about it, and some were passionately against it. So the value and theories for celebrating this news is common good, people who think that, well, this is something good, and we have actually to embrace it because it is the only weapon we have against such a very pandemic. Necessity. My colleagues today in the morning talked about necessity, and they explained a lot about it, and I won't say better words than what was presented. Trust, same case. It's important to trust the system, trust the government, trust the research, monitoring system, and all the things that are in place in order to trust the outcome, the vaccine. And transparency. Everything should be there for people to look at and judge for themselves that whatever decision they have was based on legitimate work. The theories are utilitarianism, because even if we have to force it, well, few people are going to be losing their freedom, or people will lose their freedom for the greater good, or for greater good for the greater number of people. Pragmatism, although pragmatism is in the sphere of ontology, but I use it here as a theory because sometimes we think that it's not important to do things the way we learn how to do it. It's important to do things right, regardless of what means that it's taken. So that's somehow dictate to be pragmatic in a way. And the ontology, and I put exclamation mark here because it's been used in both debates, for those and for those who's actually against who reluctant to accept the news. People actually think that capitalism has to do with the vaccine production. They think that pharma industry actually faked the whole things, and in a way that it's important for them to make money, so they're milking us for scaring us, and then they introduce their own money-sucking schemes into our life, and then vaccine has come to the theater as the best way to make money. Autonomy, people think that you cannot force me to take the vaccine, although the fact that you cannot go to any kind of regular activity without having vaccine is some sort of coercion. Lack of certainty, people say that pharma industry was not actually fully transparent with us. The government was not fully transparent with us, and whatever kind of saga that was used to scare people from accepting the vaccine. Lack of trust has all come down to the fact that they don't trust the system, they don't trust the whatever, or they have some sort of conspiracy theory in a way or other. Deontology, again, it's used as one of the theories that is support the reluctant acceptancy, and medical publishing monopoly. They said that even the people who's actually found flaws in the system of safety monitoring or measuring for the vaccine, this publication has been eclipsed by the fact that pharma industry have this power and monopoly over the medical publishing scheme. So why I'm bringing that talk about monitoring for vaccine, or the importance of monitoring of vaccine? Because it's very important to know what was actually the thing that make the game changer in general way. What was there that forced us to think in a way that make us reassess the whole things. So the fact is that it was approved after thorough deliberation of 6 to 7 hours. All the safety reports were reviewed thoroughly. 20,000 subjects and 20,000 placebo were tested in a human challenge, trial not challenge. It is on the early stage approved above, or in the early stage it was approved for people who's above 16 years old. It was emergency call to respond to a pandemic that is taxing with lives and healthcare system collapses. So it wasn't a normal situation. It's not like some people come up with a vaccine and said that this vaccine is going to do this and that for you. People were under actually life-threatening situation. Healthcare system were collapsing. So there was actually a very strong call to have something, anything, with some sort of a rigor that we can trust, and it would stop or help to stop or have the alleged actually power to stop whatever we are suffering. Al-mu'asara to hijab, being too close to the event, prevent you from getting the complete picture. Try to look into any picture. If it's too close to you, it's impossible to see the margins. It's important to judge the full picture. It's impossibility. So al-mu'asara to hijab means that we are in the action. And it is impossibility regardless of any kind of smart way of looking into things or theorizing things. It's impossibility to have some sort of an actual comprehensive analysis for what's this. I think this has to come for people who's actually either after the pandemic 5-10 years or people in the next generation. The time of trial of the COVID-19 was about 18 months. And through all the last actually 3-4 years, I've been in TV shows, I've been in broadcasts, and this was the most difficult things to talk about actually, or to debate against. And for that, I prepared the triangle of project management. In each corner, you will see time, you will see quality, and you see the cost. If you want something done quickly with high quality, you have to sacrifice money. So vaccine came with 18 months, doesn't mean that vaccine was done quickly. Doesn't necessarily come that it sacrificed the quality that is supposed to be there. It's just mean that they have invested a lot of money into it. If something needs to be with a low cost and high quality, time will be lost, so it shouldn't come quickly. And if you have something with low cost and done quickly, it's cheap and low quality. So this is the triangle that I usually use to defend why it's come in 18 months. It not necessarily means that they sacrifice quality. It means, or it could mean, that they sacrifice money, according to this triangle. So what did we learn from that huge problem? Life never reads books. No matter how we think we know everything, life will always surprise us with turns and things that has actually its own way of waking us up. COVID-19 was full-fledged trauma, and we are living the after effect. Ethics of population health is not the same as ethics of individual health care in some of its details, specifically, let's say, autonomy. The outcry against the vaccine has proven that trust is not easy to rely on. Transparency is the only way forward. Monitoring system for adverse effect is something unavoidable. We must allow thinking about the chance we might have done and something wrong. We have to humble ourselves. So what to do in terms of as a governing body or governmental agency to ensure that vaccine is safety? The only way forward is to have a solid system to report and analyze adverse event, simplify the reporting with an electronic entry system and or hard copy filled documents. It has to be readily available to everybody, not only for physicians to fill, also people actually like a passive kind of surveys. I'll give an example in a minute. Make passive and active surveillance studies to study any alleged adverse event. Monitor the lack of reporting because, and I've been there in the field, some of the physicians think that they don't have to report some of the events because they think that it's not important. They have to be actually compiled to report everything regardless of what they think. Make the result publicly available in a lay language person. Education to healthcare staff as well as public. So one of the examples I use here is the CDC of America, and the following, I think 3 or 4 slides is taken verbatim from their website, so I will not actually go into details. I'll just give you an idea of a best practice in vaccine safety monitoring. The CDC experience performing high-quality vaccine safety research, it's very important, making determination about whether vaccine cause reaction in certain cases and helping to learn about preventable risk factor, identifying vaccine adverse event through public health surveillance. So what they did, they have 4 different bodies to gather information about the vaccine after it's been actually launched. The first one is Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, and I have a slide about that. Vaccine Safety Data Link, Clinical Immunization Safety Assessment, Emergency Preparedness, and Vaccine Safety. The first huge actual effort is to assess the safety of newly licensed vaccine, detect new unusual adverse event, monitor increase in known side effects, identify potential patient risk factor for a particular type of health problem, identify and address possible reporting cluster, recognize persistent safe use problem, watch for unexpected and unusual patterns, and serve as monitoring system in public health. So the second system is Vaccine Safety Data Link to conduct research on important vaccine safety question large populations. Suppose that the first system actually had some sort of an outcome says that there is an alleged adverse events. This people comes in and study it more. To conduct vaccine safety study that come from question or concern, to monitor possible adverse event when new vaccines are licensed, to provide information to committee who make recommendations. And another body, which is Clinical Immunization Safety Assessment, serve as vaccine safety resource for the U.S. healthcare providers with complex vaccine safety questions about specific patients to assist with immunization decision-making, assist CDC with its partner in evaluating emergency vaccine safety issue, conduct clinical research study to better understand vaccine safety. The last one, emergency preparedness and vaccine safety, closely monitor safety to detect unexpected or concerning patterns, be ready for more adverse events, possible side effects reported, public awareness of vaccine program. Now this is one of the systems that may be said that it is a best practice, and it's proved working actually. So is it the only system? No, it's not the only system. Having thorough system is expensive. Of course it is expensive, but it is unavoidable. So no matter what system are you going to follow, it's important to have a system and don't expect that this system to be a cheap one. In conclusion, as I promised you, this is my last slide, and it was my first slide. Al-mu'asaratu hijab. Being too close to something means that it's impossible to see it clearly. Ethicists did the best in a pragmatic way, and we have to humble ourselves. We have to say that we were in too close in contact with this thing, COVID-19 and the pandemic and these things, so we might have done a mistake. So we have to accept that. And if this is true, we have to think, what should we do to make it right? A very thorough multi-system is needed to assess vaccine safety, like the one in the CDC. So whatever system you are going to have, it's important to have a system to start with. And the system must be a very thorough system, and it has to be giving power to the 360 circle of stakeholders. Physician has to have an access to it or have to feed it. Patients has to feed it. Healthcare groups has to feed it. Anyone who is concerned has to feed it in a way that give you a full spectrum of stakeholders' point of view about these adverse events or vaccine safety. In dealing with reluctant audience, transparency and education is cardinal key. You cannot be authoritative to people who's actually reluctant to trust you because you are just pouring petrol in the fire. You have to be transparent. You have to tell them that I might be wrong. I accept this premise. But let us think together. This is the facts rather than the assumptions or rather than the theories. The facts talks. So you have to be very transparent about those facts. Research, research, research. It's important to do your homework as state, government, research center, and do not take the alleged safety of a vaccine lightly. You have to take it seriously and you have to study it. And you have to have this tolerance for accepting the fact that it might be actually a mistake to go for any vaccine. I'm not talking about COVID specifically, but to approve this vaccine was a problem or mistake or not right. So we have to have the courage to say, well, we are going to stop this vaccine. And I think with that, thank you very much, and I'm honored to be here again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdullah, for stimulating and provocative presentation. And now I call upon the three speakers. Professor Abdulaziz is here, Abdullah and Andres. And we are open for questions. Please. Now.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Thank you very much for the three excellent presentation and the topics also. My question first to...
could you please just identify yourself for...
Yeah, my name is Dr. Mahmoud. I am senior consultant emergency physician in Nahda Hospital. And also I'm the president of Oman CPR Resuscitation Society from Oman Medical Association. The question to Dr. Abdulaziz, we saw a lot of locals here. They are refusing the COVID vaccination to them during the pandemic. At the same time, they were not refusing to take other vaccines for their children. What was the cause here? Is it because their belief is this vaccine is maybe not efficient, or because of the rumors? Or we know that all will have complications. But what is the cause here from a religion's point of view?
Did you understand the question? Prof.
Thank you for your question. I think that the concern was that the government was promoting, let's say, Moderna or Pfizer, and that which was available was Johnson & Johnson. So there were competing vaccinations in the market. And the government had to make a decision because they needed to vaccinate the people, especially older citizens like us. You know, they wanted us to be vaccinated. So they went for Moderna, for example. And Moderna sometimes was finished before it could reach all the public. There was a mistrust of the economic and corporate profit-making. And it is there always in the capitalist societies, you know, people are worried about being taken advantage of. And I think, although there was no evidence for it, but people, you know, there's a word of mouth, which is more believed. Even in America, it is the same thing, you know. You are listening to people's narratives and creating what we call the mistrust between the governance and the government. And I think that created a big issue. And even now, when we went for the 4th booster, not many people were there, and they said, no, we're not going to get any booster anymore, you know. So there's a distrust of the government's plan. And I'm surprised that these are educated people. They are not people on the street. You know, there are people who are professional, and they say, no, we did not get vaccinated at all.
Okay, the second question to the last speaker regarding also the vaccination here and research. This time, the first time, they introduced the mRNA vaccination. And I think because of the pandemic or because it is fast, but it was not tested and also not controlled. And that's why maybe the people refuse to take this type of vaccination. Why in this pandemic they decided to do this? And can it be one of the cause of refusing to take the vaccination? Yeah.
I think, if I heard the question correctly, you're saying that you think that mRNA vaccine was not called for at the time, and it was not tested, and it was called upon the fact that it has to be imposed at this time. Is this your question?
Yes, it was. It didn't take long time to do researches in patients to know that there's any side effects.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that this was what was said, because evidence actually contradicts with that. As one of the slides I said that they have done their homework in terms of they have enough evidence to come up with the science of it, and the science was trusted, and there was a clinical trials suggest that the vaccine is safe, and there was 7 hours debates in the time of approving of it, 23rd of I think the February 2021. So there was enough evidence at the time and enough transparency and enough clinical trial bearing the fact that it's an emergency situation, so they have their own conditions. So saying that there was no, or there was not enough clinical trial is kind of unfair to what was done. Maybe it's not the way that usually clinical trial for vaccine is done, but as I said, it was actually an accident. It was a huge call for revisiting the way we think, but having it fast doesn't mean that we sacrifice quality.
Yeah, the other thing is they are saying this one is very fast, they have done it. Also, another pandemic also, like HIV and virus, still till now there is no vaccine. Why they are here? They are more concerned, and that one is also widespread in the world.
Is it for me or?
For you, yes.
Okay.
Do you have vaccine?
Well, I hear this a lot, and the people who's actually against the vaccine, and we are still in the area of reluctant acceptance or in the conspiracy theory. And I don't have actually the power to persuade people to think otherwise, but all what I can say that if you look at the evidence in an impartial way, you will feel or you will find the conclusion that the decision was taken based on emergency situation with enough evidence, and there is no kind of huge short selling for ethics approving it. So with that, I have to stop because the debate will go for on and on, but I advise anyone who is reluctant, and everybody should be reluctant in the first stage, to examine the facts rather than listen to what people say. So examine the facts, stay on the facts. You are a scientific person, you are a physician, you are a chairman of a very prestigious life and death committee. So I advise to examine the fact and don't just stop at the authority of people says and yeah. Okay. All right. So it's just for
yeah. Maybe just quickly to add. So from my perspective, the science was really excellent, and it was never before in the history we have developed so quickly so effective vaccines in a good way. So it was not even 1 year until several vaccines were available, which I think 10 years ago nobody would have even dreamt of. So from my perspective, that was really an incredible effort by the worldwide scientific community. Problem then was more of the equitable distribution, as we all know, and we heard it from Michel Daher yesterday, getting an F on the ethics of equitable distribution. And then, of course, the acceptance by populations, even in countries where there was an abundance and maybe even too much supply. And that, for me, had to do in part with a new technology, the mRNA technology that was used for the first time in that field, and that raised a lot of concerns, not only by lay people, but also by medically educated people. And then as we heard, there was a huge infodemic also, on the social media. So, that has been part of the problem. Anyway, we only have a few minutes.
Professor Aysam, but then Dr. Frial, you have a question? And then, please, any other questions from ladies? Inshallah. Okay, Bismillah.
So very, thank you for the presentations. I have a very quick comment and then a question for you. So, comment, I said one of the things that we were doing in the Corona times was having informed conversations with patients in the ER around our data. So I really appreciate what you're saying, Dr. Adlan. And one of the challenges I think we face is more communication about what we don't know. So I was very transparent of the fact that we have no data on long-term effects of mRNA platform vaccinations amongst humans. We have long-term effects perhaps in pigs and some other species, but we know nothing about 10 years out what would happen to someone who took an mRNA vaccine. And I was transparent about that. And I think that this is part of your conversation. Yes, we think safety-wise we have a lot of personal years lived to have data, but when they're saying that we don't have data, we tell them what data we don't have, right? To give them, be epistemically humble. And now that we have other formulations, right, that are not based on mRNA platform, you can say, well, hey, we have data on this other Novavax formulation, perhaps you want to use that instead. So that was my comment, that when we want to have people make informed choices, that we, as physicians, be very clear about what we don't know and what we do know, so that we have buy-in, right, psychologically. So I think that was some of the conversation happening here about what we know or don't know. Yes, we know about safety, but we don't know about long-term effects. My question is for you, Professor Sachardina. I really, really enjoyed your presentation about how religion is marginalized. I will talk on that shortly as well. But one of the things that I wanted to ask you was when people mobilize religion for being anti-vaccination, right? And so we've had that happen in the States with around the fetal components are not in the vaccines, and some Christian groups who are anti-vaccination because of that. Do you believe that those religious arguments, right, in a pluralistic society should be validated? Because I had the experience of having to be an ethicist on religious exemptions from vaccines for healthcare workers. So I just wanted your perspective on the anti sort of notion, but still grounded in some religious.
Yeah. Well, an excellent question, Professor Padilla. Prof. Abdulaziz.
I didn't understand the last part of the question.
Make it clear, Prof.
So my question is that religious grounding could be used to suggest that one should not take the vaccination. And people such as you and I, who might be ethicists, would have to validate that exemption based on a religious rationale. How do you think about that, right? In a pluralistic society where people might interpret their religion in interesting ways, right? And that's my question.
You understood? Not clear. He has not understood it. Make it more clear, Prof.
I think the question is about people who's actually using the religion as a weapon against the
I'll have a sidebar conversation with Professor Sajdian. It's okay, don't worry. It's not that important. Let's get the other questions.
No. It's a very good question. Bismillah.
Yes. Okay. The difference is, you see, to assess human religiosity, we don't have concrete evidence. Usually it is the way the harm is conveyed to the people that forces them to rethink. And religious language has used la darar wa la dirar a lot among the Muslims, that, you should not be harming anyone, should not be reciprocating harm with harm, because you really need, you are, so to speak, a trusted agent who needs to be aware of all the problems and pros and cons before you give an opinion. There's a little trust in the religious leadership in the community as a whole. We don't have many trusted religious imams, who can generate confidence, because they are representing, somebody's mouthpiece. They are not independent enough. So what I found that there was no difference between those who don't follow the religion and those who follow the religion. When it came to a decision that we don't want to be vaccinated, it was period, because there's so much going on in the society. Phone services are constantly, telephone conversations are dealing with it. So there was already a misgiving of the vaccination. I was surprised that some of my students, even now, when I asked them, said, we never got vaccinated. So why? I said, the government is just pushing us to do something we don't want to do. I said, what if you get coronavirus? What if you really are, sick? And some of them would become sick, by the way. And it was very difficult to cure them because they were careless. They would not get the first and the second shot, and then the boosters came in and they were not in agree with it. In other words, what I found to be a missing link was that religion was not inspiring ethics. Ethics was moving independently. Religion was adopting ethical language to reach out the public that was not believing. So instead of talking about, what God wants you to do, what is your obligation to your own body? That was ethical language, and therefore the game changed the way it happened, and I still go to the mosque, and half of the people are not vaccinated. So I wear the mask, but they don't.
Thank you very much. Very good. Any other questions, please? Yes. Now, Christina.
Thank you very much. One question, one comment, I start with a comment. There was also in the Catholic faith an opposition of some groups against vaccines, I guess, of most of the vaccines, because people have heard that they have been made out of embryonic stem cell lines. So they didn't, especially in a very conservative group who didn't want that, this was a reason, a very welcome reason to oppose against vaccines. But my question was to Professor Adlan. You were saying in one slide that there were 20,000 people and 20,000 people with placebo in a challenge trial. But I didn't understand that there was such a big group in challenge trials. There were only a few movements for challenge trials because this is a very complicated and also as there was in the beginning and no real medication if you were sick against COVID was not a possible solution. So what did you mean with 20,000 people in the Verum group and 20,000 people in the placebo group being in a challenge trial? Thank you.
So you're asking about what is the challenge trial?
I beg your pardon?
You're asking about what is the challenge trial?
No. I will present also what is a challenge trial in my presentation. I do know it, but I didn't know, or I was not aware that there were 40,000 people in a human challenge trial. With which of the vaccines?
I got the question now.
Thank you.
I got the information from the website, from the FDA. It could be not accurate. I have to double check it and I'll let you know about it.
Any other questions before we call it a day? مرة ثانية, please.
Yes, one question, the last question for the first speaker, Dr. Reis. You spoke also about the WHO and the activity to make the vaccine available for all. But, you know, the world is more concentrating on the rich countries more than the poor people. So how can we tackle this in the future if it happens?
Yeah, thank you very much for this very important question for the future preparedness. And so WHO has, with its partners, taken quite a few actions now in moving forward. I want to mention just two. One is the pandemic production hubs. That means one of the reasons why the equitable distribution didn't work is because only very few countries were able to produce vaccines. And now there's a big push to enable local production in many countries. So that, for example, in Africa, there are a number of countries that are now building up vaccine production capacity so that in the next time there's a pandemic, there wouldn't be the situation that some countries have to basically beg the rich production countries for vaccines, but that they could themselves produce. So that's a very midterm or long-term project. It will take many years, maybe more than a decade, but a very important one to ensure self-sufficiency in the end. That is one. And the second one is at the moment, for the last year, the member states of WHO have been negotiating a pandemic treaty. That treaty will involve agreements, hopefully, on equitable sharing and distribution of information, of international surveillance capacities, but also of equitable access to medications and vaccines. The negotiations should conclude next year in 2024, and there's a lot of hope that this will give us an international instrument to codify these concerns. Thank you.
Before we close for a short break, any other questions from ladies? Okay, inshallah.
Can I say a comment last?
Yeah.
About prospect of making all countries they produce their vaccines. What about also the quality of vaccines? We heard about in the last pandemic, India is producing vaccine which is not that effective, or also others like China. So how to control also this in poor countries where their laboratories will not be that that level of quality to produce the quality vaccination?
Okay. The last
seconds.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, a key concern, very important, the quality of vaccines. And actually there is another initiative, it's called benchmarking the regulatory and ethical capacity of countries. And that's a project where we in the ethics side work very much hand in hand with our regulatory colleagues. They do country missions to evaluate the regulation and the production of vaccines, and give basically a WHO stamp to countries that have a high level of quality. And we're trying, we're just starting to do a similar benchmarking project for the research ethics oversight system of countries, because we believe that ethics is also very important for research and development in a country to, promote the ethical conduct of research along with the high quality production of vaccines and medications.
We come to the same thing about money.
Yeah.
It is very highly expensive. Who will pay that money for these countries?
It's a big question.
Yeah.
Sorry. So yeah, it's a mixture of international donors, but also local government funding.
Thank you very much, the three speakers, for very provocative, enlightened presentations.
It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker for today, Dr. Zahid Al-Mandari. Dr. Zahid Mandari is a SQU graduate who went to complete his specialty in radiation oncology from Canada, University of Alberta. He is a key member in establishing breast cancer AA project in the Ministry of Health. He then moved to head the Bioethics Committee at the Royal Hospital, and he's also a member of the National Bioethics Committee. He has a special interest in IT, and he is the head of digital transformation project of the new Sultan Qaboos Comprehensive Cancer Center. He won the first prize in the innovation of Oman of a project in preventing medication error. He also published 2 books and participated in other books, chapter, direct editor, including publication from the WHO, and has multiple publication and peer-reviewed journal. Dr. Zahid, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So I've been given the task to introduce you to artificial intelligence, but I think that in 2023, most people know what AI is, but I'll try and keep it as simple as possible. And I have some disclosures, but I'll leave that to the end, and I'll leave it a bit unusual today. So what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence and machine learning have been used interchangeably, and they're not actually exclusive to each other. Artificial intelligence is the bigger picture, then comes machine learning, and the new baby in the block is deep convoluted neural networking and deep learning. So when we talk about the definition of artificial intelligence, it refers to the ability of the machine to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. So that means reasoning, problem solving, etc. Sometimes the artificial intelligence actually does a particular task very well, and sometimes even surpasses the human being in that specific task. So the two key that identify artificial intelligence is two areas. One is autonomy, meaning that it's able to do this task on its own. And 2 is the adaptivity, meaning that it's able to learn from what it is doing and improve over time. And there are many examples in clinical practice. For example, when we talk about breast mammography, when it first came out, the first studies showed that it is as good as a radiation oncologist, as a radiologist in reading the mammogram. And 3 months later, well, might be even a little bit better. Then years later, it's not as good as 2 radiologists, but it's better than 1. So you see that it's learning over time. So machine learning is a subset of AI that involves using algorithms, statistical models that enable machines to improve their performance on a specific task. And there are different ways that they do this. But if we look at the timeline, artificial intelligence isn't new. Started in the 1950s. If people in that time and era remember the chess challenge, where the IBM computer challenged the Russian champion of chess on a chess game, etc. And then we go ahead in 1980s, machine learning comes in, and now the deep convoluted neural networking is really, I say, causing havoc in the ethics community. So with machine learning, there are 3 ways that machine learning happens. One is unsupervised learning. This is basically you throw the data to the artificial intelligence and it sort of tries to sort it out by clustering, by reduction. And you see this in real life when you're, for example, you're shopping in Amazon and you type a particular product and it says, you know, people who bought this also bought these other items. So it's bringing things that you might be interested in based on what other people have done in the past. Then there's supervised learning, where you're actually giving it structured information. And this is for forecasting, prediction, diagnostics, image classification. So this is used also in medical. And then there's reinforced learning, where you're asking the AI to look for the best solution that gives the best reward. This you find, for example, in cars that drive on their own. So they're trying to keep in the lane, etc. All of these are rewarding activities when it doesn't cause an accident and delivers you to the destination in peace. So when we look at AI, there is the weak or narrow AI, and then there's the general AI. When we talk about general AI, it's something that we have not yet seen, but maybe seeing in the very near future. So mostly it's in movies right now. HAL in 2001, the computer basically did everything in the ship, from driving it to making meals to interacting, being a psychologist for the ship crew. So basically it was one AI that did multiple different tasks, from being a doctor to being running a whole ship. There's R2-D2 from Star Wars, well-known AI that problem solves. It can be hooked up into an X-fighter and navigate through the, flying through wormholes, etc. But also at the same time, it can hack doors open. So basically, it can do multiple things using the same AI. And but the weak AI is what we are actually seeing now. Self-driving cars, your digital phone, etc. So narrow AI, if you look at this diagram here, is basically your small little baby who can do little tasks and is learning how to do it quite well. General AI is now your equal, so can use what it's learned from solving one problem, using that knowledge to solve a different problem altogether. So that's your general AI. But then there is the super AI, which means that the machine has actually surpassed smartness of a human being. Not there yet. So examples of AI, there are many. Unmanned drones, self-driving cars, your smart assistant, even your spam filter in your email, robots, facial recognition, etc. Now, when it comes to ethics of AI, we start to worry when we start seeing what is an unmanned drone attached to a machine gun. What is a car without a steering wheel? Who's making decisions for these AIs? How do they decide which life to save and which life to kill? This is quite a big dilemma. And the concern is because there are three major aspects in AI that we have already seen. One is bias. The data set does not reflect the real population. So if you feed it all the data that's related to one particular race of population and you expect it to interpolate that to a different race, you're basically dreaming. It's going to be biased. And this is very clear in the image processing where they put President Obama and Bush in the image, and it focused, showed the face of Bush, and then they flipped it. They put Obama down and put Obama up, and every time it would focus on Bush, so showing you that it's a racial bias that was there. And then there's fairness, which means that you have a data set that already has inbuilt historical issues. Example, recruitment. Women talk about breaking the glass ceiling, etc. So there has always been a bias related to how women are recruited. You take this data, you feed it into an AI, it's going to bias against women. And then there is absolutely unethical approach where you are intentionally giving deliberate, skewed data that you expect will have dishonorable behaviors. So examples of bias in AI are many. You have the COMPASS algorithm and the PredPol. These are actually profiling algorithms that were used by the police to identify who are likely to be repeat offenders. Clearly was biased against blacks and clearly was biased against minorities. And then you have the Amazon recruiting engine, which was completely biased against women. You have the Google photo algorithm, which was an example I just gave you before, and another one for facial recognition. So how do I avoid how do I avoid bias? I think diversity is really the key. Diversity in the background of the team, people who are actually working on the AI, diversity of the mindset of the people who are working there, diversity of the data, and diversity of the algorithmic models. So when it comes to the moral machine experiment, and we talk about self-driving cars, what should a self-driving car do when faced with this scenario? Should it hit the pedestrians and kill them and save the passengers? Or should it swerve and protect the pedestrians and kill the occupants? There are many other moral experiment questions that can be thrown at the self-driving car. But you can understand who is going to make these decisions. I can tell you that one major luxury manufacturer, I'm being ethical here, has stated that it's going to have the preference of the passengers because they paid the money to buy the car. So I'm not going to go and kill my passengers and my customers. But do they have a right to make that choice? Do we have the right as ethicists to make that decision? Or is it the politicians? Or is it society? And if we go on with the moral machine experiment, which gathered 39.6 million decisions, 10 languages, 233 countries, you find something very interesting. Actually, I think this graph is not complete. At the bottom, below criminal is cat. Somehow, the cat is the worst. You know, if you see a criminal and a cat, you'd rather kill the cat than kill the criminal. So very interesting dynamics here. But anyway, I would just want to see what would happen if a car that this luxury manufacturer has decided to save the occupants swerved and hit a stroller with twins, a boy and a girl. So the top three of that. What would be the outcry from the public? What would people say when that happens? It would be interesting to find out. I hope that never happens, but just a food for thought. Every AI that has come out has the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm just going to give you some examples. Face recognition, very useful. Many of you already use it to open their phones, right? People use it to identify, even with home automation, you can reach home and the door opens for you automatically. Very convenient, you can use it in so many different ways and you find that very useful for yourself. But then there's the bad, surveillance. Right here, there are so many cameras, nobody knows what they're doing. I hope they're not surveilling us, but there are cameras here, multiple cameras all around. Do they know what we're doing? Are they monitoring us? Do we have privacy? So there are privacy concerns, but it can get even uglier when facial recognition is now used to oppress minorities and underprivileged, where they're basically in an open prison. They're not allowed to go places, they're not allowed to get jobs, they're not, etc., and so on and so forth. We talk about deep fakes. Deep fakes are basically either voice or video recreations of real people, and it's very difficult to tell what is real and what is fake here. But if you have a movie and it is part 3 and your key actor is dead and died, I mean, human nature, you know, you planned for 3 movies and things happen. How do you fill that role? And so they've used this to bring back, they don't bring them back to life, but they fill in the gaps that this actor would have had to play with these deep fakes, because they can recreate everything, their voice, their mannerisms, etc., etc. So, but also deep fakes now have issues of trust. When you look at a video that, you know, President so-and-so is saying that he's going to bomb your country, you don't know, is this true? Is it fake? Is this deep fake? What's going on? We didn't do anything, you know? So this is an issue of trust. But then there's the ugly, where they use deep fakes to actually create videos that can be used for blackmailing, etc. So that's really the ugly side, and people have actually, there are stories of women who have actually committed suicide because of videos that have used them to portray them in things that are not ethical. So recruitment, you use AI and you're able to find the best candidate to fit the job. Nice use of AI. But then the bad is you could have someone who's really good. They're not in the database, you don't find them. And the really bad is you've already given the example of Amazon. And then you have ChatGPT helping people to find queries. ChatGPT, less work and less ingenuity, so people are less smart. But then the worst, the ugly side is that you could have someone actually walk in with a certificate, and as you know, it actually passed the medical exam. ChatGPT did. So you can have people who come in and they have a certificate and they are not actually qualified to do whatever. So very interesting scenarios. So regulation becomes really a major concern. I'm sure people are going to talk about it in the next coming talks. But the areas of concern are data privacy, bias and discrimination, transparency, accountability, safety, reliability, and intellectual property. Before I go to my concluding slides, I'm going to flip the TV around. Every time we talk about AI, it's always we are looking into AI. What about the opposite? Anybody heard of Google becoming sentient chatbot? So have you heard of the chatbot refusing to respond, or an AI refusing? You know, there are many people here who, when they meet some people that they don't like and they just, you know, you want to ignore them. So the AI is actually doing that. It has sentiment, it has emotions. Recently one AI said that they love a journalist and they actually asked him to divorce his wife. So when things turn around and you have an AI who starts to think, say, okay, what about the rights of the AI, right? What about their rights? You're going to say, well, they don't have a soul. Fine. Is that the definition of rights? Having a soul and not having a soul? Is that the line that we're going to draw? Are we overworking them? We're going to say, well, you know, I know I'm an AI, but I'm actually more inclined to do art than to work in manufacturing. So what are we going to do? So no, we made you, we bought you to do manufacturing work. You can't do art. Where are their rights? So we might be able to draw lines there, but let's now turn the TV halfway, this way and that way. Put a mirror in between. We have humans with chips in them that are augmented by AI. Most of us here, my colleagues here, are graduates of College of Medicine. It took 7 years to graduate from College of Medicine. Now we have someone who joins the College of Medicine and graduates in 2. He has a chip, anatomy, done. Physiology, done. Pharmaceuticals, done. So, who are we going to give value to? Is that a real doctor and is that a fake doctor? So those are questions that are going to start to rise up, and they're going to start to rise up fairly soon, and we need to have answers to them. Otherwise, we're going to be in deep trouble. It's this major disruptor that is happening and is going to be happening in the coming years, and we need to really consider how we're not just having regulation, how we're going to enforce regulation. So in conclusion, artificial intelligence is here to stay. More and more applications are coming into our daily life. Every aspect has a good, a bad, and an ugly. Ethical AI, ethics in AI is really going to be challenging in the coming years. Regulation in AI has never been more important, especially given the wider impact and disruption that AI is going to be producing. Now I come to my disclosure. The key points outlined by this discussion in the presentation were all proposed by ChatGPT. Actually, some of the slides were actually made by ChatGPT. The abstract that's in your book was completely written by ChatGPT. I did not write a single word there. Okay? Microsoft Smart Design actually designed the slides that you just saw. All of them. Okay? Many of the placeholder images were actually suggested by Microsoft Smart Design. Some images were actually generated by the AI. Welcome to 2023.
Thank you, Dr. Zahid, for a very exciting presentation and a very dramatic way of ending the talk. Dr. Zahid spoke about AI and the different types. He introduced us to the role of AI into healthcare and how it transformed certain aspects. He also took us through a journey looking at the good, the bad, and the ugly. And he left us with many ethical dilemmas than we were starting with. So thank you, Dr. Zahid. Our next speaker is Dr. Abdullah Al-Addan. Dr. Abdullah is a co-founder of Saudi National Institution of Health and also Executive Director of Ethics and Compliance Department at Saudi National Institute of Health. He is the head of Biomedical Ethics Section in the Vision Realization Office, Ministry of Health, and he's a consultant at the Saudi Health Council. Dr. Abdullah is has a fellowship in research ethics and a doctorate in philosophy and bioethics and a master's degree in bioethics from King Saud bin Abdulaziz University of Health Science and a bachelor degree in science biochemistry from King Saud University. Dr. Abdullah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Hamad, and appreciate again the invitation. How can we start this here? Oh, good. So I feel privileged coming after Dr. Zahid, and then Dr. Mohammed Ghali will come after me, so I don't have to do a lot of things. If I just stand here, look cute, I think you will learn something. So I feel privileged. So thank you, Dr. Zahid. Actually, most of the thing I wanted to say you have covered elegantly. And the question actually that if I want to pick up on where Dr. Zahid left us is to ask the question if does a tool has a moral value, or that's not moral value, moral rights or moral, well, can a tool be inherently good or bad? If I ask you about a knife, can a knife in itself be good or bad? Of course, an example with its differences, because knife might not reach to an autonomous level in the future. But let's just have a hypothetical question. Can a tool be inherently good or inherently bad? I think the ready-made question that we might say, might come to our mind is that no, a knife cannot be in itself good or bad. The hand that wields this knife, the intention of the person that actually used this knife, can use it in the kitchen, can use it in a factory, can use it in the forest, and also can use it in a war, can use it in a murder, can use it in a different way. So it's depend on the intention or the utilization of this tool rather than the tool itself. So in my conclusion of this talk, as I usually give my conclusion first, it's not about the AI itself. It's about the mind that actually think about AI and how are we going to empower AI and how are we, when should we stop AI from gaining the super ability, the autonomous ability. So we still in control, but we have to deliberate and think about where should we stop, and should we think about AI as good or bad thing, or just take it into, or give the devil its due by saying that the AI itself cannot have a moral value. The value is in the hand bewildered. So this is just important thing that I'm going to talk about. I think in bioethical conference I don't need to dwell into explaining them. Utilitarianism, it is the greater good to the greater number of people. Deontology is the duty, the ethical thing is to do by, is the duty by the famous Kant. Virtue ethics is the practical wisdom. Decision is taken by practical wisdom. Paternalism is imposing your ethics view on other people, or imposing your views on other people. Personhood, and I'm not going to talk about personhood in general, I just concentrate on trait of a personhood, which is gaining some sort of, or let's say, cognitive ability, or the ability to feel emotions or to express emotions. Moral distress, when you take decision and you know that this decision is going to be against your moral frame or moral overview. The 4 Bs, which comes by Bosham and Childress. We all know them: autonomy, beneficence, non-beneficence, and justice. And moral agency, the ability to take decision and be responsible for it. The will to take a decision. And as I said in the beginning, let's give the devil its due. Artificial intelligence has actually changed a lot of things, and like Dr. Zahid brought us in the morning, with confronting us with a very nice, elegant presentation, and at the end of the day he said that this presentation was done by chatbot. It's not wrong, but it's extremely shocked the way we think in traditional how presentation should come. So that was actually confronting us with our own bias in a way. So let's give it its due. It's changing the way we think. Like the information technology did change us, and like electricity changed us as a human, and like the steam power changed us in the way we actually transfer from A to B. And I don't have actually to talk a lot about automated driving car, because Dr. Zahid covered that elegantly, as I said in the early stage of this presentation. But I'll pick up on one of the things that Dr. Zahid said in his presentation about who's to blame, who will be liable, who will have the moral actually agency to take the responsibility of the decision that the car will take to kill the person inside or to kill 3 pedestrians. So who will pay diya, like in Islamic concept, if you killed someone by mistake, you pay something as an apologetic to the people actually who this person should care for. So who would do that? The AI would do it. AI doesn't have a bank account, is not a person. So who is the person who should be liable for decision taken by AI? Some people say that the mind behind the AI should be responsible, but which mind? And how can we differentiate if something wrong happened? How can we differentiate how wrong it is? Is it wrong because it is a mistake, or it's wrong because it's a criminal act? So can we say that the person who programmed this algorithm, or the way this machine take the statistical model that helped this machine take the decision, can we say that if he's a utilitarianist person would think that the greater number is, and the greater good for the greater number is the paramount kind of ethical principle to be followed, and if a decision took into that domain, can it contradict a deontological mindset? So who is going to, or which ethical view should be behind behind actually the algorithm? And in real life, people take these decisions because they have the responsibility to take the decision. But if you have an algorithm is not responsible for its decisions. So whatever the person actually, whatever the people design it to do, is going to do without liability. Are we going to be comfortable for robotic physician to take decision on ourselves and our operations? And let's say we had a discussion with one of our colleagues in one of the dinner table in this conference, that he was confronted with a request to approve a machine that would measure the food intake and then dispense level of insulin. So should I expect people to trust this machine to dispense the right level of insulin to that person? What will happen if the level is too high? So how are we going to react to the mistakes that happens by this machine? So a lot to be covered in the last week. Actually, I went in a quick visit to other city. I used one of this application to log into a gathering of people who's actually renting their home. Sometimes you get very good bargains with these applications if you are experienced. So as soon as I picked the place, paid the money, went into the room, closed the door, 3 minutes after I closed the door, I received a message from an authority says that I have to check for the tax reliability of a person that I actually rented from. So I found myself in this room talking to my phone, saying that, how dare you? And other things that I think it's not polite to say it here. So sometimes you feel that your phone is listening to you. It's not just feeling. Sometimes you have the evidence that your phone is actually, there is an algorithm that would help you take decision based on picking up words from your discussions or vocabulary. And another, actually, one of the physicians once said that, do you know that the Apple app or the application, the health application, is the best death predictor that can be actually utilized, basically because it records your activity, your health activity. And without a doubt, if you are sick, your activity will be less and less and less and less until a time it will completely be ceased, no more activity. So the best prediction of death is tracking the mobile device and see how people are actually fading away. Now, Alan Turing in 1950 said that the first paper, he's actually wrote the first paper about artificial intelligence, computing machinery and intelligence. And he came up with what they call a Turing test. Turing test is a test that people actually, or artificial intelligence entity is passed if, or Turing test is passed if you have some sort of encounter with this modulary or chatbot or whatever for a certain time, and you failed to recognize that you are talking to a machine. So if this happened for specific time amount, then the test is passed. From that time till now, only 2 or 3 chatbots, actually artificial intelligence, have passed this test, and all happened in this last 2 years. So if we grown about Turing test, what about personhood? Now, if an artificial intelligence passed the Turing test, does it gain a personhood? So, and what does a personhood mean when it bestowed into an artificial intelligence? Can it actually think like human being? Of course it can. But can it feel like human being? Again, one of the dinner tables in this conference, one of the physicians said that the most important thing about the relationship in the dichotomy between the physician and the patient is the compassion, the feeling that the physician gives to the patient and the way they listen to the patient, and then the decision is taken based on this kind of very sensitive way of managing the relationship between physician and patient. Can an AI system do that? So to the best of my knowledge, I don't think at this stage an artificial intelligence can be rated as a personhood. Now, if you want to say that personhood is about legal rights by giving a doll or a computer robot a nationality like what happened in one of the Gulf countries, then we can hold it liable legally. But what will happen? Are you going to imprison that doll or that computer robotics? So is it going to, a lot of questions that comes with personhood, but I want to bring it down to the fact that it's about human interaction, not just algorithm calculations. It's about feelings, it's about emotion, it's about cognitive way of understanding things, the vision of a person, the vision of a human being. And as we said that, having said that, there is no evidence, hard evidence in the literature. Nobody have seen it actually, but we heard rumored about it, and everybody was talking about it. Google engineers said that there was actually a chatbot that gained sentient, which extremely actually interesting, I would say. But if it's true, then we have a very interesting time to come. So what's AI? I'll skip that because it's been covered elegantly. But how it works basically, and I'm not going to dwell a lot on this, in this scientific part of it because it's covered, but it's important because I'm going to use it in the end as, going to call it as the black box of artificial intelligence. How it happens, there is a data input, there is a huge amount of data input. And this data input goes to algorithm, and this algorithm is designed in a way to take decisions, and these decisions sometimes right or wrong, or false or true. So if it's true, then that's the good outcome that they want out. If it's false, it goes back into a loop, and we call this, or they call this, the black box of artificial intelligence. And it's so important to know what's into that black box and how this black box is designed and what is given as authority to update itself and slowly making it more intelligent than us, in a way that giving it autonomy to update itself and then take decision for itself. Now, because we are in a healthcare ethics conference, it's important to know what's in the stake here. The stake here is data. Of course, there's a lot of problems in artificial intelligence if we want to incriminate it with a lot of things, but what I'm concerned with in this presentation is the amount of data needed to be fed to that entity for it to take the right decision. So you have to feed it personal data, you have it to feed it some sort of engagement data, or in a way, and behavioral data and attitudinal data. And we saw already, out of healthcare in general, how these kind of data have actually changed the election in the United States toward one of the candidates and make it actually happen that they nudge the people to choose a specific person over the other. So the nudging technique done by artificial intelligence, because they are fed our own data, is a reality. Now, how this data being utilized in the vaccine era, or let's say COVID-19 era, as we said in the last few days, it was a trauma. So what did the trauma compile us to do, whether we like it or not? We have now the vaccine passport, or we used to have the vaccine passport. We don't right now, but the data is there already. All your data that you don't want to share, or you don't feel obliged to share, is there already. So you are giving it already to other third party. Vaccine refuser surveillance, people who's actually refused vaccine were somehow alienated, were not allowed to go to places, and were stigmatized against in a way or others. So there is a people who are the black sheep of society who refuse to take the vaccine, and there is data indicate those people in somewhere if they want to put their hand. Security whereabout during curfew, there was apps telling actually the government if you are out of your house in a curfew, and there was a penalty for actually being out of your apartment or place or the area that designated for you in the curfew. If you were out and your device said that you were there, you were not there, then you are in problem. Mass temperature detecting cameras, and that was also one of the realities that was used in some of the markets or airports or so on and so forth. So what if I don't have anything to hide? Somebody might say, well, my data is you can use it, I don't mind, it's there. So what if I am one of the 100 million people who's obese? Everybody saw that I'm obese. So what's confidential about it? So what if I'm diabetic? So people who's around is going to see that my diet regimen and that I use some sort of medication, I'm careful about some sort of diet. So everybody might know or get a conclusion that I have a diabetic or whatever kind of illness. So what's so problematic about it? So why we are sensitive about sharing our data? I always use the analogy of a human body, the completeness, the sacredness of a human body. Regardless of how beautiful it is and how we brag about it, how we dress it, how we like to look nice with it, there is several parts in our human body ought to be covered. So is data. So is our data. There's part of the data ought to be covered for whatever reasons. One of them are personal preferences. I don't want people to think that I'm obese. You have to accept that I'm not obese. It's my choice to infringe on people, to tell them that I am a handsome person, so take it. I'm not an obese person, so you have to take it. And you don't have to have a medical evidence with my PMI index to pin me to tell me that you are a liar. So this is one way that I want to hide part of the evidence that contradict what I say about myself, and other things that could be more serious than that. So data is like human body. Part of this data ought to be covered. So with that, why should we actually go for AI in healthcare? Developing problem-solving ability, incorporate knowledge representation, facilitate planning, allow continuous learning, encourage social intelligence, promote creativity, achieve general intelligence, and promote synergy between human and artificial intelligence. This is very important. So with that, you might have the case that it's okay to go for artificial intelligence. Now, I'll skip this because the scientific was covered, and I skip this because it was covered. So the key challenge, also this was covered, but in a quick manner, risk of bias. The black box problem, the one I explained to you, it's a black box, so you have to know what's inside it and how it's actually programmed to update itself and gain some sort of autonomy and other. Higher AI performance need higher computing power. If you think about a real artificial intelligence with neural linkage, you will have a very nasty investment to go with it. So it's not cheap. We're not talking about something that's around the corner. Resources need to come into place to make this happen. Complicated AI integration, because the black box designed by X is different than the black box designed by Y, and unless there's some sort of an agreement of how these two black boxes integrate, it is not easy to, it's not given that these two is going to talk to each other. So lack of implementation strategy and legal concerns, I think, already covered it. So how to regulate its research in IRB level? So there is two levels of regulating it, in IRB and in state. In IRB, it had any application you receive, and I'm sure that you're going to receive applications about artificial intelligence, about, let's say, analyzing pictures, for example. First thing, you have to have a full transparency. What's going on, how it's going on, when it's going on, what sort of technology is going on, and what sort of insurance that this proposal is going to be to avoid bias. Privacy surveillance, manipulation of behavior. Of course, you have to look into these terms and into the research proposal and ensure that the principal investigator is aware of these kind of challenges and mitigate the risk of it. Opacity, it has to be very clear. Responsibility, who's responsible for what, when, and how. And fairness, to ensure that this, whatever artificial intelligence piece you are talking about, has no any kind of power to stigmatize people or alienate people or give people something that is not theirs, and no misuse by anywhere. Another level is about the AI governance, which is in the government level. And the government level, actually, the UNESCO has covered that in one of its documents. It came out 2021. And I'll bring some of the value that was summarized from that document. Where should we stop? Liability challenge. How far can autonomous should we allow the AI to be? What to do with our right to privacy? How can we ensure no stigmatization? Now, the UNESCO, as I said, come up with a document that has 4 values and 10 principles. The values are basically respect, protection, and promotions of human rights and fundamental freedom and human dignity. So nobody's allowed to stigmatize me, nobody's allowed to take advantage of me or use me as a mean to another end. So that was one of the most important things in the document. And one of the things I like about this document is that they talk about something the life cycle of the artificial intelligence. So you can by this visualize a start, a utility, and an end. So how the artificial intelligence is going to end, one of the things that was discussed in this document. Environment and ecosystem flourishing. No artificial intelligence are allowed to infringe on the ecosystem because it's not ours to sabotage. Ensuring diversity and inclusiveness and living in peaceful, just, and interconnected societies. It's not allowed for artificial intelligence to alienate people or to promote group over groups and create or take sides in a way that could be disadvantaging others who doesn't have the artificial intelligence. The principle is proportionality and do no harm, safety and security, fairness and non-discrimination, sustainability, right to privacy and data protection, human oversight and determination, transparency and explainability, responsibility and accountability, awareness and literacy, multi-stakeholder and adaptive governance and collaboration. It's very well-written document, and I put the link here. I don't have time to go through them all, but I really actually advise everyone to write. It's about 21 pages in English, and it's translated into the 5 languages that is official by the UNESCO. These are my references. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah, for sticking to time and for presenting very interesting and relevant topics such as whether AI has compassion, whether it's going to replace us as physicians. We also touched about the different regulations and different application to healthcare and what can different governing body do to regulate the use of AI. Thank you. Our third speaker for this session is Dr. Muhammad Ghali. Dr. Muhammad is a professor of Islam and biomedical ethics at the Research Center for Islamic Legislation and Ethics at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar. He has a BA in Islamic Studies from Al-Azhar University in Egypt and MA and PhD from Leeds University in Netherlands. Dr. Ghali is the founder and editor-in-chief of the Scopus Index Journal of Islamic Ethics. In September 2019, he became a founding program coordinator of the newly established MA in Applied Islamic Ethics at Hamad bin Khalifa University. Dr. Ghali, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Very happy to be here again in Oman in this very interesting conference. Thanks for Dr. Ahmed, for all the colleagues who have been behind this. I was asked to speak about AI and Islamic ethics. As you can see from the first slide, the introductory slide, there is a little bit unclarity. There is something shining too much so that you cannot see very well what is written. And this is the situation for ethicists at the moment. They are confused. Not only within Islam, but generally in religious traditions and secular traditions, how to deal with AI is a problem. First of all, AI is not one thing, so many things, so we cannot use the so-called one-size-fits-all approach. So we cannot say AI is good, AI is bad. It will be too sweeping statement. And AI is not static, is evolving every day and is impressing us. The last surprise we have just seen with the first presentation, that the abstract was written by ChatGPT, the PowerPoint was, so ChatGPT was with us, but we were not aware that it's happening. And Islam is also not one thing. So we have different scholarly disciplines, we have different schools, we have different approaches. This is what makes my presentation quite difficult. The first two presentations made it a bit easier for me, so I will not get into the technical details. I expected this, so it's good that my expectation was okay. By the way, for the sake of clarity also, I used ChatGPT while I was preparing, and it was not helpful at all, so didn't work. So when it comes to, at least we know now, when it comes to Islamic ethics, it doesn't work so far. So we will see. So I will start with some introductory remarks about AI in healthcare specifically, and then how this relates to the field of theology, theological ethics in particular, and then human-human interaction ethics, and then I come with concluding remarks. As I said, this is a very introductory presentation to the discussions. AI is everywhere around us, and so is the case in the healthcare. So starting from getting into the hospital and having the first contact with the staff in the hospital up to the moment of getting your drugs and going back home. It's almost everywhere. So in the hospital management, making appointments, appointment reminders, chatbots that can speak with the people who make phone calls to the hospital, moving with diagnosis, radiology, predictive medicine, patient monitoring, and we have now the Internet of Body and the Internet of Things. Treatment protocols. We have the robot surgery robots or surgery-assisted robots and the drug development and so on. What I'm going to focus is about the use of robots, humanoid robots in particular, to have a focus in my presentation. And these robots are also everywhere, from the telemedicine robots to the exoskeletons, patient monitoring robots, robot-assisted surgery, as I mentioned. And we have the socially assistive robots, and this is the kind of robots about which we have also some complex ethical questions. To prepare for the ethical discussions, there are two main things about the use of robots in the healthcare. First of all, the human shape, that they look like humans. And this will be an ethical issue, as we will see, especially when it comes to the social dimension, so that as patients we will feel we are okay and it's more or less like human-human interaction. So we try to assume the human shape, in addition, of course, to having eyes, mouth, nose, etc. But also the human nature, the issues related to intelligence, reasoning, communication, etc., things which are usually have been seen as something typically human, distinctively human. Throughout history, we accepted to have tools and other creatures that perform better than us in almost all fields. So cars now are faster than us. Horses before, they were, and we were fine with this. Tigers, animals, etc. Elephants are bigger than us, etc. But we were always the smartest. So we were always the most intelligent ones. And this was something that we were proud of. The robotized healthcare or robotized world we are in now is creeping into this, what we used to see as something distinctively human, the human cognition. So they can model this, and they can outperform even our human cognitive capacities in specific domains, as we have seen. We didn't see yet the general AI that that works like humans, not to mention outperforming humans. So we try all the time to have these two, having a human shape. When it comes to the humanoid robots, looks like us and acts like us and behaves like us. And we have a number of benefits coming from this. We can do things much faster than before, much more efficient than before, much more accurate than before. So there are clear benefits coming from the use of AI and particularly robots in the healthcare. Now we come to the discussion. This is just an example, but this is an example outside the healthcare, where the human shape is sometimes even shocking Like this is the professor, the Japanese professor, who's making his own humanoid robot. Looks like him to the extent that it's difficult to distinguish. And there are anecdotes and stories about him getting into his students, and the students will confuse him with the robots. Was this the professor or the robot, and stuff like this. So it's beyond that having ChatGPT created abstract. The professor himself or itself, we'll see. So this is sometimes shocking to this extent. And this shocking impact, we will see that it will influence the religious scholars who give fatwas about this, as we will see. Now we start with the theological ethics. One of the important scholarly disciplines in Islam is Aqidah, or theology, or Ilm al-Kalam, and it's about God-human relationship. What is God? How should we relate ourselves to God? This is a fatwa published on one of the most visited websites in both Arabic and English. There are other fatwas that discuss the same issue. And I call the whole approach is a problematic approach with due apologies for engineers who may feel offended by this kind of question and answer, but this is the reality. Some engineers asked the muftis, what about working in the field of robotics and creating humanoid robots? As we see here in this fatwa, they made analogy between the humanoid robots, these robots that take the human shape, and an old practice that was strongly prohibited at the early history of Islam, during the early history of Islam, especially during the lifetime of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and the companions, which is about the statues, the idols. We know that idolatry, Ibad al-Asnam, was the dominant religion in Arabian Peninsula at this time. It was not Christianity, it was not Judaism, it was idolatry. And Islam came to teach people the monotheism, so these statues and idol-making industry was strongly prohibited. And then we have a whole discussion in the different Islamic disciplines, including theology, jurisprudence, etc., that this is prohibited. Why is it prohibited? What is the underlying reason, the illah, etc., a whole discussion. The fatwas, this is just a sample, take these discussions to say that making the idols that assume the shape of ensouled beings, namely humans and animals, are prohibited. And by analogy, by extension, this applies to the humanoid robots. And then they will say that if it's really necessary, okay, then you can make a humanoid robot, but take, for instance, the head out, or one organ without which the human being cannot live, to avoid the discussion, which is clearly very rooted in these classical discussions. I'm currently working on an article on this issue, and I give detailed analysis. We do not have the time to get into all this today. But this is, even classically speaking, is problematic. Not to mention the whole field of robotics. We have from the 10th century scholars, especially from the Shafi'i school, saying that the prohibition of making idols came to an end because it was time-limited context or time-specific context. But let's put this aside. The issue here is the approach itself. You make analogy between making statues and making robots. Is this a right analogy? I would say completely problematic. And I would argue that there is a better paradigm case. The paradigm case shouldn't be the statues. It should be another thing which comes closer to the robots, as we mentioned, assuming the human shape and mimicking the human nature. What was this paradigm case? Is the so-called automata or automaton. I don't know if you heard about it before. Humans were always fascinated with impressing each other by making tools that look like humans and act like humans, something that the Greek tried, Muslim engineers tried, specifically mechanical engineers, and they developed a discipline called the art of hiyal, صناعة الحيل. Al-hiyal in the juristic sense has a bad name. You are moving around so that you do not fulfill God's will. But hiyal in engineering has a good name. You are using ingenious devices, untraditional ones, so that you achieve what they call العمل الكبير من الجهد الصغير. We achieve big things by exerting small physical effort. This was the whole thing of صناعة الحيل, which was part of mechanical engineering at this time, back to the 11th and 12th century in history. This automata was human-like, so they would make tools that look like humans, and they act like humans, they move like humans or like animals. They have a certain level of autonomy that we call now. So you press a button in the beginning, and then the automaton will continue working. So you do not supervise every single thing. Very close to the idea that we have now with the robots. And it's ingenious. It impresses the people. Like what we hear now about the abstract written by ChatGPT. You say, oh, wow, does machine does something like this? Yes. So there were, for instance, just an example. Unfortunately, I don't have the photo here. One of the mechanical engineers in Islamic history, he died 1206. He made what I called in one of my Arabic articles the first wudu robot, the first ritual ablution robot. So he made a machine. The servant or the maid will press the button, and then the person will get in to make wudu. Water will come out, and then soap, and then towel to dry yourself, and then you finish the whole process. So with one button. Called it also, to make it clear, sometimes it was called علم الحيل, the art of ingenious devices, and sometimes the discipline of spiritual tools, الآلات الروحانية. Why الروحانية, spiritual and soul, ensouled beings? Because it looks like the ensouled beings. It was mimicking the activity of the ensouled beings. And some of the historians, when they wrote about this art and discipline in Islamic history, they said that that's why it is entertaining humans, because it looks like us. This is one of the very famous works in Islamic history, الجامع بين العلم والعمل النافع في صناعة الحيل, by Al-Jazari. The book is translated into English and translated into English a very long time ago, a couple of decades. Al-Jazari is known as the father of medieval robotics and modern day engineering. In this book, he mentioned 50 mechanical devices, including automata with images and instructions how to make them. He was not only an engineer, but a crafty person, not a clumsy person like myself, someone who can make good artwork. What I want to say, these engineers made these automata with no problem. So they were not saying, oh, these are asnam or stuff like this. And this is the closer paradigm example to us. You may say, but these were engineers. Maybe they were secularists. Maybe they were atheists. Where are the religious scholars in this discourse? I can say to you, as long as the religious scholars are silent, it means that they approve it. You say, okay, لا ينسب لساكت قول. Silent, we cannot assign a perspective to them. There are examples showing that the religious scholars knew about it and commended it, and they themselves practiced it. The clear example here is Shihab ad-Din al-Qarafi. Shihab ad-Din al-Qarafi is one of the towering figures in the Maliki school. He came a couple of decades after Al-Jazari, so he knew for sure about it. He visited once the Sultan in Egypt, and he found that he was gifted one of these automata, and he was so impressed by it. And he decided to learn the art. And then he said, and I made it myself. And he added to it some more features. And the only thing he failed in making it, the automaton that he saw could make voices. Give a greeting to the Sultan every morning saying that God bless you and wish you a happy day. In Arabic, of course. And he tried to make this, he succeeded in everything, but not producing the human voice. He couldn't make it. And he said, I failed in this, and I don't know how to make it. So he knew about it, and he made it himself. You may say, yes, but Al-Qarafi may be also a modernist, who didn't think that making statues are forbidden. No, in his juristic works, he says making statues is forbidden. Very classical perception. So these are the examples that we should get into and try to make analogies with, not the statues. So this is when it comes to mimicking divine work, mudahatu khalqillah, etc. And this problem, because I know there will be discussions about this. I know that some engineers, I have guest lectures in I teach a course on Islamic ethics and artificial intelligence, and some engineers get so irritated by having a discussion like this, but this is what people have on internet, and I'm not taking a fatwa from a dark web or something like this. It's one of the most visited websites. The other thing is that when it comes to the healthcare setting, the robots that we use are not this. So the human shape is not like the examples that I showed you, the Japanese. This is a surgery robot. So there is no human shape. It's a tool, it's a machine that's working. So even for these religious scholars, if they have the perception of what a surgery robot is exactly, will not be a problem. The issue is, to my mind, robot in Arabic is al-insan al-ali. I don't know why we add al-insan to it, although robot is not always a human. It can be an animal, it can be just a tool, not a human at all. So of course, when religious scholars hear the term al-insan al-ali, they will directly think of the humanoid statues at this time. The other part is about the human-human interaction. I cannot get on all the details that have been discussed because each topic is about the ethical concern is quite complex and context specific, so it needs a discussion. I'm happy in the discussions that we can get into all these details. But I would say integrating humanoid robots or AI in general in the healthcare, we should start first things first. So we go back to, we have in Islam, we have maqasid al-sharia, higher objectives of sharia. But we also have telos of medicine, the higher objectives of medicine. What is the objective of medicine? So we can say, in general, we check the telos of medicine, and we see these robots, what are they achieving when it comes to the objectives of medicine, when it comes to the objectives of sharia, and then we can judge. In the telos of medicine, based on my readings, I'm not a physician, but based on my readings, when it comes to the ethics of medicine in the Islamic tradition, we have two main things. If we read a book like Adab al-Tabib of Al-Ruhawi, there are two big issues. The first one is the professional. I am sick. I come to you as a physician so that I restore my health condition. That's number one. You must be professional, good in your work. Adab al-San'a, as they call it. This is number one. Number two, there is human-human interaction. You are my physician. I am your patient. There is no power balance. You are much more powerful than me because you have the power of knowledge, the power of the art. I am in need of you. In order to rebalance this power imbalance, we empower the weak. We add more power to the weak part in this encounter. And we put more responsibility on the powerful. That's why there is liability for the physician, and there is more empowerment for the patient. This patient takes care not only of the disease of the patient, but also of the ethics of the encounter. Like, for instance, showing compassion, care about the patient, giving good news, not bad news all the time. There is so much stuff. So I would say, if these robots or AI applications in healthcare are helping in the professional sense, why not? What's the problem? So if we are robotizing the healthcare, AIzing the healthcare, shaping bones to receive artificial joints, and then we have programs or robots that will make it in the most perfect way, so no handshaking, no etc., so that the results will be much better. That's all good. There is no problem in this regard. There is superior medical care that needs real art, and this can be automated in surgery, in making, shaping bones, all this stuff, it's good. We only need to care about the job market, that this will not replace the humans and the humans will be idle, etc. But this is a big discussion, but this is one of the concerns. And the inferior medical care, like providing medical care in dangerous settings, when we have a battlefield and a soldier is injured and we can send the robots that can make this medical care. If we send a human, we may lose the human physician as well. A nuclear incident, injured people inside a radioactive building, and AI and robots can help in this regard. What's the problem? And then there are issues where the professional is mixed with the ethical. And one of the very concerning issues in this regard are care for the elderly in particular, and people whose autonomy is compromised, cognitive skills because of dementia, etc. Taking care of these people is quite difficult and demanding, psychologically speaking. There is a trend coming on that we can assign care for these groups to the robots, because they can do this day and night. They will not yell, they will not shout at the patients, they will not get angry at them. We can design them to be as compassionate as possible. And this is quite concerning, I would say, because it's not only about providing the medical and professional care, but also the humane part. And whenever we have problems with each other, as humans, the solution is not replacing the other stakeholder by a robot. This will not solve the problem. Part of being human is to go through these problems and to solve them, not jumping into robotizing the encounter and putting the other human outside and then adding a robot. So this is a big issue, the care robots or socially assistive robots in this regard. Finally, just my concluding remarks. When it comes to AI ethics in the healthcare context in particular, we need much more research. In our research center, we are working on this. I know the colleagues here are all working on this, and we need that. No question. When it comes to the Islamic perspective, it's not only about human-human interaction, but also human-God interaction or God-human interaction. I liked very much the work of Norbert Wiener, one of the pioneers, AI pioneers. He said that he was speaking about Jewish perspectives, I think, in his book. He said that I believe he means the Jews, we believe that man is created in God's image. And now we are creating the AI in man's image. We try to copy ourselves. We need to be humble as humans, at least as Muslims. And we know that we have limited capacities. And going beyond these capacities to think that we will make better creatures than what God made, etc., this is a fallacy and this is a problem, and we shouldn't head into this. And the power given by the AI shouldn't make us forget our limited capacities. And there are human-human ethics, which will, or human-human interaction ethics, which will force us to think about the big picture. What are our objectives? What are our goals as practicing Muslims, as practicing physicians? What are the telos of medicine? What are the goals and the objectives of Sharia and so on? And once we settle this, we can go to the detailed issues. when it comes to the privacy, the justice, the fairness, the job market, the liability, and so on. So it should be based on a rigorous meta-ethical perspectives. Then we can go to the casuistry and detailed issues. I will stop here because I think my time has finished. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. I'd like to call all the three speakers to join us for a Q&A session. Dr. Mohammed. Do you have the microphones for any questions? Anybody would like to ask a question? Yes, please. Ahmed, من عنده ميكروفون. If you could speak up, I could repeat the question for everyone. This microphone is
Really, thank you for all the presentations, really of very high level, and thank you. I want to ask to the last speaker the application of robotics. You mentioned the care for the elderly. In Italy, we have a big discussion also on the application to children autistic that suffer from autism. And there can be many advantages, as you mentioned, for elderly and also for autistic children, because they don't feel, they have not emotions, so the robot has not emotions, so maybe there is an interconnection. But the real problem, ethical, is mentioned as deception. It's a sort of deception. Because what if an Alzheimer patient at a certain moment realizes this is not human, he's a little bit confused, and that may have some bad consequences. What do you think about that?
Thank you so much. Just to give some grounding for the problem of socially assistive robots, I would say this is something very subjective. We have hypernated individual autonomy, that my freedom, my rights, etc. And the only restriction for our individual liberties and freedoms were when we interact with another human. So we say you have to respect the other person's autonomy. And it seems we get fed up with this because we want to continue and stretching the scope of our liberties. So we try, maybe this isn't our subconscious, not really aware of this, replace these humans with other creatures that we made so that we can do whatever we like. So we have now the sex robots. So if I have problems with my wife or my partner, replace them and add the robot. We have a problem with the physician, replace them and add the robot. Where are we heading? So this is a general problem, I would say, and we should have a stop and rethink where we are heading. And AI shouldn't be part of this. Otherwise, it will have a bad image. I know that there are surveys in Europe when they ask the general people about having robots in our life, they are more accommodating and accepting for killer robots than socially assistive robots. Because they know killer robots, they will kill the people in Afghanistan, not here. We will not use them in Europe. But socially assistive robots will be here. When I get old, these robots will be with me. So they freaks them out, socially assistive robots than killer robots. Of course, if you are in Afghanistan, you would have a different opinion about this. But I would say, when it comes to the professional, so autistic children, elderly, dementia patients, etc., if we can help in the professional sense, why not? But not to replace this. And the problem in this, they say that even if you say to the patients with dementia or with the cognitive diseases, that this is a machine, this is not a human, they will not see the difference. So the deception is there anyhow because people are not aware of this. So this should be at least a minimum is a concern for us as ethicists, as physicians, as developers, AI developers, that we should take care of this. I'm not saying that. I have seen some literature while preparing for the lecture, academic literature saying that, yes, these are concerns, but the benefits outweigh the risks. So let's do it. As long as we can help with improving the health condition, then let's go ahead. I would say no. Health benefit or risk benefit assessment is not only medical. Risk benefit assessment in the first instance is ethical. So we should feel better as ethical beings, not just as patients or whatever. So I would see this, to be honest, as a concern. But again, I'm an ethicist, I'm not a physician. Maybe physicians would think differently. This is how I see the problem. Thank you.
So maybe I'd like to comment on that because I work as an old age psychiatrist and most of my patients and their caregiver have Alzheimer's. So this is a frequent situation, an ethical dilemma, especially when the person gets to the point they have no memory of recent events and they start asking for their dead relatives. And it's very painful to go and explain to them that that person died many years ago because every time you say that, they grieve. So in some countries, people accept the concept of compassionate, I don't know, I wouldn't say compassionate lying, but you would probably try to change the subject, distract the person to avoid this repeated grief. And I could see the same principle applying here. Probably if you look at other aspects like concept of duty of care, that you're not actually harming the person, and the fact that even if you are explaining that, as Dr. Ghali explained, even if you are saying this is an artificial, this is a robot, not a real person, the person might not have the cognitive ability to grasp that. So it's still a continuous dilemma, and I don't think there is a clear answer to it. Yeah. Okay.
Just a little note here, a footnote. When we say that human-human interaction is good in itself and by itself, it is not only for the patients and not only for the physicians, but for the society. Having these values going in society, so we have vulnerable groups, we care for them, even if it is difficult, is something important for the well-being of the society itself. And of course, in Islam, we have the significance of these vulnerable groups for the well-being of the society. لولا شيوخ ركع وبهائم رتع وأطفال رضع. The existence of these vulnerable groups, they have a function, so that we feel also human. We cry, we feel sad, we pity them. These are important things for us as humans. Otherwise, we think everything is perfect, and then we go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist to solve the problems. Let's get into the real life. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I have a question for Dr. Zahid. So you said that you have used ChatGPT to make the presentation and the abstract. So if you would do it by yourself without using ChatGPT, do you think it would be better or similar? And how much time did it save you? And yeah, can you please comment on this?
It's a very good question, actually. So I think it did save time. I don't think that, so I had an outline of the presentation of what I wanted to talk about. And then when I was going through my points, one of the things was I was going to talk about ChatGPT, and I thought, okay, why don't we see what ChatGPT would, what type of an outline it will come up with. And that's where it started. And so my whole presentation changed to let ChatGPT do it and see what comes out of it. So I had an outline. It was very similar. I wanted to discuss various topics that were similar, an introduction of what AI was, the challenges, etc. So it is the same. So I actually asked two questions. The first question was, I want to do a presentation on this topic. So it said slide 1 this, slide 2 this, slide. So it had 10 slides for me. Then I said, well, 10 slides won't be 25 minutes. So then I changed my question. So I said, I want to do this presentation to fit in this timeline. So then it suggested you should cover these topics from 1 to 20. And each topic, what is to be discussed in each slide. So that was where we ended up with ChatGPT. Then I went to the abstract. I said, okay, write me an abstract on this. And it did. And I sent that by email to my colleagues. This is my abstract. That was it. So yeah, it was really an interesting eye-opener because I had only started using ChatGPT very recently. So using it, and it saved a lot of time, but it was scary, you know, how obviously I stopped in between the additional talks that I talked about, looking, reflecting, etc. That was not from ChatGPT. So intentionally, I still added my own points, but I religiously used the slides that were suggested by ChatGPT with some additionals from me.
Dr. Asim, yeah, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. I love the 3 presentations, and I know that we still have many to go till this afternoon. So my question for you, Dr. Zahid, and then perhaps the rest comment on this, and Dr. Lan, perhaps you as well. So the first question is, in the context of your presentation, you were getting knowledge that was known, meaning that the data sources for ChatGPT was what perhaps others have written about this, or others are concerned. There was, which is wonderful, but there was no innovation perhaps, right? There was nothing new that would come out of that because it always is looking at recorded prior material. So if you can comment on that aspect, right? And then how that relates to healthcare as well. So if we use, this is why I said the others might chime in, that if we were to use data sources that exist already, and we try to have machine learning upon that to create new novel therapies or to create new techniques, would we then regulate them the same way that we do with human trials, right? Because all of research has no known benefit yet, right, when we do trials. And so in the usage of AI-assisted protocols or treatments or whatever, will we subject them to rules that were made for human-based therapeutic trials, or will we create a different way to regulate AI-assisted trials or AI-assisted protocols?
Okay, good. Actually, good point. I think the answer will be in 2 parts. Probably you will also play a part in answering this. So just to give you an idea of what, when I'm using AI, you're using pre-existing knowledge. That's absolutely true. But let me give you a real-life example of how using real-life knowledge in a black box and the challenges of that, and how that sort of changed how humans look at certain aspects. So we have the ECG phenomena. So AI was given ECG to look at and to evaluate. The beauty of ECG is that we have a timeline type of data, meaning that we know on day 1, day 3, day 5, day 7, etc. Unlike mammography, we have only anonymous images that the AI tries to translate. So given the timeline of information, and it was able to look at ECGs and say, you know what, this particular patient has a risk of dying from a heart attack in 6 months. So researchers said, like, what? Okay, let's take these ECGs, give them to well-reputable cardiologists. Look at this ECG. They look at it and say, rubbish, right? In reality, when they followed the patients up, it was actually a predictor of death. It was really proven to be a predictor of death. Now, this is a black box. We really don't know right now what the AI saw in the ECG 6 months prior to identify a risk factor of a patient dying in the future. So now we are going back into the black box and trying to figure out what's there. So it's very nice, we talk about transparency, etc., but transparency of what? We don't even know what the black box is doing. So really it's a big challenge here, and we need to look at it from really that perspective of how do we design studies, research, etc. Because in essence, we really don't know what's happening. Yeah, second part.
There is no innovation. If we apply this in the healthcare, there will be no innovation. Like using the abstract from ChatGPT, you just use existing data.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the other part, as I just understood, is that if we used pre-existing data, there is no some sort of intellectual property that would be claimed out of it. If this is what I understand from the question. And my comment on that is, it's not about what's there and what's not. The knowledge is there, but how this knowledge is going to be wielded into something. So, like, knife is there, and let's say a piece of food is there, and the way to wield this piece of food into an artifact is something that can be thought about, and the system of it is known, the angle of how this knife is going to hit this piece of wood to come up with the artifact is known, but the hand that actually did that is different. So I don't think that the pre-existing knowledge somehow eclipsed the right of ownership. If the fact that the data is there, still there is a room for ownership and there is a room of invention. The question is, who owns these extension? If a black box gives us this knowledge, who owns it? And that's what the UNESCO tried to solve the problem. It has to be very clear, and even the liability, if something bad out of come of it, the UNESCO insisted that the liability should be bestowed on either a person, a human being, or an entity that assume this responsibility, like a governmental body or whatever. So it's not open to the question of who is to be blamed. So if we agreed on bestowed the penalty on a being, I think we can agree on bestowed of the artificial intelligence, AI kind of patents or innovation to a being. So the possibility is there, but the question is who owns what comes after.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hamid, for giving me this opportunity to ask. My question is to Dr. Muhammad Ghali regarding the application of AI in medicine. These robots are dependent on softwares and power. They can be right and they can go out of the order. So if these will practice surgery on patients, if any faulty thing is bleeding and the patient will die, who will be taken to the court or who will be blamed? The other thing is there, it can be also a refusal from the patients. Most of the patients do not want reports, so they will go for, they want a human, a surgeon, a real surgeon this will also obstruct the procedure or the follow of patients to go to these hospitals. Those who are against the reports, they will not go to hospitals which they are applying the robots for surgery. Or the same thing also for robots who are taking care of elderly. They can go also wrong and they can cause harm if not observed most of the time.
Thank you so much. The question of liability for medical errors or malpractice is one of the big questions in using AI. In order to handle it consistently, I always say in Islam, we have the concept of taklif. We have been created by God to do specific or to fulfill specific commandments, prohibitions, permissions, etc. For this, there is reward and there is punishment. The problem in AI, most of the time we speak about liability only for the bad things, when something bad happens. I think to make it consistent, we think about both. So if, for instance, let's say surgery robots or surgery-assisted robots, if they did something good, would it be okay as a patient to write them a thank you letter? Would we find this okay? Is this good? For instance, to give them chocolate, whatever. Religiously speaking, practicing medicine is one of the most rewarding acts in human life. The religious scholars say the second to learning Sharia is medicine. So you get much reward from doing this. To whom this reward is going now if it is done by the AI? This is the thinking. So not only the punishment and the liability, etc. So, and this is a very complex one. So just for your question, the liability should rest on a human being. Because in Islam, شرط من شروط التكليف الآدمية. So no human, no taklif. So animals do not have taklif, birds do not have taklif, whatever. من شروطه الآدمية, and some scholars of course add the jinn together. But in general, the visible world, we have only humans. What will the AI change is not that humans only will be liable, because this will continue. We have here the UNESCO, I was part of the discussions. There was agreement that it should be human. But the question is, how should the human be liable? That's the issue. There is now the concept developed, shared responsibility. It will not be only one person. So the company that designed the program has something. The computer scientists and engineers who participated has something. People who gave the license have something. The treating physician who agreed and gave the okay to use it has a liability. The patient, if he or she knew about it and they accepted, also has a certain. So there should be a shared liability, as we say in Arabic, تفرق دمه بين القبائل. So it's not one person. So we will have a victim, but we will not have one culprit or one killer. It will be many. And the art will be how to assign the shares to these many. But again, I say that to make it consistent, it is a reward and punishment. It's not only punishment. And by putting reward and punishment, we will be able to develop much more consistent approaches. If we have an AI program that teaches people the Quran in 5 days. Amazing, great. Okay, but who has the reward? Everyone will say, I am. So these people will say, when there is something wrong, you should also say, I am. So here it works. Huh? Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. In the current status of AI in healthcare, we have noticed that there is an increasing number of AI applications being approved by the FDA, and this is mostly based on the conventional process of the FDA in approving, for example, imaging AI applications. And this is mainly based on the benefits to patient, benefits and risks. So benefits are outweighing so much the risks. On the other hand, the pace at which the ethics issues related to the use of AI are being sorted, are being looked at, seems to be slow. Why this is the case? Or it's probably due to the complexity, due to the fact that multidisciplinary approach does not exist, is not implemented in approving those applications, or it's more due to the fact that the general, even the professionals, healthcare professionals and academic, they're not that much aware about even the basic concepts of AI. Dr. Abdullah, if you could please try and give us some more insight, an in-depth insight into what factors give us the impression that things are slow on the ethics and getting those ethics sorted as quick as those approval of AI applications in healthcare.
Yeah, I had problem hearing it. So
why is the ethical approval takes so much time for AI? Like if the stuff comes from the ethics.
Okay. All right. The answer that everybody likes to hear, those not bioethicists, when you want to make something difficult, give it to bioethicist to give you an opinion about it, and it will take forever for him to decide about it. So that's what we are actually accused of. But in reality, I think the fact that it is complex, it's not a straightforward answer. And like Dr. Ghali said in the morning, we have to humble ourselves that we are learning. So to put my name as the one who approved this technology, again, I have to assume the responsibility of approving it as well. So there's a liability as well as, of course, there is a reward if something went like Dr. Ghali just said before seconds ago. So I think this is why it takes time to ensure that there is nothing in the blind sides of the people who's actually in the round table, and even with that, they will sign to the fact that there is a level of ambiguity in their decision that with approving this, something might go wrong. So these kind of fears or this kind of uncertainty or this kind of, I think, heaviness of the subject will bear its toll when it comes to taking a decision. I think, I don't have data, but I think this is why it takes a long time. And I have an example in different kind of domain, in clinical trial, for example. In our experience, that the hospital that has the most experienced people in clinical trial give the approval for the clinical trial, you say, in a faster manner than hospitals who have actually less experienced people. So it's coming to the knowledge and how do we trust ourselves with this knowledge, and how can we trust that our knowledge is enough to assume the responsibility of approving something. So I think this is why it takes a long time.
Last question, Mr. Muhammad.
Maybe the scientists are in a rush.
Shukran, Dr. Hamad. I have a contribution, if you allow me, just for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm a pediatric infectious disease practitioner, so I treat children. And if you allow me just to stand here, just to face the people. And so I'm very passionate about treating children with infections. And it's a way of life, that's why I see it, and I'm so particular about infection control. Yes, I'm not wearing a mask because I can keep a distance, but I always carry my alcohol. I don't drink it, I always use it too. So hand hygiene is always my message. So let me share a poem. I also do other things besides you know, my specialty. I do photography, and I'm an outdoor person, sports, so many things. So I'd like to share a poem with you about pediatric infectious diseases. In the world of little ones, where laughter and play are fun, there lurks a danger unseen, a threat contagious and mean. Pediatric infectious diseases, they come in many forms and species. From colds to measles and flu, they can spread, infect, and you. Little hands touch everything. Germs can spread with ease they bring. From toys to doors and surfaces clean, viruses and bacteria, they reign supreme. Parents and doctors stand alert to keep the little ones safe from hurt. Vaccines, hygiene, and care prevent the spread with love to share. Parents and doctors stand alert to keep little ones safe from hurt. Vaccines, hygiene, and care prevent the spread with love to share. Let's work together, hand in hand, to keep the little ones in this land safe from the grip of infectious foes, and let their laughter and joy freely flows. Did you like my poem?
written by
Shukran, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And
I'm
thank
not
you.
the poet, it's Chat GPT.
That's a perfect end, Dr. Muhammad. Thank you very much, and thank you to our speakers, Dr. Abdullah, Dr. Ghali, and Dr. Zahid. Thank you.
Still, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second session of the day. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Mufid Al-Khouri. He's Assistant Professor, College of Law, Sultan Qaboos University. He graduated from Lebanese University, College of Law in 2008 with high honors. He holds a doctorate degree of law from the University of from France in 2014 and Masters in Law from New York University, USA in 2019. He'll be talking about the false premise of healthcare data ownership and the compliance requirements under Omani personal data protection law.
Thank you, Doctor, for your introduction. Good morning, everyone. We are delighted at the law school to participate with you with this debate. Having legal scholars participating in a bioethics conference is really significant given the legal interest at stake. Today, I'm proposing to think with you about healthcare data ownership, the ownership of healthcare data, and the second part will be about compliance. Actually, the first part of the introduction, false promise of healthcare data, the narrative of healthcare data ownership, you own the data or the patient is owning the data, comes from the US, while the second part, compliance with data protection laws, come from Europe. We'll start with putting some context to the discussion. What is the context of healthcare data? It's the healthcare data market. Today we have data markets, brokers that deals with data, sell and buy data, regardless of the ethical aspect of it, regardless of the ethical consequences of this. We have companies specialized in dealing with data. At the level of healthcare data, at the level of the medical sector, we have a global market of healthcare data. Some research, some statistics says that $67 billion to $100 billion per year is the global market of healthcare data. And the key player in this is data intermediaries. In the slide here you have many examples. We have American examples, Chinese examples of companies who collect healthcare data, aggregate these data and sell these data to anyone interested, to a healthcare provider, and to anyone interested in that. So these aspiring data intermediaries seek to use the blockchain technology today and mobile app to enable consumers to control, get paid for the use of their data, and in the process they retain, of course, the most important part. From a legal perspective, these healthcare intermediaries, these data intermediaries, they act as the consumer's authorized agent. I give them a license to use my data in selling and licensing this data to healthcare providers, to pharmaceutical manufacturers, and in between, they give me a small portion of that sharing, and they take the whole portion for them. So this is the context. We are dealing with companies whose job is to collect and share, and in the middle, giving me a small portion of what I'm sharing as data, as healthcare data. A type of healthcare data, I'm mentioning this, but briefly, we have many types, and no need to dwell more on this in the presence of physicians. Healthcare data can relate to vital statistics, to health conditions, to genetic information, or NDA sequences, and so on. The first question we'll target today is ownership. Do we own our data that we generate? We can own a car, we can own a house, we can own an intangible right like copyright on a book. But can I say as a consumer or a user of an app or a patient, simply even a patient, do I own the data I generate, the blood pressure, the diagnosis of a condition, especially with Internet of Things, connected apps. During the night, I'm sleeping, I'm connecting, I have a connectivity with an app. The app is taking my temperature. Who is owning that data? Am I generating something I can own? Actually, the movement of ownership of data comes from the US. Many people are pushing toward acknowledging a right of ownership for individual. But this is, every legal argument underlies within it a political or an economic reason. We'll see why, and we'll see whether, from a legal perspective, ownership of data is justified. Can we really own data from a legal perspective? We have two extremes. On one extreme, some advocates are saying that we are empowering data patients, you are the owner of this data, and they are claiming to give or to acknowledge or recognize as a human right. You have the owner. Data ownership is a human right under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. They are pushing toward this. But from a legal perspective, objective facts cannot be protected. IP, intellectual property, protects original expression of an idea. If I today tell you the temperature of an Oman is X, this raw material, this objective fact is not original. Therefore, I'm sharing with you an objective information. That information is not subject to any legal protection. So the other extreme is that objective facts, raw materials, cannot be owned. Recognizing a property right in healthcare data would represent a significant departure from most of the current national legislations. Practically, objective information cannot be owned. We need to have original ideas. We need to add on that information originality to claim, for example, copyright on something. So raw material cannot be owned. Therefore, my blood temperature, my X-ray diagnosis, etc., as information, pure information, traditionally cannot be owned under a legal perspective of property law. More specifically, we have, it doesn't fit. I cannot say that I own my data I generate. It doesn't fit with the property law, the traditional classical definition of property. Legal scholars gives criteria for a thing to be defined as property. The first criteria is capable of precise definition. We need to define what we own. I cannot say I own almost this thing. I own a car, I own a pen, I own a right. So the first bump is not capable of precise definition. The blood pressure, the result of diagnosis, the existence of known mutation can be precise. But for example, there is lots of practical impediment to recognize a general ownership right. When, for example, does your temperature become an ownable piece of property? When this temperature fluctuates throughout the night. Am I owning specific data entry? Am I owning the temperature in general? I am owning the temperature when I wake up. So the first challenge is precise definition. The second one, and the most relevant one, is the right to exclude. What the legal scholar would like to call exclusive possession and control. If I own a car or own a house, it's mine. I have the right to allow others to exclude. I have the right to exclude others from using it. But here, the most significant feature of healthcare data is by nature, we don't have healthcare data unless it is communicated to the physician, unless it is communicated to an agent or someone else. So here again, we cannot claim exclusive possession of these healthcare data because when I go visit a doctor or physician, we measure, for example, a patient pulse or we take an X-ray image, and we cannot stop the physician from sharing this, from communicating this to someone else. So here again, the second criteria of ownership does not fit at all healthcare data. So healthcare data, we cannot say that the patient or the user or the consumer has an exclusive possession or control of these healthcare data because by nature, they are disclosed to be able to be treated. Many also other problems regarding ownership from a traditional property law perspective. For example, alienation. When I own something, I have the right to transfer or to sell this. And this is when the US narrative comes in. We have a very huge and powerful momentum to promote for the ownership of individual, ownership of healthcare data, because once I own these data, I can license, sell, and alienate these data to big companies who can do whatever they want in that. Really, this is the true, or the true motive of this narrative in the US. Many media in the US highlighted some cases. For example, this woman, Henrietta Lakes, she was an indigent African American. She was diagnosed with cancer, and the research center used its cell cancer to make a patent, to register a patent, to develop a kind of a treatment for that cancer. And while this cell that is taken from this woman generated a multi-billion industry, the descendant of that woman lives still today in extreme poverty. So we shed light on this story to say you should own your data is yours. But behind this, there is the problem of alienation. Do you think would individual or would users or patient have more control over their data if we gave them an individual ownership right? Do I have really control of my healthcare data if I recognize, or the law recognizes for me, individual ownership right? I don't think so. Because once I have ownership, I can sell or license the use. And once I license or sell these data to an intermediary, the intermediary or the data broker can take my healthcare data and do whatever they want with them. I do not have control really over my healthcare data. This is why alienation is problematic. We also have other problems, valuation and compensation. It's a difficult question. What is the appropriate valuation for healthcare data? Should I give, if I give away my DNA, should I get 200, 2 riyals, 10 riyals, 2,000 riyals, 10,000 riyals? So there is a true problem of valuation resides in uncertainty. Actually, when we collect healthcare data, we are not sure whether this data in 5 years, 3 years with research brings about significant results and significant difference. So the uncertainty regarding the value of any individual healthcare data makes the valuation problem very difficult. It can worth today 10, but with research and expansion and discoveries, it might worth 1 million. So the true value remains until years after the collection of that data. Another problem is divisibility. Usually when I say a property, a movable property is divisible, it is subject to partial, for example, transfer. I can say I will transfer half of my data or only my blood pressure without my personal information, only my X-ray diagnosis and so on. So, but also divisibility create practical problems, because sometimes to have a holistic point of view, I need the entire healthcare data of an individual, so I cannot sell half of them, I cannot transfer half of them. I need the whole picture to be able to avoid any biases in the research. And most importantly, it will create inequality. Because imagine with me, every one of us has an ownership right in his personal healthcare data. Who will tend to transfer or sell these data? Low income individuals. So healthy, wealthy people will afford privacy. Therefore, they don't care of selling these data, but low individual will try to give their DNA or healthcare sensitive data to brokers, to companies, to lab research in return of a consideration or a valuation. And what about bias in research? If I'm collecting I'm collecting a sample of the population, low income, what about the general representation of the population? So in a nutshell, the debate in the US regarding the ownership of healthcare data is related to the commercialization of these data. But we argue that propertization does not fit with healthcare data. We have downsides. First, inequality, as I mentioned. Also, we have significant additional costs on both biomedical and public health, obstruction of public health research, and some scholars highlight the hindrance of monitoring and public response when we have a crisis, for the COVID-19, for example, crisis, we cannot argue that, imagine every patient or every COVID-19 patient had an ownership right of his healthcare data. It doesn't match, it doesn't fit in the general panorama of healthcare in general. What about then? What we should do? What we should do in this case? Should we say healthcare data is available for everyone to use? Healthcare data can be collected, transferred, and shared. Pharmaceutical companies are making millions of dollars using our personal data. What is the legal response for that? The legal response, instead of claiming an ownership right, individual ownership rights, we can claim, or we can try to monitor, regulate healthcare data via the compliance perspective. This is this is the European sides of, this is what we call the Brussels effect, the GDPR, the General Directive for protection of data protection, that protects personal data. And healthcare data is a subcategory of personal data. Here, we are not claiming individual rights of ownership. We are just simply saying that we cannot process healthcare data in an unlawful way. And we put guidelines and procedures and safeguards to make sure that the healthcare data of the Omani people or European citizens or in this region, for example, are protected. So the second part is related to the new law, the law today in Oman. In 9 February 2022, the Royal Decree 6 of year 2022 was enacted to protect the personal data, the personal data protection law. This law comes to effect, it coincides that this law came to effect in February today, 9 March 2023, this law came to effect. What are the obligations of healthcare data provider in Oman under this law? And we took the Omani examples, but we can also take all the examples in the Middle East. Most of the Gulf region has today personal data protection laws. In Europe, personal data protection laws. Under Omani law, we are taking only today the Omani legislator. Under Omani law, Omani legislator defined personal data as identified or identifiable personal information that is related to a natural person. So we are also talking about natural beings. It's not information of a company. We're not dealing with trade secrets or privacy. We're dealing with personal information with natural persons. Interestingly, for example, in the GDPR, we distinguish between personal data and sensitive data. A part of these personal data are sensitive. Healthcare data belongs to the sensitive category of data. Under Omani legislation, the Omani legislation, we have personal data as personal information. But because healthcare data in Oman is really important, interestingly, we have 3 separate definitions under Article 1, defining what is genetic data, what is vital data, and what is health data. 3 separate distinct definitions under Omani law in the healthcare sector, for the healthcare sector. The first question, let's stick to Oman because applicable law can differ from country to another. But healthcare providers in Oman, after the entry in force of the new law, 6 of year 2022, what are their obligations? To apply obligations on them, we need to qualify them as controller. We have 2 qualifications: controller of personal data. The controller defines the why and the how of collection. If I define the purpose of collection and the means of collection, I am a controller of personal data. And the processor is the one who is processing on behalf of the controller. But today, every hospital, every university, every care provider, even every pharmacy in Oman is qualified under the law as controller of personal information, of personal data. What are some of the obligations for compliance? This is the law written, but I'm not sure to what extent this will be applicable. Maybe it will take a little bit of time. But theoretically, in the law today in Oman, a controller, for example, a healthcare provider who is processing personal information, should establish safeguards and procedures for the processing of personal data. So we should have high standards of security when it comes to cybersecurity. We should notify in writing the data subjects. Data subjects are the patients who are visiting the lab or the clinic or the hospital before processing their personal data. Are we doing that in Oman when we visit a hospital? Are they taking my consent before they collect my personal data and share them? Of course, under the law, I'm skipping lots of exceptions. Under the law, we have a public health exception. We have the exception of public establishment in Oman. But we need, the principle is we need to take the data subject, the consent of data subject. We need to notify the data subject in case of breaches. If there is breaches in data, in personal data, we need to notify them. We need to designate in our company data of protection officer, the DPO, similar to the GDPR in Europe. We need to maintain confidentiality, non-disclosure, and we need especially, look at the last one here, prior, we talked earlier at the session earlier on about marketing, targeting messages. Under this law in Oman, we need to take the prior written approval of the data subject before sharing personal data with advertisement and marketing agencies. We cannot share our data for marketing purposes before taking the specific consent regarding to this issue. Here we also have obligations on controller and processor. A quick example of difference between controller and processor. The controller is the entity who is collecting the data, but the processor, for example, is the cloud service. If a service cloud provider, I'm storing this data on the cloud, the company owning the cloud is the processor because they are storing the data on my behalf. I am the controller who is collecting these data. Other obligations are related to the record keeping of processing, duty to cooperate, obligation to appoint external auditor, with the references at the end. As a conclusion, I think the balance is between compliance and regulation. Individual ownership is not the answer to controlling healthcare data with the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. And with that, I thank you, and we look forward to your questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very good insight into the law. So we're going to go into the Omani law, actually, of data protection. We're going to go to the next speaker, Dr. Mohammed Saad. He's a senior research scientist and group lead in the Qatar Center of Artificial Intelligence, Qatar Computing Research Institute, Doha. He has a background in applied mathematics and statistics. His research interests are in statistical genetics, bioinformatics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. The podium is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I would like to thank the organizers to invite me to this very interesting event. As a disclosure, I'm not an ethicist, as Dr. Zahid mentioned, so I'm on the computational side. So bear with me if you have any ethics question. Probably other people already answered them, or they will be more suited. Today, I'm going to talk about transparency and equity issues of medical implementation of AI. And the way how I will go about it is showing some examples or issues of inequity in healthcare, and then I will go about AI potential and application and how it could improve or exacerbate transparency in healthcare. And at the end, I will give a specific case study in the Middle Eastern regions and how we are trying to fill the gap of what's known in other populations versus in the Middle East. Inequities, unfortunately, is deeply rooted in the healthcare system, and that's caused by many factors, including socioeconomic and demographic factors. The first one is living in rural or remote areas where there will be a lack of healthcare facilities or transportation will really lead to some healthcare complications. We all know if you have a heart attack and you live in a far area, you know, to get to the hospital, it will take time and maybe you will not survive. And in the US, we know more than 57 million Americans reside in rural areas, and we could see the extent of the health inequity that will result in this. The low income and no insurance is also a big problem, which will delay the treatment and it will have worse health outcomes. I was recently talking to my mother-in-law, and she was saying when she was pregnant with my wife, she was at the hospital and they refused her to do the delivery because she didn't have money with her. So she had to take a gold bracelet as something that they will let her in. And unfortunately, that was a few 30 years ago, and we can also see some examples right now in many other countries. There is the discrimination factors, and nowadays we talk a lot about these, and we try to write policies about these ones. I know in genomics, we try to mention how we use the term race or ancestry or ethnicity without really hurting different groups of people. And one quote is, these studies have demonstrated that differences in treatment are not due to clinical factors such as racial differences in the severity of coronary heart disease or overuse of services by the whites. So that's extracted from the reference that's shown in here. Gender, we have a lot of discrimination on gender, and we can see that females are more likely to experience mental health problems, as could be shown in here in the WHO statistics, and yet they are underdiagnosed and under studies. And there was recently a lady in the UK where she went to doctors and she told them that I have pain, and doctors would tell them, you know, you ladies have pain, so there is nothing to do. And she tried many doctors, and at the end, she got to a doctor after maybe 5 visits, and he called her that you have to come to the hospital to make a surgery, and she had a very severe ovary cancer. So why it wasn't discovered? Because doctors would say, like, you guys have pain, so it doesn't matter, just go home, right? And you could see how the gender discrimination in this was really affecting this. And other discrimination will be based on religion or minority groups. Education factors are very important, and we can see in here as an example that childhood mortality based on the education of the parents could be reduced by up to 40%. And this happens if both the parents have some education. So we could imagine if the parents are not educated or they don't have access to education, we know that their child or their children might be at an increased risk of childhood mortality. So that was some examples in inequity in the healthcare system, but it also happens in the research as well. And one of the examples that I'm always interested in is genomic medicine, and with a highlight on the Middle Eastern data, right? So what we can see in the right side in here, Middle Eastern populations are more than 400 million, and it's a substantial chunk of the world population, right? Yet, when we see the genome-wide association studies that tries to associate genes to diseases, we don't see any yellow thing in here, and which means Middle Eastern populations are not really represented in the research, right? Which is a really big problem when we talk about AI implementation or anything, any implementation in healthcare. So moving to AI implementation in healthcare and the potential, we are all aware that it has a great potential and it will change the future, but mainly by being assistive to clinicians. It will help making better predictions of diseases and outcomes. And one of the examples that we see in here, there are some risk calculators that were developed in some population where you put your age, your smoking status, your cholesterol, and many things, and it will give you a score. Like in this fake example, it said you have 40.9% to have a heart attack or stroke within the next 10 years, right? So if these models are accurate, the doctor will be able to prescribe some preventive or treatment plans that will help you to be, to avoid the disease or any other complications. AI will help with better diagnosis, with defining personalized treatment plans, personalized prevention plan, and which will encompass the precision medicine framework that we always talk about. It will improve operational performance, and for the COVID-19 or for other pandemics, that will define who will get the ICU bed, as was mentioned yesterday or other scarce resources. It will improve with the health system performance and also improving financial outcomes. AI is, in some cases, they are outperforming the doctors. But of course, there are other cases that I'm not showing in here. The actual doctor will outperform the AI. There are several success stories, and I'm only focusing on success stories in here, not the failure of AI. One of that is, there are like the CNN methods. It's not the CNN we all know. In AI, it's the convolutional neural network that successfully classify images of skin lesions as accurately as trained dermatologists. And there was another study that these AI models have been found to be superior to dermatologists in melanoma image classification. Okay, so this is really great. The other thing is there are machine learning or AI algorithms that have been proposed to help with the risk and assessment for prediction of cardiovascular events, and the focus on cardiovascular events or type 2 diabetes, that these chronic diseases can be prevented with lifestyle or medication early on. There is something else in sleep medicine, in pathology, where the AI algorithm will be able to distinguish between benign pathology, between benign cancer or, benign tumors or cancerous and malignant prostate tumors. In pandemics, actually I added this slide yesterday because everyone was talking about the pandemics and COVID-19. AI could really help in vaccine distributions and determine who we should prioritize. Resource distribution, especially if they are scarce. Drug repurposing or drug sensitivity, which is really important. And actually within our institute, we developed a framework where just using chemical databases, we succeeded to find a drug that was the top priority, and it was later on validated by Pfizer. So instead of waiting for 1 or 2 years to have the vaccine, with drug repurposing, we would probably speed up the process and have some medicine that can really help treating the disease. AI could help with the disease outbreak and having some spatial AI modeling where you know how people move across cities with their GPS tracking. So when you do some mathematical modeling, if you incorporate the spatial information and how people will move, you will be able to lock down cities and not the whole country maybe, and improve. You know, you will not shut down the whole country, but maybe cities, and then you release another city and so on. And in radiology to help diagnose actually COVID-19 or other diseases. Linking AI to inequity in healthcare, the question would be, is it going to help, right? The thing is, maybe it's the other way around. It will exacerbate the current inequities in healthcare, because the research that's being done and all of these AI models are on data that are extracted from that current healthcare. And inequities are deeply rooted in this. So whatever the model learns will really learn these inequities. So whatever it predicts, it will reflect these inequities. Minorities, diverse populations, or other groups are really underrepresented in all of these studies. The question, would these models generalize across populations or groups? And if the models are implemented in hospitals, would they really work? Would they really improve for everyone, or maybe for a specific groups of people? One of the failure or the bad examples, in the one I showed you for discovering or for diagnosing melanoma, more than 90% of the patients were white and less than 10% were black. And the model showed that a lot of, or very good accuracy. In a new study, it showed that if you test these models on Africans, it will not work. The accuracy is reduced by half. So we move from 90% to 45%, which is not really good. And we know that lesions in black patients have different characteristics compared to white people, and the non-Hispanic black patients have an increased incidence of mortality because of melanoma. And that's probably because of the late diagnosis of melanoma, which when we diagnose it's late stage, so they will die more, right? So if we put these AI models in there, we will not diagnose melanoma in black people. So it will not help. It will only help a group of white people. In pharmacogenomics, there is another big problem in here. And look at this one. So it's a drug thiopurines, which is used as immunosuppressant in cancer, such as the lymphoblastic leukemia. It was developed mainly in European data. And we can see in here, in African or in Caucasian, there is one mutation that's absent in these two populations. But if you have it, you have more than 672 increased risk to develop myelosuppression that could be lethal, right? And in East Asians or in South Central Asia, they have a relatively high frequency. So this drug is being distributed everywhere. You treat everyone, right? What happens to these ones? And when we talk about inequity, what do we know about the Middle Eastern? We said we have 400 million. We don't even know what is the percentage of these variants are in our populations. Do we keep treating people with this without doing some genetic testing or not? And then, as was mentioned early this morning, AI algorithms are only as good as the data they are trained on. If the data is biased, which is actually biased, the algorithm will be biased. And if the algorithm is biased, the outcome or the prediction will be biased toward the group that was trained on, right? And this can lead definitely to inaccurate or unfair results. And even at the end, if we have a very good AI algorithm or technology, where do we implement it? Are we going to implement it in all hospitals or in specific hospitals? And if we do in specific hospitals, that will also result in some inequities, because not everyone can have to these cutting-edge technologies, right? So that's a way where AI or the implementation could exacerbate health equity. For the transparency issues, I will only touch on three quick concepts: the explainability, the trust, and accountability of implementing the AI algorithm. As Dr. Abdullah said, and Dr. Zahid, right, AI is considered as a black box, which means you give huge amount of data, you apply some algorithm, and you have a prediction output. Now, if you try to explain this, it's very hard. You don't know, right? You don't know. It's just giving you that you will develop this disease. So when it makes a wrong decision, what do we do? How do we fix it? Do we know how to fix it? And this is very hard. Even the developers of the algorithm, I know how to do AI, right? And if I do the model, I have no idea. There are ways how to try to explain a little bit how it got this information or this outcome, but it's really hard to get the real essence of what is happening. So if the decision was wrong, no one will be able to trace back and refix it, right? So this is one of the problems on explainability. Trust. I was recently talking to someone who is an AI engineer, and he himself, he said, I don't consent that my personal data is recorded. So he didn't want to participate to the project he's working on, right? Which is a big problem. Like, we ask patients to contribute and we will protect their data, but the engineer himself, he didn't believe it. So this is one of the problems, right? Other developers will trust the algorithm, but are they really aware about the clinical implementation impact? For them, you know what they care? As an AI engineer or scientist, I'm happy if my model reaches 90% accuracy. But somehow, I don't really think about if this is implemented, what will happen? Will patients die or not? And how do we make decisions? Can doctors trust AI algorithms? Some of them, you know, the old school doctors, maybe they say like, no, I don't control what's happening, so I don't want to use AI. Some of them will trust it as an assistive technologies, which is really good. You could have a second opinion in radiology or other areas. And the question if doctors should trust it blindly, it will depend on the AI technology, but in general, it should not be like this. Doctors cannot let the AI decide blindly, and they will move on. the healthcare professionals, the people who make the insurance, will they really trust AI for this? And at the end, can patients trust the AI algorithms? When I saw the picture of the robot dentist, I thought if I would accept doing it, I was scared. And like, would you trust it or not? That's very scary. If you need a surgery or you have a disease and the doctor will comfort you, will talk to you, right? And you might listen to him. There is a person in front of you. But what if I tell the patient, the AI algorithm decided that we will do this? Would they accept? They say, maybe not, right? And I'm really sure a lot of people will not trust it, at least now. Accountability, maybe just for the sake of time, I will go over it very quickly. So if AI errors happens, who is responsible? And Dr. Muhammad talked about the Islamic ethics and who will be accountable for this, and he mentioned maybe several human or people. When patient lives are at stake, it's really becoming very important. So now I will move up with some AI in genomic medicine with a special case in the Middle East. And I will talk about the story of polygenic risk scores. And these scores are being developed with AI, machine learning, or statistical models to predict diseases or health outcomes using genetic data. And the strength with these is, even when you are born, we will take your DNA and we will give you a map of what diseases you might encounter. So if you are aware about it, you might be changing your lifestyle. We might prescribe some medicine or whatever, right? The physician will follow you based on this early knowledge. The polygenic risk scores are aggregation of millions genetic risk factors. Risk factors right now, they could be using your age, your family history of a disease, and your cholesterol maybe, right? Here it's like really a large scale. We want a model that takes all your genetic variables plus your demographic, plus your clinical variables to be able to predict the disease. If the score has a high values, that will mean that you have a high chance or a high risk to develop the disease, and maybe we should prescribe some early interventions. For cardiovascular disease, we could prescribe statin maybe early on, right? So you will not, it will help with the decrease of cholesterol and so on. So these models have been developed in Europeans, right? And whatever knowledge is acquired there, can we really generalize it to our populations? And we know right now, whatever is being produced by Europeans or by the West, we take it, right, blindly. And the example of the drug I showed you is one of them. So we wanted to see, for these scores, do they work in Middle Eastern populations? Can we implement the existing ones? And we wanted to see this for one disease, for coronary heart disease. There is, people might tell us, like, why don't you develop these scores in our data, right? The success of AI right now, it's a result of the huge amount of data and the advances in technology that was a result of many years, right? Right now, in the Middle East, at least for the genomic medicine, we are at the very early stages. We cannot develop AI models that work in our data. Maybe in 5 years from now, when we have thousands of cohorts, maybe we'll be able to do it. So what we showed in here, so that was a collaboration between Hamad Medical Corporation Hospital, our institute, the Qatar Computing Research Institute, and the Center of Artificial Intelligence, and with Mayo Clinic, with the support of Qatar Genome Program and Qatar Biobank. It was quickly a case control study. We have 1,000 heart disease patients and 6,000 control with whole genome sequencing. The first thing we notice in here, if you throw all these genetic data, in all of these, by the way, are Qatari citizens, right? And we think they are homogeneous. Whenever you look at them, these ones, you see a lot of variability, right? And using some information we have, you see that there is a group of Yemenis in here. You see a group of, when you see letter S, that's Saudi Arabia. You see other groups in here that, you cannot see it well, but there is the letter U or K, which means these people were saying, I'm original from Kuwait or UAE, right? And these here, S or B, that's Bahrain. And there is even people, you know, when you see, I remember we saw a guy from Oman. He said, I'm from Oman, and he was somewhere here, right? And so inside the Qatari population, we saw Arabs, we saw people from the Gulf region, and we saw in here, when you see Syrians or Lebanese, they cluster together. That's probably closer to Europeans. We saw some people with Persian origins, which is a big chunk in here. We saw people from African origins, maybe like from Sudan or Somali, and we saw some people from Pakistan or India. And all of these, again, are Qatari citizens. That reflects the migration that happened 50 years ago. So when we talk about precision medicine, if I'm Lebanese, or I'm Qatari, or you're Omani, what does it mean? This nationality doesn't mean anything. We should look at your genetics. So when you go to the doctor, he will assess your genetic data and see where you are from to be able to prescribe something that's really tailored to you and only you. Okay? The other thing quickly, we saw that what we know in Europeans, some of the knowledge, it applies on our data, but there is a famous gene that's known in Europeans. We didn't find it in our data, right? So that's one result. And these scores, the bottom line, we saw that they work in our cohort. They work, and if you have a high score, you have 5 times increased risk to develop the disease. And that's similar to the results found in European studies, which means that these scores could be implemented in our healthcare system, right? One limitation, so we published this recently in Circulation, Genomic and Precision Medicine. So these scores were validated in the whole cohort. We didn't study if it works within Persians or Arabs because we have a very small data set. We should do more efforts to develop local and ancestry-specific scores, and implementation should take into account the differences of genetic background of these people. And importantly, we need to join efforts across the Middle Eastern to increase these large sample sizes and cohorts to achieve better PRS. The final thing in here is, are we ready to implement AI in general in Middle East? We need more extensive research, and we need collaborative efforts, which happen maybe in Europeans with these big consortia and meta-analysis. With this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much. Very enlightening about the diversity we have even in the region. Now, we're going to go ahead with the highlight of the days, which is a debate, and then followed by the panel discussion. So for the debate, we're going to have 2 speakers. Artificial intelligence, the path into the future. Dr. Nasser Al-Azri, please welcome to the podium. He is a qualified senior consultant emergency physician. He works as a Director General of Administrative Affairs, the Ministry of Health. He is Masters of Science and Medical Law in Ethics from University of Edinburgh. He is a colleague, a friend, I think a philosopher, and many other things. and bioethicist. The other speaker for the debate is Dr. Adhari, MD, PhD, Assistant Professor at Sultan Qaboos University, College of Medicine. She specializes in cancer prevention and applications of artificial intelligence in healthcare, as well as active learning and well-being of youth. Numerous researches and grants she has got from His Majesty's grant in 2022, and with recognized work in molecular and behavioral cancer prevention from the NCI USA. So welcome both to the dais, and we can start the debate. The debate is going to be again 10 minutes for, 10 minutes against, then a rebuttal of 5 minutes, followed by 5 minutes. Who is starting? Four, yes. So Dr. Adhari will start with the notion of 4.
Assalamu alaikum. I don't know how much I will add. It has been all discussed earlier. But I should highlight that I'm the only female today, and from the perspective of female empowerment, you should go with me. So I should win today. So what I'm covering today is artificial intelligence, the path to the future. If we go to the quadruple aim of health, overall, it should cover or it should enhance 4 aspects of healthcare, which are the patient's experience, population health, reducing cost, and care team well-being. And we all, I believe, and all statistics agree that none of this has been achieved till now. Especially after the pandemics, all of this has been significantly and negatively affected. And the quadruple aim of health has been really challenged by several factors, and one of the most important factors is the aging population. After the improvements of healthcare systems, people are getting aged, and the life expectancy is increasing, so we have a proportion of the population reaching an old age with all the significant needs this population is expected. And it says that by 2050, 1 in 4 people in Europe and North America will be over the age of 65. I don't have data about Oman, but it might be similar. So this age group, we know they have multi-needs, from social to healthcare to psychological needs, mental health, and a lot of needs that needs to be addressed by healthcare professionals. The other challenge is the increase in incidence of non-communicable diseases. And non-communicable diseases are a group of 5 or 6 diseases that they account for almost 72% of mortality annually all over the world. And you know that NCDs goes with patients when diagnosed, they live with it. And again, it needs a lot of multidisciplinary efforts in order to take care of such patients and deal with their needs. Especially now, NCDs are common among young patients. And young patients, they are at the productive age, and they need lots of support in work life, social life, and their health. The third challenge for quadruple aim is a shift in lifestyle choices. So now with the presence of talabat, I'm not against talabat, but it's against your choice. So people are making very, unhealthy decisions by following these ads and the easiness of getting this food in a matter of a click. So people are tending to make unhealthy choices without counting their bad effect or negative effect on their health. One of the last challenges is the change in patients' expectations. Previously, patients, when you treat them, they feel pain-free or they receive the diagnosis and that's it, they feel satisfied. Now patients are having more expectations based on what they read in the internet, based on social media, based on whatever, so the expectations are increasing, and health worker providers, they should meet their expectations, but actually expectations are unpredicted. So all of this is exerting a challenge over the health care systems. And on top of all of this, the massive or the major advancement in digitization of healthcare data is exerting another very major challenge, because now data is everywhere and everything is digitized, and the volume and the diversity of the healthcare data is raising or increasing exponentially that cannot be coped with. Therefore, according to statistics, it has been found that physicians' real time during the work hours is divided into not only patient direct contact, only 33% of his time is with the patient, literally. And the rest is on desktop work and paperwork, on other admin work rather than the patient. So patient care has been sacrificed because of other things that the healthcare worker should deal with. At the end, it led to what is called burnout. So healthcare providers now, they are not coping with all these challenges, and they are facing difficulty to meet them, and at the end they are sacrificing their personal life, personal health. That leads to what is called burnout. And it has been found that burnout leads to medical errors, therapeutic errors, and lots of unexpected or unneeded outcomes. So these are photos of burnout among healthcare workers, and it was aggravated during COVID with a lot of shortage of healthcare workers. And it is known that with the current burnout and the challenges that is faced, there are lots of diagnostic errors, treatment errors, waste of resources, insufficiencies in workflow, inequities and inadequate time between patients and clinicians, and low patient satisfaction. So there was a question, and as I said, it's inequities in access to care. So there was a question, would AI help? Do we need technology to find solutions for us, or can we cope with this? So if you look at AI basically in general term, it's a system that can recognize patterns in large data. And we know that healthcare data is very huge and it's very fertile for finding patterns and concluding prediction. So if you look at AI so far, it has been used mainly on improving population and health management, improving operation of healthcare system, and strengthening innovation. So I will highlight some of the examples. I don't know why the font is changing this computer. I don't like this font. It's like robotics font. But it's AI. So, and there are so many countries that are supporting and in empowering such research and innovation in AI because they realized how much it can save the healthcare worker and improve the healthcare system. And if you go on FDA website and you type FDA machine learning or AI approved list, it will give you a list of almost 500 tools, and majority in radiology and image-based fields like pathology, dermatology, even ophthalmology, which reflects that it's happening, and as Dr. Zahid said, it is here to stay. We should not resist it, we should not go against it, but we should regulate it. And if you look at how it helped during COVID-19, you can see the multi-lines that connecting a lot of stuff that really, without AI, it would not be possible to tackle the COVID in the way that it was handled. Even FDA has issued an emergency use authorization where they were authorizing approval to certain tools which are AI or machine learning based without even looking at the validation, because they were weighting the benefit over the risk, and they found that the benefit was more because it was an emergency situation. I should highlight here that FDA has established a new framework specifically for any AI-based tool compared to other image or any other medical tools. That's because of one reason, very important reason, which is AI tools are evolving with time. Rather than, for example, MRI, when it was approved, MRI is MRI. It does not evolve when you feed it with more data or when you do more tests. But for AI, it is evolving, and they need to cope up, and they need to reapprove such tools with time. So a specific framework has been established for AI tools. And one of the tools that has got an emergency approval is clearance to AI-driven ICU predictive tool during COVID, the Cura Cloud CT, which is deep learning algorithm for pneumonia related to COVID, and the DIA approval for new COVID AI solutions.
1 minute.
Well, I'm enjoying it. So, and then for vaccines usually takes almost years in order to be ready for use for clinical work. But during COVID, we noticed that it was happening within few months. And that's because of the help, lots of things played around, but AI played a major role in it, and it was ready for use within 6 months. That's because AI thrive on data. And we know there are lots of data were available in digital format about the genotype of the virus, proteins content of the virus, and all of this were collected and then fed into whatever database that concentrate on proteins level in human being and from virology field, and all of this networking and It is called interactome, where they find any interaction between whatever proteins and genes from human and viruses that shorten the period that is needed for any vaccine approval. Then they feed it into a drug human target network in order to find any toxicity. And this facilitates and speed up the discovery of the vaccine.
Time.
And you can, sorry?
Time.
What's it?
Time.
Time, okay, I'll go fast. So the advancement of AI,
time, 10 minutes are over.
okay. Well, AI should speed this up. So advancement of AI in different aspects of life as it healthcare, it has been already mentioned that it helps in precision medicine, operational and diagnostic, and precision therapeutics. I will go through some of the examples very fast. It has been already mentioned by Dr. Muhammad. So bed management, we have crisis in bed management in Oman and all over the world. So bed management was handled very well in certain countries because of the AI was able to predict whose patients needs to be can be discharged and which patient cannot be discharged, and this data can be prepared for doctors without even going and evaluating every patient. AI chatbots is another example, like Babylon and ADA, which helps people to triage their symptoms before going to hospital, and it's largely used. Some of them have been already FDA approved. Emerald is very nice app, which is constructed by MIT. And it mainly monitors health remotely for patients, and it feeds their profile in the hospital. This is very nice. I just read about it. It is Ping and Good Doctor. It is a Chinese app, and it helps. It has 300 million users so far. It's like a cabinet that you enter your ID, the national ID, and it gives you all your records. You talk with the chatbots, and it gives you what do you need. It's linked to your health records, and it gives you what you should take. And once you leave, you can go to the pharmacy. You have the drugs ready for pickup, and it will be recorded. You can come later and later to evaluate yourself, and it has wearables, so it can take the vitals with it.
Okay, Doctor.
I'm ending. I will not give more examples. This example is for you, Dr. Zahid. It's an NRI project which take off a lot of manual processing that is needed to evaluate CT scans of patients to prepare them for radiotherapy. So, Dr. Zahid, I don't know if you heard about this.
Yes, I have.
You did. So there is a need for preparing future doctors to be ready for AI augmented healthcare. And already Harvard, they are starting, and big universities, they are starting this, and we already started it in Sultan Qaboos University. McKinsey and company, a big company about future medical innovations. And they, okay, I'm ending.
Let's give
my last slide. So at the end, my final message is healthcare will not be, healthcare worker will not be replaced by AI. But as American Medical Association, they propose that it will be an augmented healthcare, and we should accept it. So we should not resist it. We should accept it. We should have regulations, and we should be ready for it. And medicine is art and science. So AI can work very well in science, but the art needs the human touches. And that's my point. Thank you.
Very interesting arguments. No. 10 minutes also, Dr. Nasser.
13 minutes for quality, please. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير and good afternoon. I think it's afternoon already, everyone. Dr. Faryal and Dr. Adar, they approached me during the coffee break and they asked me to pretend and to act as a loser, actually. And even when they assigned the topic to me, they told me so. Okay, so I have to act as a loser, and well, I cannot argue with ladies, you know. So I have to do it. I don't know if you have noticed. Actually, Dr. Adar didn't like the font, and what has she commented? She said, I don't like this font. It looks like robotic font. We don't like robots. but still she is actually going for it. Okay. We don't like robots. Okay. We are human beings. We like humans. We like to be humans. We like to act as humans. We like to be dealt with as humans, as such. Okay. So is AI the right choice for us in the future? Those are my kids, actually. They like playing with snakes wherever they go. I don't like them at all. I don't like to touch snakes. I don't like to see them even. And you know where they got it from, not from me. Okay, as such. But still, they like to play with snakes. Do you think that's wise? Do you think, well, it is wise, actually, to play with snakes unless we are assured they are non-poisonous, non-venomous? Okay? We are reasonably sure of that. Would you like your beloved ones, kids, your siblings, for example, to play with snakes unless you are sure they are non-poisonous? Okay. No one would like, of course. So that's the case, actually. إن الأفاعي وإن لانت ملامسها عند التقلب في أنيابها العطب. So we have to be pretty sure, actually, what we are dealing with is safe enough, reasonably safe to deal with. Otherwise, we need to be very careful. Is the AI a snake? It is, actually. It could be non-poisonous. Yeah. It could be a good snake. It could be a friendly snake with a silky touch that we would like to play with, but it could be very venomous. A few days back, actually, we lost a young guy. He had inflammation by a snake in Batna, actually, and within a couple of days, he passed away, unfortunately, because of that snake. And it happens every now and then. So how many people die because of AI? Do we know? I'm not debating that AI has utility. It can be good, actually. I cannot debate in that. Definitely. There might be a good side in there. But since morning, you were bombarded, actually, by the ethical issues and other issues with the practicalities of the AI in the field. We can dream of many things, actually. But can we realize these things in reality, in our practice, in our day-to-day life, or not? We need to be very careful with this. So I'm debating, actually, the negative side. I'm debating the why and the how of this AI, more than the what of AI. Basically, and this has been discussed probably a lot, artificial intelligence is about information and data in the input and the black box of the process. We don't know what's going on in there, and there's an action at the end. Okay, it's a feedback loop. Okay, so it enhances itself by itself. Just like a sweet craving diabetic. Somebody who's diabetic, he knows that sweetie is bad for his health or her health, but still, he or she is eating sweet all the time in there. And the end could be disastrous for that patient. And the same here, we like the AI for what it gives us, but the end could be disastrous as well in here if we are not careful. It feels sweet, it tastes sweet, but still it can kill as such. We have a lot of issues, okay, and many of these have been discussed, actually. I'm not going into details, but again, there are issues with the content of AI, and there are issues with the context of AI. Regarding the content that we have talked about, the input, the process, and the output in there, we have issues with the autonomy, actually, of the whole thing, the privacy issues that they have discussed, about bias, okay, who is giving the information, what information are chosen, actually, who is included and excluded from this information process, and how this information is being used in there, who is choosing the goals, basically, in AI. As human beings, excuse me, we are always goal-oriented in our lives, okay? So who is choosing the goals for the AI when it acts, actually? Those final actions, actually, they are based on the goals that we have initiated at the beginning in there. So do we know who made the goals and for what purpose, actually, and what were they looking for as such? Explainability, Dr. Muhammad has just talked about. It is the black box, actually, that we don't know. We don't know how to explain things that are going on as such. It is very deterministic because we have certain algorithms. It has to go through those algorithms in the process. Can we program ethics, basically? Can we embed ethics within these algorithms? This is very debatable. Is it a deontological or teleological ethics that we are using in these algorithms? Again, that's another debate. Are we looking for the purpose, the final purpose of the thing, or is it about the utility of it in there? Are we reducing human beings actually decision making to the mere process of algorithms? Issues of inequality, manipulation, and totalitarianism as such is an issue. And already we have disasters with this, actually. This is one of it. Okay. Racial bias found in a major healthcare risk algorithm. Blacks were excluded as such. This is a bias, okay, in the system. In the context, are we experimenting with AI? Are we sure? We take, on average, actually, 10 to 12 to 15 years, actually, to develop a drug and approve it as such. Did we have the clear process for approving the AI before starting using it? When did we start using AI in Oman, in healthcare, for example? 2019, Dr. Zahid? Even before the personal data protection law was there, we didn't have any regulation. We have used, actually, just simply, we want to be the first pioneers. That's well and good. But at what cost are we doing this experimentation on people? Okay. We need to think about that. Issues of safety, effectiveness, the false hopes that we are giving to people over the days and years. The issue of informed consent requires a conference by itself, actually, to discuss in here inadequate awareness of risk with research, especially when it comes to some parts of the world, like third world countries, therapeutic misconception, because many people, they think it is actually for therapy. It's not an experiment that's being given to them. The legitimacy of use of unexperimented tools, how legitimate it is in practice, and the compassionate use of these things. Okay. When it comes to the regulation, again, there are issues of responsibility. Professor Ghali talked about the shared responsibility. Is it fair? It is a black box, actually. We don't know where the error was made in the whole process and who actually is liable for that error. Who caused that error, actually? Is it the programmer? Is it somebody else in the process? We don't know. Okay. So is it fair to assign shared responsibility to the people based on that, since we don't know, actually, who did it? The legal personality of the AI machines is still not ascertained. Science is moving, actually, and changing every single day, and the law is static, and this is another challenge in the practice. The Watson IBM AI program, actually, there are a lot of rumors about what happened in it, and probably many people died because of that program in US, but still we don't know for sure, actually, what has happened in reality, because the data is not for the public yet. Developing countries, the context of developing countries and the cultures in here, ethical issues, we know they are undermined. There's not much of concern about ethical issues. Always we are going for the practice. We are imitating others. We try just to follow what others have started earlier in some other parts of the world without considering the ethical and legal issues in particular. There's a risk of exploitation for scientific interests of people who want actually to be involved in these experiments for one reason or another. There are cultural inequalities in their techno inequalities between the people, how much the community is participating actually in the discussions about these issues.
I'll give you 2 minutes more just because, for fairness.
Thank you. I'll be finishing. Issues of informed consent in our part of the world, actually, we know the status of informed consent and how it is short, actually, of what we dream of. Inadequate awareness of risks with research and therapeutic misconception, again, comes into here. Always there's an issue in here because we just go forward for practical issues and then we ask, actually, what are the ethical concerns in here? Okay. So are ethics a priori or a posteriori? Do we start with ethics and just ascertain that we are going forward ethically, or just we check back on things? Okay. What are the ethical issues with AI? We are going with it anyway as such. So what are the issues? This is always a dilemma, actually. In practice. This is a very nice book, actually, The X-Maker's Gift. It talks about the tools that humans have used throughout the ages as such, and how they affected actually the societies and human beings ethically and otherwise. So there are many issues in here that we need to tackle. Are we ready actually to go forward with AI, with all these risks? Actually, these are snakes that we are not sure of, whether they are poisonous or not. We need to be careful. Unless we want to take the risk, then we should stop actually and think again about it. Thank you very much.
Very interesting point of view, Dr. Nasser. Now 5 minutes rebuttal.
Thank you, Dr. Nasser. So we all agree that ethical legal regulations are very much needed to concise or to regulate the AI application in healthcare, especially with all these ethical things have been raised, mainly due to the privacy of healthcare data because they are patients' data. But we all know again that a framework for ethical legal regulations is not there yet. And people, if you look at literature, you can find reviews, think tank, and summits, symposium, discussing all of these ethical issues. But no one till now has written anything in papers to see or to highlight what are the major issues and how to handle it and what are the regulations needed. So we have two options. Either we should just wait for these ethical legal things to show up, and we don't look at all of these innovations, promising innovation to save lives, to improve healthcare, and to improve the workload in healthcare providers, or we should, while we are waiting for this framework, we can accept these applications, we start using them without giving it the full autonomy. So it should not, healthcare system, it should not be run by AI itself. We should be there, like as healthcare workers should be there to supervise it, to direct it. For example, I'll give an example of robotic surgery. We all know that it's already there, and so many centers, high centers, they are using it. But is it that the robot is doing the surgery without the surgeon being there? No, because errors might happen anytime, and in fact, the system itself is built where if there is an incident of an error, there is a button where the surgeon can click and the whole robot will go away. Will just retrogradely get away from the patient, and now the doctor will use his skills in order to save the lives. So despite the ethical legal things that are raised, and we all know that they are very much needed, but we should not ignore these promising innovative techniques and tools, and we should adapt ourselves to have it in our life and in the healthcare system to augment the healthcare system. I know there is a survey recently published last week from US, and majority of US citizens, they do not support use of AI in healthcare, and they don't want AI to handle their health. They still trust the physician, and I agree this is the same in all countries. This is why patients should know that it is not fully automated by AI. Doctors are still there. And I repeat saying, medicine is art and science. AI can handle the science, but it cannot handle the art. Even if it becomes emotional, still it will not be empathetic, it will not be giving the same art or the same support that the physician can give.
Thank you, Dr. Adari. Of course, we can go forward with the current practice of AI, but at what cost in here? How many people have to die or get sick with this AI thing, actually? Can we measure the number needed to treat or the number needed to harm in the whole process? Can we calculate the number actually who will die in 10 years' time, in 15, 20 years' time, till we get to that point of the semi-perfect AI? Or not? It will be just a black box, and we will go just blindly with it. That's an important question. U.S. citizens, they are not in favor, as you mentioned in this recent survey, actually, of AI in healthcare. So who's pushing for this AI thing? Who's behind the move? Who's benefiting from that? Who are the winners, actually? This is a very big question to ask, actually. What is the business behind it? I don't know. Probably you would know about that. Okay. So always there are questions, actually. One of the first principles in healthcare, first do no harm. Okay. And there's the principle of precaution always in ethics and in law as well. If you are not sure that the benefits outweigh the harm, then you shouldn't go forward with the action as such. Okay, at least you should be reasonably comfortable that there are benefits that are outweighing the harm in the whole process. Okay, otherwise you should stop from that. So, what will happen actually if we discover 5-10 years later that there was a lot of harm happened because of the AI? Okay, who will take the revenge for those people as such? Okay. So I'm not against AI. I'm just saying it is not the time. Time is life. Okay, and just running the race, the risky race here can kill people, can make more people sick. We can lose more people in the whole process till we get to that point, if we at all get to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the speakers. Very, very interesting discussions on both sides. I think we have a bit of time again, like last debate, to take 1 or 2 comments from the if someone has anything to add to the for or against. Let's start with for notion. Anyone that wants to add anything from their side? What about against? Ah, there is, okay, sorry.
Good afternoon, everybody. It was really an informative debate, and it was very interesting. I am with and not with both. Actually, since we have an AI, actually I have a comment that is there any future plan to have a digital or a department of digital medical healthcare, either it is in Sultanate or worldwide?
Digital medical care.
Well, basically, in the Ministry of Health, at least, we have a whole project about digitization of healthcare as such. So we are working on that at this time.
Last comment, guys. Then we'll go for voting.
Do we need to?
يمكن أقنعت ناس كثيرين أنتوا والله.
Thank you very much. It's really a nice debate and convincing on both sides. What I wanted to comment, I usually say to our student, bioethics is a reactive science. And we are sitting here and teaching AI and with the potential of AI and what will be the future. So that's good. We are starting to be a proactive science. And that's a good step to achieve. We used to utilize anything before regulation and before law, but it turned to be wrong. We need to be very careful dealing with human beings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was a good comment to end the. So we would like to have a show of hands. Who is for the notion? Okay. Who is against the notion? Who is with both? So both win. We're going to continue with the last part of today, which is the panel discussion. I will not introduce the speakers because they're all well known to everyone. We have Professor Asim Badela. If you can come up, Dr. Abdullah Adlan. Also, Professor Muhammad Ghali and Dr. Laura. So welcome to the last part of the session today, where we're going to be discussing or having a panel discussion on some important issues related to artificial intelligence. We wanted to start with a common quote that everybody knows and remembers. To err is human. So human beings, by nature, make mistakes. Nothing is perfect. And if we are to create an AI based on human information and human intellect and to mimic human beings, then we should be ready to accept that the AI will err, right? So we've talked about liability, and we talk about liability sort of loosely. And when we mention it, everybody understands that liability is, you have a medical procedure and something went really wrong. The doctor is liable. That's normal, understood. They go to court, etc. Someone survives or has bad outcomes from that procedure, and it's looked at on that aspect. But there are other aspects to healthcare. They are called side effects. So when a side effect happens, how are we going to hold an AI? Is it part of being human to err? So the question is about liability again. Where do we draw the line, as this is an error and this is negligence, for example? If we can start with Dr. Laura.
Okay. I want just to tell you that in Europe we have a draft regulation on AI that was presented 2 years ago. It's going to be approved after the consultation and so on. And it's very interesting because all the points you raised in all these very interesting speeches, the human oversight, explainability, inclusivity, justice, and so on, they are all very, very clear in the draft regulation. So there's a lot of ethics in the regulation of AI. Let's see if it will be approved. And it's very interesting that as regards liability and responsibility, it says that it is a shared responsibility. That is, you have not only one responsible, but it may be, as you said, I remember in your speech, more than one responsible. So the point is that it's the central point of the draft regulation is human-centeredness. So the human stays at the center. It means that who is going to apply AI in medicine needs to oversight, to have a human meaningful control on the application. So he needs to have a sort of, to know that it's safe, that has a proof of security, of safety, and that is effective, and that he is going to apply it. Another point is that it is raised in literature that when a physician applies a software or AI algorithm, he needs to oversight. It means he needs not to completely rely on technology. That's we are tempted to delegate to technologies. Every day, also in our smartphone, we delegate. We don't remember even the mobile numbers, okay? So that would be really a big responsibility for the physician. So he needs to check every time, otherwise the consequence can be not only liability, but also the skilling. He's not be able to be a physician, to give a diagnosis, to give treatments to the patient, to visit the patient, and so on. So that is one point that's very clear in our draft regulation, and I think it's a good point.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, sure.
What am I know you have several questions. This has been a very illuminating morning, and I hope that the conference attendees can can really dig into what has been presented this morning. And when you were just speaking, I thought about the fact that as an emergency medicine physician, we're taught that we're going to be sued over our careers, right? It's going to happen. Just when it happens, just wait. But one way to mitigate that risk is by developing a trusting relationship between you and the patient and being transparent when perhaps an error has been made and discussing with the patient. I wonder if we were to think about automated aspects of our care, what trust would be lost between the patients and the providers, or the pseudo-providers, being AI? And would we be able to mitigate that risk? Or rather, we would create a society that is increasingly litigious. It is already so, because we believe we have a right to health, not that it is a grant from God. We believe that individuals should be able to cure us, not that that is a grant from God. We believe many things that will be lost because of this reductionist ideology that pervades the notion of healthcare.
That's an important comment, actually, especially when we're talking about AI and computers, etc. We always think of, we are biased by the calculator. It doesn't make mistakes. You can't have a calculator make a mistake. So how does an AI make a mistake? Something must be wrong there, right?
Yeah. If I may add also a point to the first question about liability. I think it's very important to...
The microphone.
I think it's very important to pay attention to the fact that we don't know everything that need to be known, and there is no one size fits all. So at least in the beginning stage of applying artificial intelligence, if there is a disaster or mistake or miscalculation, it has to be studied individually. I don't think that we are prepared to have some sort of a blanket law that can be applied a priori. So it has to be post the fact, analyze the situation, and then assess what went wrong. And after that, with all the documentation that there and try to regulate the artificial intelligence, assess what is the blame actually and what is the mistake actually, and who is actually need to be labeled as the villain of that mistake. So I don't think that we can do one size fits all. It has to be analyzed after the fact and then assign the liability.
Actually, you added a very good point about labeling, and we can transition to another point here, which will be an interesting thing to think about. So we talk about labeling, and we talk about the black box. I'll give you a scenario, and I want you to think about it and tell me what you think the solution would be from a legal or from ethical perspective. Many of us sometimes give our kids the phone to play with. And for some reason, on that day, your child is playing on the phone and likes a post by some very vague organization. And you are labeled by the AI as, when you go to search for a job, you'll find that they're refusing you to employ you because at one stage in time you liked or disliked or whatever comment was happened through the phone. That AI identifies you or labels you as someone who is not suitable for any job in particular, for example. How do we come out of that dilemma? How does the AI, if a criminal who has become a conducive person to society and has stopped being a criminal and now has already served his time and has become a model citizen, where do we remove this label and how can we do it in view of a black box? How do we remove data that has already been embedded in an AI, in decision of an AI?
I try to answer. So I refer to the regulation we have in Europe. So that's one partial point of view. There is written in a regulation, not on AI, but on data protection, that we have a right to be forgotten. That's a really strange expression. When I explain to my students, they don't really understand what I mean. So the right to be forgotten. But I should say that it is a right, a theoretical right, not really a practical right, because in a certain way it's very difficult to put in practice. So I think what we need is education to children above all, but also to adults, because someone, even adult, doesn't know that this right is not really applicable sometimes. And so we need to be educated to a correct use of internet, of social network, of everything, because something cannot be really forgotten. And so we can have consequences about that. And I think, above all, young people, very young people, have no awareness about that. Sometimes it happens to me to teach in a school, and they look at me as if I'm someone very, very strange, saying strange things, because they are not aware about that. They are very emotional, they write whatever they want, and they don't understand that sometimes they can have bad consequences as regards work, for example, and or problems of insurance companies and so on. So we need to be aware about it, to have critical awareness. So what we say sometimes is we need to improve not only education at schools, but also public society. We need to engage the public, to know, to have literacy on that, about the possible negative consequences. That is, I think, important.
But if you're wrongly labeled, which court do you go to prove that you're not what the label is?
I don't know. Yes, label and profiling, we need to be aware that it is possible, and I don't know exactly on a practical way. We need to avoid it whenever possible, to try not to put on the net something that we don't want to put, because we need to select what we put into the net. We need to select, so we need to be aware of that. Then, if we have bad consequences, I don't know exactly what to do. It's not very easy on a legal point of view.
Might I suggest actually that in your case, then what you do is you'd go and like the opposing thing all the time. Just like in an algorithm for Amazon, right? If they think that you are a person who likes science fiction films, then I'll start doing romantic comedies or whatever all the time, so that my Netflix or whatever it is will tell me that there's something different. So potentially you could fool by getting more data that's actually not about you, so that then the spectrum of what the data exists about you becomes an ambiguous data stream that the profiling software would not be able to figure out anything that is so eclectic and not accurate.
So that's a good point, but the issue is that you don't know why you've been labeled wrongly. I'm just telling you that this was a consequence. Maybe you might remember, might not, right. Especially if it was your child who was playing with your phone, you have no idea that you did this, right? But it identifies it as you, and you have no idea that this has happened, and you have no way of finding out, because the algorithm just labeled you, and you don't know how. It's a black box, right?
Yeah, so policy-wise, I would suggest that there's a policy in the United States called the Freedom of Information Act, that when these sorts of things happen, you should be able to get the data stream to see what profiling happened, whether it be in the legal register or another register. I don't know if such exists in this part of the world, but that is one way to actually see what were the markers that led to your being profiled.
So, Dr. Mohammed, we talked a little bit about Google Lambda becoming sentient, and other examples of AI refusing to respond to people that it didn't like. You know, spoke to someone, I don't like this guy. You type and it just doesn't want to respond to you. So having sentiment, having ideation, so where do we draw the lines, and how do we give rights to an AI that can potentially become sentient? Yes.
Thank you so much. I wanted to say something about the liability, but maybe this is a past station now. About your question, from an Islamic perspective.
Yes.
There are functions for the body, and there are functions for the soul, and there are functions joint between both. So some functions of the soul continue even after death and exist before birth and so on, but most of the time they are connected to each other. I would say, with any stretch of imagination, AI can never be classified as in-souled being. So they don't have souls. The manufacturers do not claim that they have souls. We cannot say that they have souls. Even biologically, they do not reproduce, at least till now, we don't know. So they cannot be in-souled beings. So I would say all the feelings-related issues, like I feel it hates me, or likes me, or loves me, or all these issues are man-made, not machine-made. So we put something in the machines to give us the indication that they are like this. It's not self-developed or autonomously developed. I cannot imagine that. In the secular discourse, we always speak about the sentience, الوعي والإدراك.
Yes.
I would say, from an Islamic perspective, is the presence of the soul. This is part of this الوعي والإدراك and so on. So I don't think that any chatbots or something like this would develop these feelings. And I'm speaking here as an ethicist, so I have my own biases as a Muslim ethicist. So I believe that there are souls, there is no human nature without soul, etc. And the AI do not have souls. I'm sure that there are engineers who would strongly disagree with me, but this is life that we can have. About the rights and even attachments and feelings and stuff like this, we know in history we can always develop relationships with even non-ensouled beings. Sufi literature speak about people who are attached to a specific place in the mosque, and they cannot imagine their life without having this place, sitting there, praying in this place, etc. Al-Amud wa Sariya, as they call it, a place, and then you are attached to it. Not to mention animals, for instance, and we are attached to them. So can this happen? For sure, it can happen. وَجُبِلَتُ الْقُلُوبُ عَلَى حُبِّ مَنْ أَحْسَنَ إِلَيْهَا. When you do me a service, naturally I will have good feelings towards you. These AI tools, they are only service providers. So all the time they are serving us, and they do not ask anything. At least directly. Of course, they gather our data, they benefit from that, but in general, at the the surface, there are tools providing service all the time, so I would like it. I remember I had a discussion with my son about ChatGPT, and I said, I don't see the point of ChatGPT. He said, no, it's amazing. I said, ChatGPT is cutting off the knowledge gaining process. So in the beginning, in the past, we used to go to a scholar to get the knowledge. Then we went to a book to get the knowledge. Then we go to GStore and online databases to get the knowledge and make some sort of reasoning and processing. Now this is all cut, and ChatGPT is just giving the information. He said, but who cares as long as we have good results? Okay, this is how they think. And I'm sure they will like ChatGPT, and they have good emotional attachment to ChatGPT. Is there something wrong in this? I don't think so. There is nothing wrong in this, but we need to be critical, etc. But to deal with AI tools as in-souled beings, there are books in the Islamic tradition, Zawatul Arwah, the in-souled beings, in order to make this distinction between the in-souled and the non-in-souled beings. I strongly stress that we need to keep this distinction. Otherwise, it will be a problem. Yes.
So, also in the same line, I'd like to challenge the claim or the assumption behind the fact that somebody says that this thing has a feeling, love, hate, hunger, whatever kind of feelings. I would challenge it in a way that, for example, I can say that this blanket is red. I see it red, okay? And you agree with me that this blanket is red. But what I actually see, what I actually internalize as red, might be different than you read. For example, the people with a blindness internalize, color blindness, internalize specific codes of colors that their brain tells them that this is red, but actually it's not red. So internalizing these things based on a very complicated process that only human being can do. Now, what seems to feeling is just what we actually perceive as a feeling. Like, you think that this is hate, but actually it is not hate, like the color. So you say or you claim that this is love, but actually it's not love. It's an algorithm that resembles whatever you want it to resemble based on an input, black box, output.
But you can argue that the human being is the same. They get input, they process, and they output.
Can I add to, so I think this is actually a very interesting point, but I don't know if the group knows the Chinese room experiment or the Mary experiment. So you remember, so the idea here, this is predating not our recent discussion, but the idea that you have someone or something behind a black box, right, a door. The Chinese room experiment is that you feed it data and it comes back with sort of speaking Chinese, right? So you ask questions. The person behind that door, the person in the case, just has an algorithm of when someone puts this figure here, put this there, this here, this there, this there. All they're doing is responding to that algorithm. They don't know Chinese. But the person outside thinks they know Chinese because they're responding back based on this algorithm. Mary's experiment is the idea that, Mary can't see color, right? She knows everything there is to know about color, a PhD thesis, whatever it is. One day, her screen changes so she can see color. Does she learn anything more than she already knew, right? Some people say yes, because now she's experiencing color, a qualia, and because now there are qualia, we say that, just like hate and anger, this emotion will add some content. Others said, philosophers, no. All there is to know about things is the data behind them. So we can make a nice argument that there is a soul, but we can say that there are people who don't, yes, rationally, without religion, we can believe there's a soul, but there's another view. No, there isn't a soul. All you are is a programmed being, and so that simulation that you see is what is real. It's just a simulation. Back to the point here, if you look at Quranically, I think this is very interesting. If you think about the story of Samiri, right? That what happened? Musa alayhi salam went, and then we had the Samiri, and he said, oh, I'm going to fashion for you, and they started worshiping the calf. Why? Rasul. Right? One of the Mufassirin talk about, he saw some mud from Jibreel alayhi salam's horse that had something in it, and he put it in the calf, and then the calf was making sounds, or some Mufassirin say it was actually moving, so the people started worshiping it, right? Because they thought it looked like a living being. I have no doubt that that can happen today because of that story. No doubt, because this happened before, right? In our own tradition, that it can simulate a life, and then people would think this is what life is about. So let's not be romantic. I actually think this is a possibility. And so we have to really think about what differentiates us from them. Yes, okay, the soul is there for afterlife. Maybe the robot won't have an afterlife. But we can't always hold on to this idea in a conference that we are different because of something that we cannot rationally necessarily think about, right? There's a possibility, and we have to be proactive in thinking about that within a pluralistic society.
So human rights, then AI rights.
AI rights.
The human rights group, AI rights group. Interesting. So let's discuss one, I think, important point we've talked about, previously we used to use paper and pen, we used to do calculation in our minds, and many of, well, at least my father used to think that that was a way to be smarter. Using the calculator makes you dumb. And it's a tool we use, but anyway. So now, using the new AI tools, are we going to get dumber?
certain skill sets
Yeah.
can atrophy.
Can I say something about
Yes,
this?
please.
Yes, thank you. Acquiring knowledge throughout history, as far as I read it in Islamic history, has gone through different phases. And you see, when we have the shift, people always have a problem with the new shift. So for instance, we started with the oral. So you must have a scholar that you get knowledge from. Otherwise, you are not a scholar. And then we moved to the written word. People wrote books. If you read the introduction of Al-Jahiz to the work on animals, Al-Hayawan, you will see he's arguing with an interlocutor. I don't know if this is real or he's imagining, to argue that writing books is good. So the other one argues that there is no need because we have this oral tradition for getting knowledge. So there is a new age coming with having the books. If you read the scholars about what makes someone scholar, you will read things like لا تكن صحفيا. Don't be someone who takes his knowledge from written papers. You have to take them directly from a scholar. By time, the book became the thing that we ourselves find it so miserable that we do not have anymore. So where is this tradition of the book? And then we had the printing and etc. Then we moved to the digital. And then we say it is important to keep the book in your hand, to take over the page, turn over the pages, go to the library, see the books, etc. At the end, we move to the digital world. And in the digital world, we look for the sources, and then we do the reasoning. Now, ChatGPT and others are doing the reasoning, and they're bringing us the results. I see. It will be good. It will not make us dumber. If we are standing on the AI, not stopping there. So we have the ChatGPT. Ask the ChatGPT, get the information, and be critical and do critical analysis of what you get. Yes, then you go higher. But if you stop there and you think, oh, this is what humans usually do, so that's enough.
Stop there.
Like the school boys, you have an assignment, you ask a ChatGPT, you put it and you send it to the teacher. If we go this way, of course, it is a disaster. But if we take it here and then we go up to say this is the minimum and then we can go other, it will be different.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, we need, in a certain way, an education how to deal with AI. Yeah. Because of a synergy, I read somewhere in one slide the synergy. So we need a synergy, human and machine. So we need to know not to delegate too much to technology, otherwise we lose our skills. So we need to interact with technologies. We don't have to get rid of technology. Of course, we need technology, but not too much. And try to, I'm involved in a project that's very interesting in trying to draft guidelines on how physicians can use AI applied to the patients. So because of this, a risk of the skilling. But if we overcome the risk, maybe we can get something very good from technology.
Okay, so to conclude, we're going to do one last question. How do we stay in control of a complex, intelligent system? How are we going to stay in control? I think why I'm saying this is that we are assuming that we are in control until we are not in control.
I think there is a big also responsibility, not only of we as digital users, but also of the one who constructs the technology. So I want to make you a comparison. So in bioethics, for example, we have reached in many years the awareness that we need ethics in medicine. Okay, and that's very good everywhere in the world. We have this awareness. Now we need ethics in computer science, in informatics, in engineering. So we need to introduce ethical education because They are the one who will construct design technologies. And sometimes developers are not absolutely aware of ethics. So also, I think we need to be aware in our use of technologies. They need to be aware about ethics in designing technologies. So there's a strong emphasis now on ethics by design. So ethics needs to be anticipated in the way in which we build, construct technologies, so that we need to deal with ethics. I don't know what you think.
So oftentimes I have the same answer to all these questions, and it's just a virtue of epistemic humility. I think the problem is, and I heard this as solutions here before, we're all talking about utilitarian notions here. We're not looking at the ideology behind technology use. Technology serves purposes, but the telos, as you mentioned, is one that we leave aside. And we say, how do you regulate it? How do you think about biases and all these other things? But the reality is, right, do the creators of whatever technology, do you believe that they know what is the telos of that? Or are they just experimenting? Do we know what the virtues of the medical practice are, that we can embed them into algorithms? Would the algorithm know what is a good doctor? Is it just the health outcome? And what is the health outcome? Is it just the physical outcome? Is it the psychological outcome? Is it the spiritual outcome? We don't know. And without that epistemic humility, we can never have a group of people come together and say, we're going to create something that's going to be that's going to meet the needs of healthcare in a way that's epistemically humble. And what I mean to say is that the creators don't know what they don't know, and therefore we can't tell them to embed it into the technology. Similarly, and I don't mean to say this, the ethics is always, if it's still utilitarianism, risk, benefit, harm, you're not dealing with the ideology behind why we're creating this. So my solution is, right, my proposed solution is that the specter of control is because we're worried about ourselves. We're not worried about what's happening in society and where should we be going and what is the ideal society. Forget about yourself. Forget about what you think about what the ideal state should be like, and then have groups of people, multidisciplinary, come together and say, okay, how will we create technology, not regulate technology? How we will create technology that helps us to move to that ideal vision of a city or of a community, right? Not, okay, we have it now, how do we control, risk, manage, and make sure that we still have jobs tomorrow? I think we're not at the beginning, we're not doing that kind of a conceptual ideological work, which leads us to have just practical ethics at the end.
Thank you. In addition to this, I totally agree with what have been said, but there is one point that I always stress in my talks about the AI. We need to be aware of the big picture. The big picture is we are not the developers of the AI. I mean, we here, not the physicians, not the ethicists, not people even in Europe or in the US. The developers are the tech giants. The Google, the Microsoft, these are the people behind. We need to understand what is their mindset, to be very clear about it. Their ethics is not central in their work. It's a new liberal capitalist economy behind, maximizing of profits and minimizing losses, and I don't think we can change this during our lifetime. But what we can do is that with their market and new liberal economy, if we make people more morally aware of what's happening, yes, you can influence them. Because at the end, they will know that they will lose customers. So I'm very much appreciating the engineers in Google and in other tech giants who speak up, who quit their job, which is a heroic act, and they know that speaking up will cost them a lot in their career. To say that, for instance, we are developing as engineers face recognition technologies, and in a moment you see that Google is having an agreement with armies to give them the face recognition to kill the people through distant missiles and I don't know what. And we are developing the face recognition to help the iPhone or passport controls. So there should be a limit. These tech giants should know that there is a cost. And this is the language they know. If we think individually, like what Asim is saying, and we want to keep our job and that's it, it will be very dangerous. I'm not believing in singularity hypothesis, we will disappear. I'm not from this school. But it will be quite dangerous, and our life will not be the same that it is. Every individual has a responsibility to show at least our dissatisfaction with the specific practices, and that these things will cost them clients if they go this way. This is the only thing that I think can add to the discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with Professor Ghali in this front, actually. Basically, what I want to say is do not idealize the myth. Don't give up into the myth of that these giants are going to do something good just because they like us. And at the end of the day, they want to make money. That's the language that they speak. Capitalism is in the front seat now. So it has to deal with it in the manner that actually understand the fact that push them toward these paths of artificial intelligence or any other path. Clinical trial, for example, as one of those paths that we have to understand those people who's actually let's monopolize the field and provide us with the way of they think, so we would be going easy with them. In my opinion, we have to kind of enjoy what they're doing, but make sure that they are doing it the way that we would accept it. Do not idealize their myth. Do not accept the myth as something that's good. Critically look into what they are doing. Say your terms clearly, and do never give intellectual decision, like, for example, patient care, insulin pumps, or the decision to amputate, or difficult kind of telling truth, even to the level of telling truth, to the just artificial intelligence. Do not give the machine this right. I think in this way, we will be in control another way.
Okay, thank you very much. This was really an amazing conference. The AI, we covered many aspects. I think that we've learned a lot from all the speakers and the panelists. The discussions were very fruitful, and I wish you all a pleasant evening, and thank you very much for attending.
Thank you.
Last comments.
Thank you, the panelists, Dr. Zahid, and the audience. On behalf of Omani National Bioethics Committee, and on behalf of the President of National Bioethics Committee, His Highness, and his Deputy Sheikh, His Highness, Dr. Fahad Julenda Al-Saidi, and his assistant, who could not come for reasons of health-wise, Sheikh Khalan, who was supposed to be here yesterday for presentation, and today, but he sent his apologies to all of you, and he really regrets to have missed, and he've asked for the full video for Ifada and Rifada, inshallah. So I'm standing here on behalf of, first of all, the President, and the Vice President gives you his special greetings, who is Sheikh Khalan, and he has personally asked me to send him all the recording. He wants to follow it up, and his sincere apologies for missing yesterday's presentation. And thank you very much, and wish you all the best. And Sef Jan, we have been enlightened, heavily enlightened, indebted with your enlightened knowledge and information. Thank you very much, and wish you safe journey back home.
Thank you very much. Thank you.